This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Book 1 of Savage Airs, written by Jagger Cole, performed by Ori Alden and Aaron Shedlock. Prologue. Misha. The world burns. The heat of the massive flames in front of me blows over me in hellish waves. My skin throbs with it. My nostrils and eyes burn with the smoke. Sweat drips down the ink and scars covering my body as the fire purges the demons and the devils from my black heart. My hands, sticky with blood, clench to fists. My lips pull back in a death mask grin as the scorching black smoke billows over me. But I don't blink. I don't step back or shy away. Today, I don't flinch. I watch, and I breathe in the destruction. This is cathartic. This is therapy. This is vengeance for more wrongs than I can count. Timbers crack and splinter in showers of sparks. The roof begins to sag and cave. I imagine this pyre to the torments of my youth as a solitary flicker of death in the blackness of this night, with me as its sole witness. I glance down to the gold-plated lighter, warm in my palm. My eyes drag across the engraved initials before I look up into the roaring flames. A toss of my hand, and that too goes into the fire it created, into the past where it belongs. Full circle. Ouroboros, the snake devouring its own tail. A wall collapses, and suddenly a whole section of the huge, sprawling mansion falls in on itself in a dizzying shower of sparks and swirling embers. One more nail in the coffin, another shovel of dirt into the grave. This is not a mourning. This is not a farewell. This is a purge. This is cutting out the poison. A course correction of a life more than 10 years in the making. When I inhale black acrid smoke that burns and sears its way into my lungs, I exhale freedom. And when I stare into the roaring inferno, I see her. The instrument of my torture and the breaker of my chains. The finger that pulled the trigger and the soft touch that brought me back. My hell and my salvation. I lift my eyes to the sky, watching the embers of my past rise into the night. A hissed curse and a whispered goodbye. For my father, for my mother, for my devils and my demons, for the girl who started it all and who brought it all crashing down. This is for me, but it's also for her. Her, for whom I'll burn down mansions, kingdoms, empires, the world. Let it all burn. It'll never be enough. I stand here alone, consumed by the fire of my own making. A lord of ash, an emperor of destruction, a dark prince, a solitary lion gazing into the night. May the dead and damned hear me fucking roar.
Chapter 1. Charlotte. I almost choke at the burn of the tequila as it slips down my throat. My eyes water as they squeeze shut. I breathe in through the nose and keep my head high before I open my eyes again. I've lost count of what number drink that was. That should be a bad sign. Actually, me even being here is the biggest red flag of all. The blaring neon sign that screams trouble and danger. Crazy girl with her back against the wall on the loose. Watch the fuck out. I barely ever drink, and even then it's a glass of wine at a nice dinner. Not wine coolers, keg beer, and a handful of tequila shots at a school party. That this is, in fact, my first ever school party at all is only adding more fuel to the fire. When I finally clear the tequila burn from my throat, I look around at the party raging all about me. Music pounds through the lavish mansion like we're in a club, complete with a swirling, grinding crowd of dancers. Clearly, I'm in the minority here in terms of newbie status at parties like this. Across the room, 3 guys, all-star players on the OHA football team, cheer as 2 girls make out in front of them. A group in the living room are snorting what is obviously cocaine off a mirror across the coffee table. Through the double doors out to the pool area, a topless girl is astride a guy's lap in the hot tub, clearly screwing him. Pure hedonism, like I'm in the middle of a freaking Roman orgy. To say that I, a book nerd who doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs, and doesn't screw in hot tubs, am out of my element here is the understatement of the century. 2 girls talking animatedly at the kitchen counter across from me suddenly look up. It's as if they've just noticed me for the first time, even though I've been standing here for 10 minutes drinking alone. The first, a pretty girl named Cora Laurent, wrinkles her nose, like my mere presence here offends her. But I'm used to that look. I've dealt with it for more than a year now here at Oxford Hills Academy. Those looks are constant reminders of 2 things. 1, I am not like these people, and 2, I do not belong here. Last year, when I first arrived at the prestigious OHA, the absolute top private school in the world that educates the children of the world's elite of the elite, it got to me. The scornful looks because I wasn't born with a silver spoon shoved up my arse. The disdain, like I was bringing the whole place down by simply being here. But I got over it. I don't need these people to like me, and I don't need to be like them. In fact, I'd rather be nothing of the kind. Cora sneers at me before turning to her friend, a vile, snobby bitch named Ainsley Hendershire, heiress to a multi-billion-pound grocery store chain here in the UK. She's just like Cora, beautiful on the outside, poison on the inside. Oh my God, Princess Diaries, what are you even doing here? And of course, the ever-present nickname. Last year that got to me too. Being new and having 0 friends didn't exactly help. But that was a year ago me. Now me just rolls my eyes. But I mean seriously, come up with a better fucking nickname. Princess Diaries, like the stupid movie. 3 years ago I was a nobody. I lived in a 1-bedroom apartment in North London with my school teacher mother, getting top marks at school despite working 2 jobs myself so we could keep the lights on. Then my mother won a single ticket on a cruise in a raffle that changed her whole life. And mine. Except she never even went on the cruise. She fell overboard while still in port, got rescued by a handsome guy on a yacht, and it turned out that guy was King Heinrich of the small Bavarian country of Luxlordia. A year later they were married, and I was officially a princess. Except in the eyes of the snobby elites who fill this school, I'm not a real one. I'm a fraud, a phony, a usurper who's tricked her way into their hallowed holes. As far as I'm concerned, though, the Cora Laurents and the Ainsley Hendershires of the world can go sit on their thumbs. What are you doing here, Princess Diaries? Ainsley sneers. To be fair, it's a great question. Drinking is not my thing. Parties are not my thing. So drinking at parties here at the most notorious hedonistic place on the OHA campus, that's a double whammy. No, I shouldn't be here at all. But tonight, I've decided to stop caring about what I should and should not do, or rather, I've hit my breaking point with doing as I ought to. Obviously, my mother being a queen and living in an actual honest-to-God castle, and me attending the most prestigious school in the world, is leagues better than eating 3-day-old macaroni and cheese on the sofa that doubles as your mother's bed. And even thinking these thoughts makes me feel so ungrateful I want to slap myself. But the truth is, I've put up with a lot the last year or two. Honestly, I liked my old life. I liked the friends I had in that shitty high-rise block of flats. I liked the dirty park I used to play in because we didn't have a TV or Wi-Fi. I liked my crappy old school that still had maps showing it as the USSR. But I left that life. I left my friends and the places I knew. I got thrust into a life of finishing classes and ballroom dancing lessons, all while being pushed into a snooty elitist school that might as well be a writhing nest of vipers. I'm in the news now. Tabloids criticize my choice of fucking leggings when I go shopping. And if the world of Oxford Hills wasn't enough of a snake pit, there's the absolute madness of the Game of Thrones-style drama that goes on behind the scenes of my mother and stepfather's court. Who's sleeping with whom? Who's with the king and who's with the parliament his uncle oversees that shares power? And who is the new princess marrying because it's her royal duty to do so, and not doing it may cause the collapse of the entire government of Luxlordia? Yep, that's why I'm here, in the last place I should be, getting drunk. Because, as of today, I have officially hit my breaking point. His name is Frederick. He's technically a Prince of Denmark, and my arrangement to marry him is part of a grand plan to bring Luxlordia into the new, modern world. And I want fuck all to do with that. I sucked it up and left my old life. I left my old friends. I put up with the lessons on which fork to use for which kind of fucking salad. I put up with the etiquette classes and the lessons to make myself more ladylike. I put up with the wankers who fill this school and the shitty nickname that follows me like a storm cloud. I'm drawing the line at arranged marriages. No. Hell, goddamn, no. I sneer back at Ainsley. I'm here to... Right, I'm officially drunk. I'm actually drunker than drunk. Ainsley is blurry. I'm always fantastic at biting retorts, but I can't form a single sentence right now. Nice comeback, Cora laughs coldly. You don't belong here, diaries. Run along now. Yeah, well, go... Fuck a duck, I mumble at their backs as they leave. Yeah, witty repartee is a no right now. But I can still glad daggers at their backs as they saunter away into the party. But even drunk me knows they're right. I don't belong here. Not at OHA, and not here. Lordship Manor. The epicentre of the Viper's Nest of Oxford Hills, home to 3 kings. They have a few names, actually. The kings of the school. The Dark Princes. The savage heirs. In a school filled with the sons and daughters of royalty, billionaires, and world leaders, the 3 of them stand apart. Ilya Volkov, Lucas Komarov, and Misha Zavakov. 3 dark heirs to the Russian Mafia. The Bratva, it's called. And that's not making culturally insensitive assumptions because they're Russian. They're literally the heirs of Bratva kings. And they rule this school like 3 Emperor Neros. Even where they live is like nothing else on campus. If your mother or father is a president, or a Fortune 500 trillionaire, or a king or queen, you live in the same cottage quads as everyone else. I mean, they're nice cottages, like something out of Harry Potter, but still. If you're one of the 3 Bratva princes, however, you live here, in Lordship Manor, a sprawling, glamorous English manor house complete with grounds, An interior worthy of Architectural Digest, a pool, a hot tub, and an endless stream of partying that would put a Rolling Stones tour to shame. 3 of them. Each of them different, each of them dark, smirking, rich as sin and ridiculously gorgeous. I scowl at myself. I don't even know why I said that. There's nothing handsome about smirking, smug, tattooed, muscled. I shake my head and close one eye as I pour myself another shot of tequila. First, there's Ilya, heir to the Volkov Bratva that his uncle runs. Historically, his reputation is that of a complete arsehole and venomous snake. His nickname here is the Wolf, both for his last name's meaning and for the way he prowls this school like an alpha predator. Except as of late, the Wolf has found his match in my best friend and roommate, Tenley. Ilya is still very much Ilya, but the savageness has been tempered just a touch. In fact, his absence from this party, since he and Tenley are visiting his uncle at the moment, has a noticeable dimming effect on the debauchery. Well, it would if the other 2 weren't picking up the slack. The second is Lucas Komarov, adopted heir to Viktor Komarov, the head of the Koshenko Bratva. Lucas, of the hauntingly blue eyes, brooding looks, the constantly buttoned-to-the-neck long-sleeved shirts, the few words, the grim, smouldering sneers, and the dark rumours surrounding his proclivities. Another. A smashing sound followed by a chorus of guys cheering and girls giggling draws my attention. My eyes drag across the kitchen, through the doors into the living room and onto the 3rd and final demon king of OHA. My gaze falls on him, sitting in a high-backed chair set on top of a table, like a throne. I tremble as my core tenses. Misha Zavakov. Tall, built like a rugby player and absolutely covered in tattoos, and I do mean covered, from jaw down to his toes. I blush. At least that's what I've heard, and most of what I've seen. Even now he sits on his throne shirtless, grinning like a drunken Bacchus or a mad emperor of ancient Rome. He pounds another beer when someone brings it, and then does the same thing. Smashes the glass on the ground and yells, "Another," like Chris Hemsworth in that Thor movie. I roll my eyes. The crowd eats it the fuck up. The life of every party, the predatorily gorgeous smile, the cocky swagger of the most infamous man-whore on campus. Some call him the Dark Prince. Others call him the Lion for his status as the next king of one of the biggest criminal empires in Russia. A gazillion-dollar construction conglomerate run by his Bratva-connected oligarch father, Boris Zavakov. Guys call him their hero. Girls call him often. I call him a fucking train wreck. But even as I watch him laugh and dip his nose to the mirror with the lines of cocaine that someone offers, I'm faced with the same problem I always have when my eyes land on Misha Zavakov. He'd be easy to hate, always with a different girl on his arm, always smug, always better and richer than all the other rich snobs here. But the weak point in hating him is that he's so goddamn infuriatingly good-looking. He's like napalm, deadly, burning and impossible to get off your skin. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I frown, swaying from the alcohol as I pull it out. Instantly, my lips curl angrily. It's another text from Gemma, my royal advisor and my direct line back to the throne of Luxlordia. I've been getting messages from her all day because I've been ignoring everyone's calls ever since they told me I was being married off to someone like this is the 14th century. This newest text has her usual annoying, trying to relate to me tone. Gemma. Hey girl, I know it's a surprise and a bit of a shock, but it's part of your duty as the princess. The chipper tone makes me want to break the phone in my hands. Gemma. Please call. Your mother is worried. Then don't have me marry someone for political reasons, I grunt to myself. Gemma. And this is happening. I'm sorry, Charlotte, but it is, unless you find another eligible bachelor prince to marry. Winky face. The winky face almost makes me hurl the phone across the room. But when I whirl in a fury, suddenly my eyes land on the throne room in front of me. The giggling girls, the sycophantic guys, the crowd cheering every goddamn time the king himself smiles or takes a drink. My heart skips as my alcohol-fogged brain suddenly focuses. No, not king. Prince. The Dark Prince of Oxford Hills Academy. I stare at him before suddenly I shake my head. Jesus, how fucking drunk am I? But the thought lingers, like a burning ember on my brain that I can't shake off. Not even just a dark prince, the darkest of princes. Elia is mostly fine with me. He's a moody grump, but he's with my best friend, so I largely get a pass from him. Lucas, I've never had a single word with. He pretty much keeps to himself in that swirling darkness that tends to surround him. But Misha Zavakov, is another story. Misha, for reasons I don't really know or understand at all, hates me. We've never spoken, but I see it in his eyes. I sense it prickling on the back of my neck like I'm being stalked by a lion on the savannah. Plenty of students at OHA sneer at me or don't like me because I don't come from their social class. Misha looks at me like he wants to smite my very existence off the face of the planet. And yet, my gaze slides over the harem of girls at his feet, at the throngs of guys shoving each other to be close to him, at the white dust on his nostrils and the drink in each hand, the bulging muscles, the tapestry of tattoos covering his skin, the piercings, the smug, smouldering look. Emperor Nero himself. And my drunk ass grins, because I'm pretty sure I just found my nuclear option. This is a bad idea. In fact, it might very well be the worst idea of my life. But my back is against the wall, and I have hit my limit when it comes to playing princess. They want me to marry a prince? Fine. They're going to eat those words and choke on them. I keep my eyes as focused on him as I can. The room is spinning slightly. I've had way too much, and I can feel the alcohol coursing through my veins and turning my stomach into knots. I knock back the shot of tequila in my hand and grimace. The shot glass topples sideways across the marble kitchen counter as I start to stagger my way toward the throne. Toward him. I shove students out of my way. My glasses are lopsided, and I clumsily push them back into place on the bridge of my nose as I stumble into the living room. Misha is laughing as he stands. He knocks back his beer and climbs down from his throne, yelling something about skinny dipping. The guys and girls surrounding him cheer and make a mad dash through the French doors out to the pool. But Misha lingers to finish his drink. And that's when I make my move. He stiffens when my finger jabs at his back. Slowly, he turns with a grin. When his piercing blue eyes land on me, his whole expression changes. The charming, smug smile falls. A shadow crosses his face. And he glares down into my very fucking soul. He says nothing. The lion just looks at me, like he's not sure if he's going to devour me or eviscerate me and leave my carcass on the savannah for the hyenas and buzzards to pick at. I swallow nervously. I have a proposition for you. Slowly, his lips curl into a mirthless smile. A hungry, thin, mean smile. No. My brows knit as the floor rolls like a wave under my wobbly legs. You don't even know what I was— Is still no. He growls. We've never even spoken before. And we never have to again. He starts to turn. Hang on. My hand darts out to grab his warm, inked, muscular arm. I tremble when my fingers make contact. Will you just listen? He whirls savagely on me. If you were the last woman on Earth, and we were the only way to repopulate the fucking planet after a nuclear holocaust, the answer would still be fucking no. I stare at him. Slowly, the penny drops, and my nose wrinkles. Ew! I am not asking to fuck you, asshole. I'm yelling, but my voice still feels far away. The room spins, and I clench my teeth to stop a wave of nausea. Okay, I've had too much. I've had way too much. But I'm already in this. There's no going back now. Good. Then we're agreed. He grunts. Walk away, Princess Diaries. He starts to turn again, and again I grab his arm and yank him back. I'm asking you to... The room spins even faster. It's like my own mind and body are trying everything they can to stop me from saying the dumbest thing of my entire life. I'm leaving. I'm asking you to marry me, I blurt. It's like the whole universe freezes. Time stands still. The music fades into the background. And all I know are those piercing blue eyes burning into my soul as he stares at me with a mix of amusement and fury. Slowly, his mouth curls into a dark, twisted snarl. He steps right into my personal space, making me sway on my feet as the heat of his body sweeps over me. My toes curl to keep myself upright. My jaw clenches to stop the waves of tequila plus beer plus wine coolers sickness swirling inside of me. No. One word, and it's like a punch to my queasy stomach. Before I can possibly stop it, my lack of experience with alcohol comes rushing up and out of me. I groan, heave forward, and suddenly puke all over the floor between us. Misha doesn't run, or jump back, or scream at me. He stands right there in front of me, motionless, watching me make an absolute fool of myself as I empty my stomach all over the carpet. Sick stings my throat. My body shakes and my tear-rimmed eyes squeeze shut. My hair drapes limply across my temples and my glasses are half falling off my face. He suddenly leans down and I tremble when I feel his breath near my ear. From the very fucking bottom of my heart, he growls into my ear. No.
Chapter 2. Misha. Half the room wants to be me. The other half just plain wants me. That's a weird feeling to digest. It's made even more surreal when you're sitting atop a throne, with an almost literal harem of groupies, I suppose, for a lack of a better term, piled at your feet. It's an odd reality to swallow, the realization that at least in this moment, you are a demigod, a conquering king of biblical proportions, a sultan of hedonistic excess. I am a lion. Hear me fucking roar. That isn't my own rampant narcissism speaking. Well, at least some of it isn't, at least. You are a lion, Misha. You are a king of the jungle. Let them hear you roar, Misha. Those words, and that top of the fucking food chain ethos, has been drilled into my fucking skull since I was a child. The one and only heir of the towering, larger-than-life empire builder Boris Savakov. Growing up, I saw presidents, prime ministers, State officers and decorated war generals bow before my dad. I saw them bend to kiss the ring, to give fealty to the giant amongst mortal men whom I called father. After they'd left, and oftentimes while they were still there, he'd turn to me, smile, and tell me how all of this would be mine. The world is the African savannah, Misha, and we are fucking lions. Lions take, they rule, they conquer, they kill. There are no creatures above lions, Misha. Let them hear you roar. And then I'd roar. Like, literally roar. At least when I was a kid. And the visiting generals and world leaders would laugh and tell Boris what a good boy I was. How strong and big I was for being so young. How I grow to be such a huge, tough lion. Ego stroking is a hell of a drug, and I was a full-blown addict at 5. 13 years later, I am the lion that was prophesied. Strong, toughened, untouchable. Heir to a fortune that dwarfs almost every Fortune 500 or Silicon Valley company, and towers above the wealth of any hedge fund. I'm a king at the most prestigious school on the fucking planet, with a list of bedroom conquests that would make most professional rock stars envious. Yeah, I'm a motherfucking lion. I raise the glass in my hand, grinning in that glassy way that follows cocaine use. I pound back the drink and slam the glass to the ground as the crowd around me cheers me on. Another, I bellow, channeling my inner Thor. It's a pretentious, arrogant, dumbass move. I mean, there's shattered glass and beer all over the floor, and it's my fucking floor. But when you're king, you don't give a shit about things like that. Lions don't bother asking who's going to clean up after them. Someone passes me another drink. I grin wider, surveying the crowd. The top alpha dogs of the football and rugby teams look up to me like I'm Santa Claus giving out free blowjobs. The most popular girls of OHA look up at me with adoration and lust, mouths open like free blowjobs are a present they can't wait to give. The fact that these fellow students surrounding me are some of the most elite humans on Earth only adds to the raging ego fire burning inside of me. The guys who want so desperately to be me are the sons of kings. Literal, actual kings. Assorted other royalty, world leaders, and the richest people in human history. The girls who would fall over backward and stab each other to be in my bed tonight are here at OHA before they go on to prestigious universities and become chancellors, members of parliament, or command billion-dollar companies. And to them, to all of them, I'm the fucking king of the jungle. Ego is one hell of a drug, and I mainline that shit like a junkie with a death wish. Except tonight, the smug grin on my face, the drugs and alcohol coursing through my system, the you'll be drooling on my cock later looks I give to the groupies at my feet. It's not just revelry for me. It's a balm. It's a bandage, trying to hold the sutures together before I rip myself apart from the inside out. I'm working overtime tonight at this whole king of excess thing, and it's not just because Ilya isn't here, and someone needs to pick up the fucking slack at an infamous Lordship Manor party. It's that for the first time ever, this lion just got a taste of mortality. Or at least a glimpse of a future where the entire savannah does not bow before me. Apparently, Boris Savakov is tired of having a lion for a son. Or at least the guy with the leonine appetite for sex, drugs, and rock and roll that I've become. Dear old dad, in his older years, has now decided that the son he needs is one of culture and sophistication. A man who knows fine art and good wine, not the best underground boxing bookies in Moscow and where to score coke in pretty much any city on Earth. Boris wants a son who can charm a boardroom, not the panties off any chick he lays eyes on. The absolutely bullshit unfairness of the current situation is not lost on me. My father isn't officially Bratva, but he was a KGB strongman, and he's worked with men like Ilya's and Lucas's fathers his entire life building his empire. He spent almost every day of the last 18 years drilling toughness, savagery, hedonism, excess, and macho bullshit into my head until I pissed and bled it. He's hammered the ways of the Bratva into me since I was old enough to make a fist. And now he wants to pretend the opposite. Now he's decided the Misha he formed with brutality, physical punishment, and absence of any real fatherly love and coldness is not the Misha he needs for whatever latest business venture he's embarking on. Boris made me bleed in his quest to turn me into the tough as nails, hard-drinking, hide-your-wives and daughters, egotistic hand grenade I am today. And now, he wants me to defuse myself, or else there is no Savannah in my future. No keys to the kingdom, no empire to rule. In short, the wine, women, and good times have stacked up too high, and now, somehow, I need to change. I need to prove to Boris that I'm the son he literally never wanted, or the music turns off and the party ends. Another! I smash my glass, but this time there's no fire behind it. The gesture seems stupid and empty now that Boris has wormed his way into my fucking head again.
Oh my God, you're so fucking bad, Misha.
A blonde with her hands draped over the knee of my black jeans looks up at me, with eyes so bedroom they're practically reaching for a cigarette. Yeah? I growl, grinning down at her. Sierra, Kara, Clara? I care nada. And what's so bad about me, Clara? She blushes.
It's Sarah.
Tonight, it's Clara. She giggles.
Okay.
She gushes. I want to roll my eyes. I have reached an absurd level of demigod status here. I might not have remembered it was Sarah, but I do remember her last name is Prescott. I know that her mother is the CFO of an international hedge fund, and that her father is a former Arsenal player turned world-famous football announcer for Sky TV. On top of that, OHA might be full of snobby kids with silver spoons crammed up their asses, but admission is still hard as fuck. You have to be smart as a whip to get in here, elite status and money aside. So, brains, beauty, wealth, and a golden future. And here she is, doe-eyed and agreeing to let me call her another name. It's not a turn-on. It actually annoys me. Sarah starts to slide her hands up my thigh, but I roughly push them away with a scowl. I look up, scanning the hedonism around me, and my frown only deepens. It's not just my father's ominous warning about cleaning up my shit. It's all of it. It's like when you eat too much of a delicious cake, and suddenly you're just tired of cake. The truth is, Boris's Father of the Year demand that I alter everything about myself that he himself made me into is just the final straw, leading me to a thought I've been wrestling with for longer than I'd ever admit. I'm tired of all of this. I'm sick of the non-stop partying, the drugs, and, though I'd never say it out loud even to my closest friends, the girls, too. They bore me, and I hate the emptiness that comes with my conquests. I glare into my drink as I shove someone's hand off my thigh. Again. Lately there's been a disconnect when it comes to my bedroom antics. It's like my brain turns off and wakes up later, after the girl's gone. The cake has lost its taste. And I'll be honest, that fucking sucks.
I can't believe she's here.
A girl's voice sneers next to me. It would pass right over me if the next line didn't snap my attention.
Honestly, Who the hell invited Princess Diaries to a lordship party?
My jaw clenches tightly as my lips curl into a snarl. Thoughts about my father, or the unfairness of the universe, or getting laid fall completely by the wayside. John Lennon had Yoko. U.S. troops had the Viet Cong. Superman has kryptonite. And I have Princess fucking Diaries. Slowly, in a red fog, I turn my head. My eyes pierce the crowd, and I realize the two girls gabbing next to me aren't wrong. She is here. I see her there through the doors of the living room that lead to the sprawling chef's kitchen of the manor. She's slumped against the marble island, pouring a shot of what looks like tequila. My eyes glance into her. What the fuck is she doing here indeed? My gaze is poisonous, my barely hidden snarl lethal. And yet, my eyes drop and slide over her, like a forbidden caress. My fury bleeds into heat. When it comes to Charlotte Burgundham, there's a war raging inside of me. It's a battle of hatred versus lust. Sometimes they agree to a temporary truce. I hate her. I want her. And that won't ever change. The problem is, she's stunning to me. She's gorgeous and sexy in a way the girls who orbit me aren't. She's real. If it were just that, I would view her as a challenge, like something out of a predictable teen romantic comedy. But it is not. In fact, just that she's alluring to me and doesn't know it, nor is it that she's a member of the smallest minority on campus. Girls who don't throw themselves at me. No, the constant warfare inside my head when it comes to Charlotte is due to one simple fact. She ruined my life. She set my world on the path it went down over 10 years ago now. She doesn't know that, of course, and that's obvious. We've never even spoken in the year and change that she's been at Oxford Hills Academy. That first year, with her waltzing in here a newly minted princess, my hatred kept me blind to her. When I looked at her, all I saw was anger. All I felt was my childhood ripped away from me once again. Since this current term has started, though, it's gotten harder to ignore her. She's grown more, maybe. Or perhaps the royal life agrees with her, against every wish I ever had concerning that. Whatever the reason, since this year began, our final year here at OHA, I've been looking at her a lot. And when I do, all I see is pain, even if it's swirled with desire as well. My heart hates her. So does my head. But the rest of me craves her, wants her. The rest of me wants to sully her, to punish her for the punishment she once brought down on me, to let her moans and her begging me for more act as a balm for wounds she doesn't see or even know about. I glare into my cup. Well, this is doing wonders for my mood.
We should go skinny dipping.
Sarah to the motherfucking rescue. Hedonism, that's what I need. Escape, a tap-out. Excess upon excess until it numbs everything else like it always does. Skinny dipping, I roar. The whole room goes berserk around me. People instantly whirl and make a beeline for the French doors out to the pool. I'm climbing down from my throne when a finger jabs into my back. I turn, half expecting Lucas to have finally emerged from wherever he was skulking around. Or maybe Ilya has found his ball somewhere in Tenley's sock drawer and is finally back to make an appearance. My smile fades like a lit match being snuffed out. My eyes land on Charlotte, looking cocked, loaded, and completely shit-faced. It's the first word she's spoken to me, at least the first in over 10 years.
I have a proposition for you.
Oh, now this is good. This is so good it almost hurts. It's so good it actually might be worth the shitstorm Father Dearest has shoved my life into as of today. Of all the girls, on all the days, it's Charlotte that picks this night to finally try and get a piece of me. I've been waiting for this, and it's going to be glorious. I slowly smile a cold, merciless smile. No. She frowns, looking bewildered at my answer. Her face pales, and she seems to sway on her feet. Christ, I can smell the tequila wafting over from her.
You don't even know what I was...
It's still no, I growl, though not an easy one. A dark, primal part of me wants this. I want to say yes, or say nothing and take her upstairs anyway. I want to stand her in the middle of my bedroom floor and strip her clothes away piece by piece, maybe even slice them off with a blade. I want to strip her slowly, with the lights on. I want her to feel embarrassed about it. I want her to feel shame. And then I want her to feel me take her and ruin her. But I won't. Not tonight. Not on her terms. I'm not giving in to her pathetic little ask here.
We've never even spoken before.
And we never have to again. I spit as I turn away from her.
Hang on.
Her hand lands on my arm. I stiffen, gritting my teeth as the war surges inside of me. Lust and hatred, desire and scorn, obsession and revenge, battling it out over my very soul.
Will you just listen?
With a snarl, I whirl on her like the lion I am. If you were the last woman on Earth, and we were the only way to repopulate the fucking planet after a nuclear holocaust, the answer would still be fucking no. I mean none of it. I want her to feel it, though. I want to make her bleed from the words. And I think I've struck an artery. She stares at me, dumbstruck. Slowly her brow furrows.
Ew! I'm not asking to fuck you, asshole.
Good. Then we're agreed, I hiss. Walk away, Princess Diaries. She grabs me again when I turn away a second time.
I'm asking you to...
She swallows as a green tinge seeps into her cheeks. I arch a brow, curious and amused as I watch her sway on her feet, emanating tequila.
I'm
going to enjoy sitting on the couch behind her tomorrow morning, watching her wake up on the floor in shame as I grin at her. I'm leaving.
I'm asking you to marry me.
What the fuck? I stare at her like we're the last two living souls on Earth. The party is forgotten. My lust-hatred war hits the pause button as my eyes pierce right into her. Oh my God. It's even better. I don't know if she's just on something, or drunker than I thought she was, or, poetically, tragically, that Princess Diaries is secretly in love with me. But she just took this to a whole other level, and this is going to be so much sweeter than I ever imagined. I grin at her. I step closer, smirking even harder at the way she sways on her feet. I take a deep breath, ready to relish this moment. No. You'd think I just need her in the stomach. Because suddenly, without warning, she keels over and just starts to puke everywhere. She retches like the wasted final year who's never had a drink I imagine she is. She coughs and heaves and chokes, and I just stand there smiling, letting it happen. When she's done, she's trembling. Her long dark hair is pasted slick against her forehead. Her glasses hang askew off her nose. This isn't over. In fact, this is just the beginning of my destruction of Charlotte Burgundham. But tonight, this is my opening volley. I lean close, letting my lips brush her ears and ignoring what that does to the hatred-lust war inside of me. There will be time to psych-evaluate myself later. For now, She just needs to hear this. From the very fucking bottom of my heart, I hiss into her ear. No. The world stills. She stiffens, and I hear the sharp intake of her breath. Slowly, shuddering, she brings herself back upright, still swaying on her feet. Our eyes lock. My lips curl triumphantly. I can see she wants to say something. Hell, I want her to. But she doesn't. Suddenly she's whirling, and she's bolting from the room and out the front door. Years ago, she poked the lion and made him bleed. Now, she'll pay.
Chapter 3. Charlotte. The one saving grace of the entire evening is that I have the cottage to myself tonight. I close and lock the door behind me. Then it's a haze of kicking off shoes, shrugging off my clothes piecemeal and sometimes still buttoned, and stumbling my way upstairs. Puking my guts out has sobered me up slightly. Not fully so, but taken the blur and the alcohol roar out of my peripheral vision enough to get myself home and upstairs to bed. Enough to make me realise precisely what a fool I made of myself tonight. At the top of the stairs, I turn to shuffle into my bedroom, pausing and glancing mournfully at Tenley's closed door. It's probably best that my best friend and roommate isn't home tonight to see me like this, but part of me really wishes that she was. Last year, OHA was a very, very lonely place for me. I was mocked, scorned, and ignored by just about everyone at this snob factory, simply for being who I was. Or for not being who they were, perhaps. Not born on a golden throne with more privilege, wealth, and opportunity than you can even imagine. A world where the biggest upset to your week is learning that the Met Gala and a royal wedding somewhere are scheduled for the same night, and you're invited to both. It didn't matter that I was a princess. In the eyes of most of the students here, I'd snuck in through a loophole. I'd cheated. I was Cinderella, wearing a magical dress that would disintegrate back into rags at midnight. But this year, things have been much better. Over the summer break, I was matched with a new roommate, Tenley, who turned out to be as much of an outsider when it came to the elite world of Oxford Hills Academy as I was. Her father is the US Secretary of State, which is impressive, but they never came from money or anything like that. When her dad was tapped to run as the vice president in the next election, they stuck her here to gloss up her pedigree or something. We bonded over both being imposters here. Now the faux princess and the presidential race prop are the best of friends. But she's not here to help me wallow in my misery and embarrassment. She's with her boyfriend, Elia, the best friend of the very monster I just humiliated myself in front of, and one of the 3 dark princes of OHA. Currently, the 2 of them are off on his uncle's mega yacht somewhere in the Black Sea having a grand old time. I'm naked, bedraggled, alone, smelling like vomit, and hauling my shame behind me like a boulder on its chain. I want to collapse directly onto my bed, face first, and not wake up for the next week. But the sick clinging to me is disgusting. Somehow I manage to drag my arse to the ensuite bathroom and run the shower, hot. The water stings, and another surge of nausea washes over me. But I hang on tight and muscle it back down. When I'm thoroughly waterlogged, I finally step out and wrap myself in the biggest towel I own. I still feel like absolute shite, and I'm still not sober. But at least the room isn't spinning. And at least I'm not emptying my stomach at Misha Zavakov's feet after asking him to marry me. I cringe so hard it actually hurts. I groan and cling to the sink as I draw my eyes up to face myself. This is not how this fairy tale is supposed to go. Actually, this isn't much of a fairy tale at all. Now, my mum, Jessica, she's the one with the fairy tale. An overworked single mother with a kid from a man who left the first chance he got. 2 years ago, she finds a coupon on the tube for a free drink at one of those expensive coffee chains we could never afford. So she goes to treat herself to posh latte. While there, she enters a free raffle at the counter for an all-expenses-paid Mediterranean cruise. And she wins. A month later, she's enjoying her first Mai Tai cocktail on this big fancy cruise ship before they even set sail. Then another guest falls into her and accidentally topples her over the upper deck railing into the ocean, where she is immediately rescued by the very dashing, very single, very much the king of Luxlordia himself, Heinrich Kunisch, who happens to be in the same port on his yacht. I mean, an actual king literally dove into the water and rescued her like something from a fucking Disney movie. They instantly fell in love, and soon after were married. And the rest, as they say, is history. History and my life. Mum got the fairy tale, and I can't think of a more deserving person to have that happen to them. But lightning doesn't strike the same family twice, that's for sure. She got the fairy tale. Tonight, I got utter humiliation. I could, and sorely want to, continue chastising myself for being an idiot, but I know deep down why I was insane enough to blurt that out to Misha, of all people. Because my back is to the wall. Because I'm desperate to wrestle back some control of my life, and the Dark Prince himself seemed like the nuclear option. The hand grenade to blow all those royal plans they have for me apart. The really annoying thing is, it's not even like I have a shrew mother or an evil royal stepfather forcing me into this. My mother is a saint and the nicest person I know. Heinrich, my stepfather, might actually be the second nicest person I know. But king or not, his back is against the wall too. The problem is this. Luxlordia is a tiny micro-country nestled between Germany, Austria, and Liechtenstein. Historically, it was a monarchy and had been ruled by the Kunisch family for the last couple of centuries. But in the 50s, in an effort to align itself with the West during the Cold War, Luxlordia got itself a parliament, which is overseen by a head of parliament, sort of like a president or prime minister. And this parliament shares power with the king having a slight majority say in things. Currently, the Luxlordian head of parliament is Heinrich's uncle, Leon Müller. He's the one pushing for this arranged marriage nonsense. Apparently, it's got something to do with Luxlordia's constitution. Heinrich's own daughter from his first marriage passed away a long time ago, and he never had more children, as he was already a widower when it happened. But in order for him to remain king and keep his majority control of the country, he needs to have a lineage. He needs me, and specifically he needs me married, with the very real prospect of having royal babies someday. Honestly, if it was just that, neither he nor my mother would be on board with this arranged marriage crap. Except Leon's been warning that a lot of the members of Parliament want to see the king's power revoked, so that they can take control of the country and basically sell it off to mining companies, I think. There's the kicker. This isn't just about me. It's about the fate of a whole country. No pressure. The thing is, as Leon explained to me when they were telling me about this whole scheme, Luxlordia has parliamentary elections coming up in 4 months. In 4 months, those in Parliament who want to sell out their own country will almost definitely be replaced. And then, if I'm still not on board with this arranged marriage, we can dissolve the whole thing. Prince Frederick, 12th in line for the basically ceremonial throne of Denmark, is, I'm sure, a nice enough guy. And it's only 4, maybe 5 months tops. Except it's more than that. I'm not an idiot. I can read the political writing on the wall. This isn't just an intermediate stopgap. This is Luxlordia trying to bring itself into the modern world with their new princess, marrying into another royal family of a well-liked country. That, and I've read the royal bylaws. This disillusion of my marriage to Frederick only happens if Parliament unanimously agrees on it. Those aren't odds I like, given that this is my life we're talking about, thank you very much. I could just refuse, of course, but then what happens? The whole country and my mother's entire fairy tale comes crashing down. So that's why I did what I did tonight, I guess. They need me to get married to save the country, and my mum's very much deserved happy ever after. Fine. But I'm doing it my way. And my way, marrying the human hand grenade known as Misha Zavakov, would unquestionably come with an expiration date. No member of the Luxlordian Parliament in their right mind would want the royal princess married to that mob-connected, scandal-ridden, egotistical maniac a second longer than is necessary. Or at least that's the conclusion my drunk ass came to when I laid eyes on Misha tonight. I finish brushing my teeth and stagger into my bedroom and collapse onto the bed with a groan. I can't believe I just did that. I cringe yet again as I bury my still spinning head in my pillows. I, the girl who's barely even had a boyfriend and who's never rounded second base, just proposed tonight. To Lucifer himself. I asked Misha, the Dark Prince of OHA, who hates me, to freaking marry me. I'd honestly be less ashamed of myself if I'd just jumped into bed with him instead. The thought makes me groan and then blush, and then bite my lip before I cringe again and shake those thoughts away. I want to lock myself in my room for the rest of the school year to avoid the humiliation when this gets out. Wait. Okay, actually, there are two saving graces about tonight. One is that I have the cottage to myself, so I don't have to lie to Tenley or rehash my debacle of an evening with her. But the second is that luckily we're talking about Misha fucking Zavakov here. The party animal extraordinaire of Oxford Hills. When I think about it, I breathe a sigh of relief. He'll drink and snort and screw whatever I just said to him out of his head by morning. I'm sure of it. When he wakes up in his harem of groupies, I'm sure he'll have forgotten I was even at that party tonight. The thought brings up a sour feeling, but I quickly shake it aside. Instead, I force myself to gulp down 3 glasses of water, drag the covers over myself, and let the spinning of my head pull me to sleep. This is fine. When I wake up, all of this will be a distant, foggy memory. Remnants of a dream. This will be fine. Right?
Chapter 4. Misha. Another? I glance up at Lucas holding another beer out to me. I shrug. Sure. He pops the cap with his teeth, one of those weird Lucas things he does, a remnant of the shadowed past of his that Ilya and I only ever get glimpses of. Whatever that past is, though, I know it's not pretty. Ilya, Lucas, and I have all got scars, inside and out. But there's a depth to Lucas's scar tissue that neither Ilya nor I can come close to. A couple of years ago, Lucas lived a far different life than he does now. He was on the streets of Montenegro, doing God knows what to survive. But then he was found and rescued. Viktor Komarov, a business associate of both Ilya's uncle Yuri and my father, runs a foundation with his wife Fiona that rescues children from abuse and trafficking around the world. A lot of those kids are, mercifully, rescued young. Some aren't that lucky. Lucas is one of those. Unlucky but ultimately saved. He was 14 when the Free Them Foundation pulled him out of hell itself. Victor and Fiona ended up adopting him and bringing him up in the ways of the Bratva, like Ilya and me. He hides the trauma of his past well under his usually brooding, emotionless face. But you get peeks of that darkness here and there, and it can be chilling. But he's one of my best friends, and with Ilya gone half the time with Tenley these days, he and I have been spending a lot of quality one-on-one time together. Like, for instance, our current situation drinking beers on the roof of the former cathedral, now the Oxford Hills dining hall. Nostarovia, I grunt when he passes me the bottle. Cheers, he mutters back, clinking his to mine. We stare out over the savannah, the campus of OHA spread out before us like hunting grounds. And we are the hunters here. Ilya's the wolf, cold, calculating, deadly. I'm the lion, the king who will rule. The golden boy heir to Boris Savakov, and an apex predator in my own right. Lucas, he's the dragon. Armored, hardened, hidden deep in his own cave somewhere, poised to breathe fire and destruction. At least, those are the nicknames bandied about by the other students here, the sheep that we hunt, the ones we both terrify and electrify. Under other circumstances, I might be a lot more like any of the other guys at OHA. I come from immense wealth and privilege. I'm smart, I was genetically blessed, and I will one day command an empire. That's not all that different from, say, someone like Carl Jung, Oxford Hill star striker in the football team and son of a Korean shipping billionaire. Those other circumstances might have included a mother. They might have included a father who parented with love and compassion, not cold brutality and calculation. They might have included fun, happy memories from childhood, as opposed to being taught how to break down an AK with a blindfold on at 10 years old. Or your father buying you a woman for the night on your 14th birthday to make a man out of you. These other kids of wealth, power, and influence here, they grew up with families. I grew up with a wartime general, and it all started with her. Hey, that party we threw the other day. I shake my thoughts away and glance over at my friend. I take a sip of my beer. Which one? 2 weeks ago. You were breaking glasses like an asshole and that Sarah Prescott girl twisted her ankle running outside to go skinny dipping. Oh, that party. My explosive and yet cold first encounter with Charlotte Burgundham. Or my second encounter with her, that is. And what about it? I heard Charlotte Burgundham threw up in our living room. My jaw grinds. Princess Diaries? Lucas frowns. You know people can't choose their backgrounds or where they came from or who their parents marry, right? I roll my eyes. Chill out, Saint Komarov. It's just a fucking nickname. He shrugs and drinks his beer. Just weird that she was there. I've literally never seen her at any party, never mind one of our ragers. I forgot she was even there. Well, that's just plain not true. At all. Because in the last 2 weeks since that party, almost all I can think of is her and that night. And just like always, it brings up the war inside of me. Lust versus hatred. Desire battling scorn. Obsession wrestling with revenge. Flashbacks of a father's wrath and the smirk of a little girl. I turn to glare out over the campus beneath me as I drink deeply from my beer. For a long time, I could forget. I could lose myself in Boris's training and let the punishments numb me to the beginning of my broken story. Then, years later, she was in the fucking news, and it all came roaring back. Her mother was marrying the king of Luxlordia, and that smiling face of hers was everywhere. Then she showed up here, at Oxford Hills, like a shadow, like a fucking phantom from my past. I've done my best to keep her from my mind and my sight ever since, but then that party happened. That party and the object of my scorn and desire all but throwing herself at my feet and asking me to fucking marry her. It was amusing and bewildering enough before. Since then, though, I've done my homework. I've read the royal gossip blogs and heard the rumors of her impending arranged marriage to Prince Frederick of Denmark. And suddenly, her slurred, drunk proposal that night makes a lot of sense. I mean, It doesn't, but I'm connecting the dots of how she got to that point. First, she ruined me. Then she invaded my world here at OHA. And now, she needs this. I smile coldly. I should do it. Take her up on her absurd proposal, that is, if only just to ruin her right back. To strip her of everything, the way she stripped me of so much. This is not the first time in the last 2 weeks I've thought of it either. Of saying yes and binding her to me. Of using that to humiliate her and wreck her. I finish off the last of my beer as I see Lucas stand in my peripheral vision. I'll take another if you're grabbing one. He shakes his head. Nah, I'm going to grab some dinner. You coming? I shrug. Sure. My phone rings. With a frown, I glance at it, and my mood instantly sours. I've been avoiding my father the last 2 weeks after his decision that I need to reinvent myself or else. When I don't answer, instantly a text comes through. Fuckhead. Возьми трубку. Pick up the phone. That your dad? Unfortunately. I nod my chin at him. Take off, I'll catch up. I should take this. Lucas's mouth twists. Good luck. When he's gone, I dial my dad again and lift the phone to my ear. My father would have whipped me if I did not answer his call, Misha. Boris growls into the phone. Sorry, sir, I grunt. I was studying. He laughs coldly. Don't lie to me, boy. I grit my teeth. What can I do for you? Boris doesn't call to catch up or see how school is going. He calls when he needs his top soldier to do something for the Savakov Empire. You can wipe that fucking tone from your voice and tell me why it is, after all that we spoke about 2 weeks ago. His voice is rising, growing louder, angrier and more erratic. You can tell me, he roars into my ear, why it is I am looking at my idiot fucking son in the goddamn tabloids. My brow furrows. What? A night out in London? He bellows. You driving around in your fucking underwear? The daughter of a member of the House of Lords hanging out of your car window, high on coke, flashing the entire city with her fucking tits? Is that ringing any bells? I groan. Dad, that was last summer. That was months ago. Well, it's in today's press, Misha, he roars. My jaw clenches. A year ago, or even a few months ago when this actually happened, my father would have congratulated me. He would have claimed credit for making me in his image. A chip off the old block, as they say. Because he did. Make me this way, that is. The hookers at 14. The first taste of cocaine on my 16th birthday. Drilling it into my head for years that I was a lion, and that the world was my hunting ground to exploit and plunder. Something you want to say, boy? He snarls at my pointed silence. My teeth grind. No, I growl quietly. No, sir. This fucking stops, Misha. Do you understand me? This is done. Lions are kings. Act like one. I roll my eyes as the fury swirls in my core. There is an empire at stake here, Misha. My empire. And I did not bleed, kill, and suffer to hand it to a spoiled little boy who wants to parade around the tabloids in his underwear. Dad, I've been good this term. Be better than good. Show me you're a man, not a boy, Misha. Show me you can grow up and shoulder responsibility. If you don't have the balls to pull that off, you can kiss this kingdom goodbye. He hangs up, just like that. My face is grim as I sink back onto the patio chair on the roof of the dining hall. I'm about to throw my fucking phone out into the evening sunset when it rings again. This time it's Christoph, my father's second in command, and a man who's somewhere between an uncle and an older brother to me. My upbringing was cold and hard, even if I had all the money and comforts in the world. It was Christoph who made it bearable. He was the buffer between me and my father, who could at times distill my dad's wrath into something a little more palatable. You okay? I frown. Yeah, fine. I was in his office when he called just now, Misha. I say nothing. You know he loves you, yes? I mean, in his own. I'm not really in the mood for an after-school special on the complexities of father-son relationships, Christoph. He sighs. It sounded like a rough call. I'm sorry, Misha. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I'll just go fucking unmake myself for him. Maybe he can spend the next 10 years molding me into a new son. That's actually why I'm calling. What? Got the reprogramming schedule already mapped out for me? Tell me, is it going to be like that shit in A Clockwork Orange, with the weird-ass contraption holding my eyelids open so Boris can... I mean, I'm calling because your father doesn't have 10 years. I freeze. My pulse drops for a second as I peer across the sunset's glow on the grounds below. Excuse me? Christoph sighs heavily. I'm breaking your father's direct command in telling you this, and it's the first time I've ever done that in the 20 years I've worked for him. But this is different. You deserve to know, Misha, to plan for it, to make peace with it. What? Is he dying? Yes. I blink. I swallow. How long? 4 years? Months, maybe. Probably. I reach behind me, fumbling for one of the last beers in the bag Lucas and I brought up here. I twist the cap off and slug down half the bottle as my brain churns into overdrive. It's hard to pinpoint the emotion I'm feeling, probably because it's a mixture of them, all fighting for first place. Sadness, elation, anger, relief. Misha, I'm here. Christoph grunts. Listen, I'm telling you this on the understanding that you won't tell your father I told you. I'm asking that favor of you. I nod. Yeah, no, I take another big gulp of beer. I won't. Look, I know the two of you have a complex relationship. I laugh coldly. But he's still your father, Misha. You are still his blood. So you're telling me so I can, what? Go talk to a therapist about how to handle my grief? I say coldly and sarcastically. If you think you need, I don't. And that's up to you. But that isn't the only reason I'm telling you this. My brows knit. Well? He takes a deep breath. As of right now, you're still named in his will to take over his empire, Misha. You'll be king. I know he's been banging his sword on his shield about you cleaning up your act. I snort. But I also know you are who you are, and that is Boris's son of his own making. I am telling you this because in 4 months, your father may depart this world. And, as of right now, you're going to be king. Suddenly it clicks. You're telling me I need to play nice for 4 months to keep myself in his good graces, if I want to take over the kingdom. In the coldest, simplest terms, yes. I scowl into my beer before I take another swig. 4 months. I have 4 months to show my father I can shoulder responsibility. That I can be the man he now wants me to be. I'm trying to figure out exactly how the fuck I'm supposed to do that when I suddenly look down at the campus grounds below me, and I freeze when my eyes land on her. Charlotte. My lips curl into a cold, calculating smile. Christoph, I'll call you back. I hang up. Then I stay right where I am, watching Charlotte Burgundham walk toward the front door to the dining hall, blissfully unaware that the lion has her in his sights. And suddenly, I have an idea precisely how to show my father that my hand is ready to guide his empire. I start to grin. It's elegantly perfect. 2 birds, 1 stone. Pacify my father's rage and distrust, and in the same swing, destroy the girl who destroyed my childhood. My eyes stay on her as my grin widens, teeth bared. Revenge is in the palm of my hand, and I plan on squeezing hard.
Chapter 5. Charlotte. 2 weeks after utterly humiliating myself in front of the devil himself, you'd think my bruised dignity would have healed. It has not. For more than a year at Oxford Hills, I've barely had any interaction with Misha at all. We don't have any of the same classes, I'm clearly not one for parties, and I've never had the desire so many other girls at this school seem to have, i.e., to jump into his bed. In the private study room in OHA's gorgeous old library, I sit back in my chair and blush. Well, you know, I haven't really wanted to jump into his bed. I mean, maybe it's crossed my mind, but purely in a fantasy capacity. It's just human conditioning to see a tall, broad-shouldered, strong-jawed, broodingly sexy guy like Misha as attractive. Evolution, however, looks past the prick personality and smug arsehole demeanour. I don't, which is why I am not a notch on Misha's bedpost, thank you very much. Yet after a year of basically no interaction with him, for the last 2 weeks I've been seeing him everywhere. Constantly. He's in the dining hall when I am, and the 3 little Brotvar lords of OHA never eat in the dining room. I see him in the hallways between classes. I see him on campus, strolling around, looking smug and prickish and handsome like he always has. Except something's changed now. For me, at least. Misha has always been the consummately grinning, laughing party boy to the max, but I've seen a different Misha now. I've seen the lion snarl, and it scared the hell out of me. Now there's a lingering shiver at the base of my spine when I see him laughing or smirking away somewhere. I've peeked behind the curtain, and now I see through the golden-maned facade to the dark beast within. For that reason, I've spent the last 2 weeks fastidiously running the opposite direction whenever our paths cross or even draw close. For one, because of the aforementioned shiver, but also because I'm still mortified that I said any of that stuff to him. I'm humiliated that I puked at his feet and asked him to marry me. I mean, seriously, you don't come back from that. I've spent almost every morning since that day prepared to walk out of my cottage to the jeering ridicule of the entire school. And yet, every day I'm pleasantly surprised when it doesn't happen. There have been no sneering quips from Ainsley Hendershire and the rest of the snob mob, as Tenley and I call them. No memes about my humiliation on social media. Nothing. And now, 2 weeks later, I think I finally might be able to bury my shame. Because by this point, I think it's fair to say I was, miraculously, right that first night. He doesn't remember any of it. Whatever I said, Misha's legendary ability to drown himself and those around him in excess have erased it from whatever is left of his short-term memory. Slowly, for the first time in 2 weeks, a genuine smile spreads across my face. Relief washes over me as I exhale the tension I've been holding in ever since that night. My shoulders lower as I smirk to myself and glance back down at my notes. The perfect crime. Humiliate myself in front of Satan himself, and he forgets the entire thing ever happened. Glorious. I'm reaching for my pen when suddenly the door to the private study room slams in. I gasp, jerking my head up as my breath catches in my throat. My eyes go wide as he storms in, like a hurricane. Misha's haunting, piercing blue eyes lance into mine, pinning me into my chair. He strides into the room with so much energy swirling around him that it might as well be thunderclouds and lightning flashes. The door is kicked shut behind him. He locks it, and my pulse thuds as my face pales. What? I'll do it. Time glitches. I stare at him. knowing what he means and wishing from the very bottom of my soul that I didn't. So much for him not remembering. Do what? You know what I'm talking about, Princess Diaries. He grunts. So, save yourself more embarrassment by skipping the part where you try and tell me you were so drunk that you don't remember puking on my feet and proposing to me. Dear God, please kill me now. Please? I shrink under his gaze, wincing at the cringe that spreads over me. My teeth drag over my lips as he stands there, almost pulsing with dark energy as he folds his arms over his chest and leans against the door as if locking it even more. I just said I'll do it, so save yourself the bullshit. I swallow. You want me to marry you. I know why. My brows arch. You do? Not a fan of hot glug and meatballs, are you? I cringe, feeling my face burn. Oh, that. Yes, that. He spits. So, let's skip the bullshit and the, oh, Misha, what are you talking about? He crows in a high-pitched voice. I don't sound like that. He rolls his eyes. I'm saying I know, and I'm telling you, yes, so don't overthink it. You're serious? Jesus fucking Christ, you are smart enough to have gotten in here, right? I squint suspiciously at him. Misha smiles coldly. Yes, Princess Diaries. I'll do it. His smile widens predatorially. With conditions. My hands are instantly clammy as I swallow the lump that has formed in my throat. What conditions? My conditions. I clear my throat. Which are? That you're mine. My pulse skips as I stare at him, my face paling. Excuse me? I croak. You heard me. The lion growls. You are mine. All of you. I stare at him in shock. The wheels in my head are spinning, but the gears aren't meshing. He can't, right? He doesn't really mean... I do. I startle, wondering for a second if I've been blurting my thoughts out loud like a crazy person. What? What you're thinking. He's not wearing the uniform blazer, and the sleeves of Misha's school dress shirt are rolled up to mid-forearm. The muscles beneath the labyrinth of tattoos covering his arms ripple, pulling my gaze and clouding my thoughts. I do mean that. He growls quietly. I blink, swallowing another lump in my throat. Time stands still as I drag my gaze from his forearms over his broad chest up to his haughty, princely, smirking face. My eyes narrow. You're an asshole and a pig. And apparently your only option. So I'd say your negotiation leeway is slim here. I glare at him. You are not my only option. He chuckles darkly. No? Then please, by all means, go to them. Or get ready to start enjoying cold as fuck fjords and a winter that lasts for 10 fucking months. Harder, princess. He starts to turn for the door. Stop! My voice blurts out in a rush as I stand. My heart hammers in my chest. Wait. He pauses. Slowly, that obnoxiously handsome face turns to me, the perpetually smug grin on his perfect lips. Just so we're clear, you mean... You. All of you. Whatever I want from you. His lips curl devilishly. My pulse thuds, my core clenches, out of fear but traitorously in other ways too. I chew on my lip. I set the pace. What the actual fuck am I saying? I want to stop myself or shut myself up, but I don't, and I don't really understand why. Misha raises his eyebrows, smiling in amusement. I set the pace. I whisper. I mean with... I know what you mean. His jaw tightens. His piercing eyes do what they do best, rip away any armor or defenses I have, and stare at my naked soul. Fine, he growls. What is happening? How did we get to the point in my life where I'm negotiating, this with Misha fucking Zavakov? If I say stop to anything, we'll see. I balk, my eyes bulging as I stare at him. This is insane. I mean, I'm about to make a deal with the devil himself here. I could walk away. I should walk away. It's just marrying a Danish prince, for fuck's sake. It's not life in prison or anything. Am I really considering signing up for this? With him? And what does that make me? When would we start? That's not what I meant to say out loud. I meant to say, fuck this, before shoving past him and out the door. But for some reason, I can't do that. A dark, twisted, fucked up part of me won't let me. Misha grins, like those piercing eyes can see right through my skin and bone and read my very thoughts. Like he can see the war of wills raging inside my head and he's enjoying it. Immediately. I shiver. Meaning? I croak. Meaning. He growls as he suddenly moves toward me. There's a desk between us. Before I can even register what's happening, he's clamped his big, strong, inked hands over the edge of it and shoved it to the side across the floor. My mouth falls open. My pulse thuds in my ears as the Dark Prince himself, the Lion of Oxford Hills Academy, suddenly storms right into my personal space. His hand shoots out to grab the front of my school blouse. I gasp as he yanks me into him, with his other hand suddenly coming up to cup my jaw. I'm shaking all over as he tilts my head so that my wide eyes focus on his gleaming, primal ones. Meaning. Immediately. Horribly. Shamefully. I want to give in, right here. I want to say, okay, and let him do what he will, because that dark, twisted part of me wants that. But slowly, sanity regains control. My body remembers how to move, my lips remember how to form words, and my brain powers back on. No, I whisper. Misha chuckles darkly. You don't mean that. That's just your ego refusing to give in. I stare at him. You don't know a thing about... I know this, Princess Daris. He hisses quietly. You're out of options. Your mom married a king, and they need you married off to keep power. He smirks at my shocked expression. Any idiot can read between the tabloid headlines. So there's that. And we both know damn well that there aren't any other options for you, because we also both know damn well that I would be your very fucking last choice on Earth. You wouldn't ask me if you possibly had any other options. You got that right, I snap. He smirks. If you're trying to hurt my feelings, you'll need to try harder. Trust me. I glare at him. He glares right back. I'm giving you a way out, princess. For a price, I hiss. Nothing in this world is free. Good Lord, I should be disgusted by this entire thing, except I'm not. If I really was, I'd be out that door already, running right to Prince Frederick. The fact that I'm not says something. I'm just not sure I'm ready to face or acknowledge what that something is. I need to sleep on this. Misha's jaw grinds. Slowly, his lips curl into a sneer. You have 24 hours. I blanch. Wait, what? Before I rescind my offer. His hands drop from me. Without another word, he turns, walks to the door and unlocks it. He swings it open and starts to step out before he pauses in the doorway. His head turns, and his piercing gaze slices into me once more. And then he's gone, leaving me panting and squirming, terrified and turned on. Scared for the drop, but taking a deep breath before I jump. Chapter 6. Charlotte. I was 3 when my dad took off for the last time. It had happened about half a dozen times before, in between contributing to my DNA makeup and that day when he eventually left for good. That final slam of the door marked the start of a new chapter, just me and my mum against the world. And we've made a great team. I tell my mother everything. Granted, it's not like there have been any sordid details of my private life I've needed to keep from her. The mix of studying my butt off to keep my marks the highest in the class, working 2 after-school jobs, and being dirt poor didn't exactly lead to a vibrant dating life. Or any dating life at all, really. Ironically, neither did becoming royal, unfathomably wealthy, and going to the most exclusive school in the world. Sometimes you just can't win. I've had boyfriends, 2 of them, but neither was much to talk about, and neither created any of those sordid teen memories you most certainly aren't telling your mother about. I've never been ashamed or embarrassed by that, though. I know lots of people my age agonize about sex, about having too much of it or mostly not enough of it, but it's always been on the back burner for me. It's not because I don't want sex. I do. I mean, I have a libido, and it's at times out of control. It's simply that I've spent the last few years where I might have otherwise been exploring that, poor and grinding to keep the lights on. Or after that wasn't the case, I was being thrust into the royal spotlight where I never had a moment to myself, let alone to date or be intimate. So it's never happened. Hardly anything has ever happened. Currently, this presents an even bigger problem with the Misha arrangement. There's no subtlety about what this exchange entails. He knows I need him and why, and he wasn't shy in the slightest about laying out the terms. I'll get my hand grenade of a fake but not so fake husband, someone who will act like a nuclear bomb on these plans of marrying me off on someone else's terms. Someone with a definite expiration date that those in power in Luxlordia will be all too happy to abide by. They'll be all too happy to keep it a damn secret, too. Because that's the other thing. I am not going to be publicly linked in a romantic sense, or any damn sense, to Misha Zavakov. Not a freaking chance. If I do this, we're keeping it a secret, a horrible, dark, burning secret, a secret I'd rather take to my grave. And the people who will have to know will be the very people who will move mountains to keep it a secret. Yes, marrying Misha technically cements the throne of Luxlordia and keeps things as they are, but in terms of public image on the world stage, it's a fucking disaster. The royal princess marrying the heir to a Bratva-connected, corrupt oligarch's empire, and one with his record, oh, they'll bury this as deep as they can. So that's all my part of the deal. I get a fake husband to upset the plans that have been made for me. Then there's Misha's side of the arrangement. Misha gets me. He gets my body. And with that, he gets both my fear and my nervous, traitorous excitement about what that means. I want to be revolted by his end of things with this exchange. It's exploitive. It's sick. It's basically using sex as an instrument of bullying. Except there's one little piece inside of me that won't allow my mind and my body to fully put it in the scream and run category, where it should be. When the rest of my head yells, "This is fucked up, wrong, and awful," there's one solitary voice in the back of my subconscious that whispers, "Is it, though?" And it's just enough of a soft touch on the brakes to stop me from driving off. It's like looking over a cliff into the abyss. Your heart sinks and your stomach knots, but there's that tiny part of you that's dying to know what's down there. Misha Zavakov is a black hole sucking up the light of the sun. The problem is, I'm crazy curious to know what's on the other side. I shower quickly and dry off in a daze. It's nighttime, long after school hours, but I still put on my uniform, black, green, and gold tartan skirt. White short-sleeved blouse, topped with the black jacket with green and gold trim, and the golden Oxford Hills crest on the chest. dark green knee socks and black flats. I meet my reflection in the mirror and take a slow, measured breath before I start to comb out my hair. I know this is going to hurt my mother. Even if she'll understand why I'm doing it, it's going to dim that fairy tale happy ever after. But my back is to the wall, and I'm hoping she'll understand that acting the only way you can when you're up against the wall is the best survival tactic she ever taught me. Her own back was against the wall for my entire life, right up until the moment Heinrich pulled her out of the Mediterranean. I learned this from her. To fight, to claw and scratch and burn to keep yourself above the water. I swallow as I glance at the time. My 24 hours, as eye-rolling a demand as that was, and probably best forgotten, is almost up. It's time. Fuck it. I glance at the clock once more and inhale and exhale deeply. My final breath before the drop, before the plunge, before the dark, unknown waters pull me under.
Chapter 7. Misha. It's an unusually subdued night at Lordship Manor. Ilya is off somewhere with Tinley, of course, and Lucas is out on one of his weird, creepy little prowls in Manchester. Motherfucker is like a fucking werewolf sometimes, and I'm pretty sure I do not want to know what he does when he goes out like this. Ever. So that leaves me picking up the slack. Me and the 20-odd people currently with me in the billiards room of the manor house I call home. This is life for me. I drink, smoke, and snort. I fuck. I rule over a kingdom as its dark lord. I tinker with engines here and there. I box. Oh, and I suppose I occasionally study or do some homework. In that regard, I'm lucky. As fearfully as the school's disciplinary and academic boards look at Ilya, Lucas, and I, and as powerful as our families are, OHA's legacy as the single best school in the world is rock solid. You don't just have to be dynastically rich and powerful to come here. You've got to be smart, too. And you need to be smart enough to do well here, too. I might party like a member of Led Zeppelin in the 70s, but if I was truly slacking off on the schoolwork end of things, I'd be out of here so fast my head would spin. But luckily, I seem to have won the genetic and life lottery straight across the board. My father's size and build, my mother's looks. Well, I'm assuming, given that Boris is basically a gorilla. A winning smile, an ability to charm that borders on sociopathic, a third leg for a dick, the ability to consume more drugs and alcohol than Elvis headlining Las Vegas. And I'm really, really fucking smart. Tonight, though, that takes a back seat. Tonight, I'm trying to turn my brain off. She's not coming. I glare into the crystal tumbler of bourbon in my hand with a scowl. I'm a little confused why Charlotte not showing up pisses me off. The easy answer is because if she refuses, I don't get to exact my revenge on her. But that's incorrect. There are 1,000,001 ways I could ruin Charlotte Burgundham without being part of this absurd marriage. Perhaps it's because I need her, too. With Boris on the warpath, and apparently with a limited lease on life, I need to be a part of this farce in order to secure my future. But that's also not entirely true. I'm at a school with a couple hundred of the, bar none, most sought-after girls in the world. Beautiful, cultured, moneyed, connected, all with bright, golden futures. I could literally point at any one of the 15 girls in this very room right this instant and tell her she was marrying me, and she'd be unable to trip over herself to say yes fast enough. But I don't want these girls. I don't want any of the girls in this place. Except her. And that's a very confusing, irritating state of mind. Just as irritating as it would be to admit to myself that I'm mad Charlotte isn't here because I want her. Not for torment, not for revenge. I mean, I do want those things, but at the base of it is something much more carnal, much more primitive. I want Charlotte because I want to possess her. I want her because she turns my fucking blood to fire and my cock to iron. My eyes slip back to the clock on the wall near the billiards table. My face darkens as I watch the minutes tick down. She's not coming.
You want in on this, bruv?
Marco Littleton, OHA's rugby team star open side flanker, grins as he passes me a massive spliff, already lit and curling with smoke. Do bears shit in the woods? I nod as I take it and inhale deeply. The sour, sweet smoke fills my lungs, and when I exhale, the voice roaring about Charlotte in my head shuts the fuck up a little. Perfect.
Misha!
I look up to see 3 girls and 2 other guys in various states of undress sitting around a card table across the room. The blonde who's down to her bra and panties grins saucily at me.
We're playing strip poker. Come join us.
Tempting. Very tempting. Except the foulness of my current mood is souring my usual desire to jump headfirst into hedonism. And that mood is all due to a certain fucking princess who is not showing the fuck up. Someone knocks at the door of the smoke-hazy billiards room. I frown slightly and turn toward it. Enter. It opens, and suddenly my chest tightens. I inhale through clenched teeth before my mouth draws to a line, and Charlotte steps into my world. She startles when she realizes I'm not alone. Her face pales as her eyes dart around the room full of people staring at her. Her cheeks blush, and she pushes her dark-rimmed glasses up her nose. Half the room is half naked. The other half is in expensive, casual clothes. Charlotte looks like she's dressed for the school spelling bee. The full OHA uniform, including, eye-rollingly enough, the fucking blazer. She reaches up to push a single errant strand of her otherwise flawlessly pulled back hair behind her ear. Her eyes finally decide to settle on me, and her face burns hotly. Yes? The corners of my lips curl. I know why she's here, obviously, but I'm going to enjoy watching her squirm at the thought of saying it in front of these people. And squirm she does. Charlotte twists like a fish on the line, chewing her lip and picking at her nails. One of the girls at the poker table makes a miffed sound. Charlotte purses her lips and glares at the girl before she drags her gaze to me.
We need to talk.
Except for Chet Faker's gold thudding quietly over the system, the smoky room is silent as the 2 of us lock eyes. Leave, I grunt after a few long, silent seconds. The rest of you, I mean. Now! They move instantly. They know. They obey the word of the king. Even the half-undressed students at the poker table scramble to collect their shit and scurry past Charlotte for the door. When the door shuts behind the last of them, Marco Littleton, we're alone. Yes? Charlotte shifts on her feet, eyeing me cautiously. But she's here. She's here in the lion's den.
If you're busy...
You're cutting it close? Her nose wrinkles.
What?
I said 24 hours. I nod my chin at the clock on the wall by the billiards table. Charlotte stares at me with a mix of annoyance and uncertainty.
It's only been 23 hours and 52 minutes.
Fair enough. So, your answer? She swallows as redness floods her cheeks. She looks at the floor before she draws in a breath. Her head rises, her big blue eyes finding mine across the smoky room.
My provisions from before remain.
I've already spoken to that. She chews on her lip.
I set the pace.
Fine, I grunt.
And if I say no to something...
I told you we'd see about that. Her eyes widen as her face pales, but there's a spark of something behind that look. I hold her gaze, unblinking, a taut, hard smile on my lips. We'll see if you actually say no. Her mouth purses tightly.
I have other stipulations, too.
My eyes roll. You have a lot of demands for someone who needs my help.
I think you've been pretty clear that you get something out of this, too.
She snaps. My smile widens. Yes, I do. She shivers. I like that she does. I like that I have her on edge, uncertain, knocked down a peg, like I was. But as enticing as the thought of turning Charlotte into my own personal little plaything is, I remind myself that I get much more than her body out of this arrangement. I get a future and an empire. I need this too, but that doesn't mean I need to show her my hand. What are your further demands? I grunt, sipping my drink.
We don't make this public. At all.
I feel like I should be insulted at how fast she says that one.
I mean, I'm going to be telling my mother and stepfather, obviously. But they're going to bend over backward to keep this under wraps.
I smirk. Fine.
At school, though. I mean.
Just want me as your dirty little secret, Princess Diaries. Charlotte purses her lips.
Let's say I'd rather graduate with a shred of my dignity and at least a piece of my reputation still intact.
I think publicly being linked to me would do a lot for your reputation here, actually.
Which is precisely what I'm afraid of.
She smiles icily. I roll my eyes. Fine. Like I need my reputation at OHA sullied by being married to Princess Diaries, or to anyone. That it?
No.
My brow furrows. Jesus, what else is there?
No sleeping around with other girls.
I pause with half the glass of bourbon inches from my lips. Excuse me. I cock one brow. I was under the impression you wanted me to be a part of this charade because I'm a train wreck for your royal parents' plan.
I want to piss off the people pushing me to get married on their terms, not catch something.
I glare at her. I'm clean.
And I'm firm on that rule.
Yeah? I growl. Then you'd better believe that you're doing exactly what I say, when I say it. I sip from the glass slowly, relishing the way her face flushes. Got it?
Oh, and no kissing.
I frown. What?
No kissing. It feels... She shrugs. Intimate.
I'm not sure you understand that word in the context of our arrangement. She blushes deeper, fidgeting as she plays with her fingers.
Funny. I'll...
She chews at her lip, stammering.
Just no kissing.
Fine, I grunt. I can't tell if I'm angry at being denied those lips or annoyed that I'm still giving in to these conditions of hers. No kissing, I mutter. But anything else I ask for?
Unless I say no.
Let's find out, shall we? I stand, and her face pales.
Wait, what?
I said. I growl quietly, my eyes hard and locked on her. Let's find out. Charlotte trembles, sucking her lower lip between her teeth. She eyes me warily, tensing as I move toward her.
Find out what?
If you say no.
Chapter 8. Charlotte. This must be what a wounded gazelle feels like out in the wilds of Africa. How prey feels as the predator stalks closer. That's the effect Misha has on me as he prowls across the smoky, hazy room with the low, sultry beats of some song playing quietly in the background. My toes curl in my shoes, and my hands clench at my sides. My pulse thuds in my ears as he stalks closer and closer. His eyes never leave mine. They stab through me, like cool blue knives cutting me to the core, slicing me open and baring me to his hungry gaze. "Wait, what?" I said. He growls, glaring at me as he closes the distance between us. "Let's find out." I know what he means. I just don't know why I'm not running at the thought. I don't know why I'm still standing here, trembling, maybe a little out of fear, but maybe a little out of excitement, too. The cliff, the abyss, and me staring over the edge, unable to look away or blink. Find out what... If you say no. For a second, I glance back at the door behind me. It's only a few feet away, but it feels like miles. When I turn around again, my breath catches at how much closer he is, still moving toward me. My legs move on their own, like a survival instinct. They carry me back away from him, retreating until my butt hits the side of the billiards table. Trapped. Misha smirks as he moves closer and closer, taking his damn time like he wants me to feel every second of the approach, every moment of the anticipation. My mind is a jumble of maybes. Maybe I shouldn't have ever agreed to this. Maybe I should have just married Prince Frederick. Maybe coming here to Misha's lair was a terrible idea. Maybe Misha Zavakov is way, way more of a dangerous psychopath than anyone thinks he is. Maybe I should run. Maybe I should be more scared than I am. Maybe I shouldn't be nervously excited. Maybe I shouldn't be so turned on right now. With a growl, he suddenly closes the distance between us. I gasp as he pins me to the side of the table and leans close to me. So close that for a second I think he's going to break one of the rules we've just agreed on. His lips are so damn close to mine. So close I can feel the heat of him and smell the bourbon on his breath mixed with his masculine cologne. That is way too intoxicating. But he pauses, with his mouth barely an inch from mine. Time freezes, and I'm scared even to breathe. Like he might steal the very oxygen from my lungs if I do. "I can't wait," he growls. "For?" I croak out in a whisper across the inch between us. "To see where your line is." His lips curl into a hungry grin. "So that I can cross right over it." He pulls back, and I feel a pulse of something fierce and hot inside as his gaze sweeps slowly over me. He takes a step back, and then another. I frown, but then I frown at my own frown. Why the fuck am I upset about him moving away from me? It's like a grizzly bear deciding not to maul you. "Take off your jacket." I blink as his gruff, deep voice purrs over me. "What?" Misha just smiles a smile that says, "You heard me." I swallow, eyeing him. "Fine." I shrug the blazer off my shoulders and turn to drape it over the edge of the billiards table. "Now the shirt." My jaw drops. My eyes stare in disbelief. "Excuse me." I said, "Take off your shirt." He growls quietly. My jaw clenches. "That's not happening." "You're doing a very poor job of convincing me this arrangement has any potential for me in the slightest." I glare at him. He's pushing my buttons on purpose. He's trying to fuck with me, to see if I run. He's going to be disappointed. "Fine, but not my bra." "I didn't ask for your bra, did I?" He eyes me steadily. "Now take your fucking shirt off." No one's ever spoken to me like this before. I mean, Christ, who the hell talks to anyone like that? Ever? Misha Zavakov, that's who. Slowly, I do as he says. My hands raise, undoing one button at a time. It's not a striptease. It's not slow to entice him. It's because I've never once taken off my shirt in front of a guy before. My face burns as I undo the last button. I peel the white blouse off, feeling my skin tingling under his gaze as I turn to drape it over the blazer. I turn back to him, but I don't drop my gaze or shy away this time. I stare right back, defiantly. His eyes sweep over me, leaving a prickling, heated sensation in their wake. He steps back and slowly sinks into a chair facing me, his hands resting on the leather armrests. Panties. My jaw drops. Misha, come on, do it, he hisses. My lips start to form the N in no, but I hold back. I don't say it. Go ahead, he says quietly. His smirk taunts me. His gorgeous, icy blue eyes dare me. Say no, Princess Diaries. Take a bow. Tap out. We'll forget the whole thing. And you can walk out of here and go deal with your shit however else you want. My pulse thuds. It's a tempting offer, but I can't do that. Or rather, a dark part of me won't let me. Fine, I whisper with a croak. Misha looks both amused and surprised. Really? He says flatly. I smirk back, emboldened by my ability to actually throw him off. Yeah, really. Smugly, I keep my eyes locked on his as I bend slightly and slip my hands under my skirt. But then I lose my nerve and drop my eyes. My face burns hotly as I hook my fingers into my panties and pull them down and off. Plain, white, boring panties. I groan inside as my face darkens with embarrassment. Wear those specially for me? Fuck you. Not yet. My breath sucks in as my eyes snap to his. There's a throbbing in my core that I'm trying to ignore, but it won't go away. It just burns hotter. Are we done now? I hiss. Misha chuckles darkly. Oh, we're just getting started, princess. His smile drops suddenly, and like before, it's like suddenly the charming Misha everyone fawns over fades, and a darker, scarred version is revealed to me. Turn around and face the billiards table. The throbbing heat in my core swells. I shiver, my face burning under his gaze. But slowly, I do. I turn, my skin prickling and my breath coming in short, quick gasps. I grip the edge of the wood and felt table with white knuckles. It's taking everything I can not to physically shake. Bend over. His voice is closer now, and it makes me startle. I gasp and turn to see him leaning forward in his chair. His eyes are like smouldering blue diamonds as his gaze hardens on me. Misha! He doesn't even have to say anything. He just unleashes one of those dark, hungry, withering looks. It's like he's taken control of me, like he's found the secret strings to make me dance like a puppet for him. Because sure enough, I'm turning back. I'm breathing heavily, my pulse thudding in my ears as I blush hot as fire. But slowly, I lean forward. My palms slide across the felt of the billiards table as I bend at the waist. Reach back. I close my eyes. It feels like the atmosphere in here is heavier than it should be, like it's harder to breathe. Princess. Okay, I whisper. I turn my head to lay my cheek across the soft billiards table felt. I close my eyes, feeling my skin throb with heat as I reach back with both hands. Pull your skirt up for me. For me. It's the possessiveness, the ownership, the forbidden heat. All of it touches a nerve in me. Because suddenly, my core is throbbing even harder with heat. My body is pulsing with an ache I've never felt before. And I'm wet, horribly, terribly, inappropriately wet. Now. I don't say anything. I can't. I just blush deeper than I ever have before, my cheek to the felt. My eyes squeeze shut as I reach behind and grasp the sides of my tartan skirt. I start to pull. The buzzing, ringing sound in my ears grows louder and louder as I tug the skirt up over my thighs. I pause, but then with a slow breath I squeeze my eyes shut even harder and keep pulling. The fabric slips up over my arse, all the way to my hips. My face is on fire. My skin feels like I've been electrocuted. The room sways as my vision swims. I squeeze my legs together tightly. I can feel his eyes drifting over me, like a forbidden caress. Okay, I gasp quietly, panting as my chest constricts. Okay, I did it, okay, Misha? Spread your legs. He's closer. I gasp, turning my head again to look behind me. My eyes widen as I realize he's standing now, his gaze focused on my bare ass. A low growl rumbles in his throat as he moves toward me, closer and closer as I quiver and gasp for oxygen, as the air feels like it's being sucked from the room. He moves next to me and leans over me until his lips are right by my ear, and his proximity is making my skin throb. Is this it? He snarls quietly as my eyes flutter shut. Is this your line? This is where you won't cross. Please, I whisper. And I thought you were so brave. He chuckles darkly. Then he slowly pulls back. I feel him move away from me, hear him step away and slowly sink back into his chair. I'm counting to 3. Princess. 1. I shiver, my toes curling against the bottom of my flats as a dull throb of heat curls in tendrils through my core. 2. Okay, I blurt in a choked voice. My eyes are shut so tightly as I slowly nod. Okay, fine. And then I do it, bent over the billiards table alone in a dark, smoky room with Misha Zavakov. I slowly spread my legs. Now he can see me. He can see all of me in a way no one else ever has before. The room is pin-drop silent. It's like he wants me to just stand here, feeling the shame and the excitement and the danger and the shredding of my dignity as deeply as possible. Then I hear him get up. I tremble and start to stand. Don't. His rough, deep voice stops me. Don't move. He growls as he steps closer to me. I think you like this, don't you? I bite my lip, throbbing everywhere, pulsing with heat everywhere. Misha. Doing what I say, that is. His hand suddenly lands on my arse. I inhale sharply, stiffening, but tingling inside. Jolted, but the skin beneath his touch pulses with heat like it's been electrified. Is it here? His hand slides over the curve of my bare arse as my eyes tighten closed and my breath catches. His big, powerful hand brushes over my skin, moving lower down toward the back of my thighs. Or here. His touch moves like he's looking for something and I know what it is. Or maybe here. He growls. I whimper as his fingers brush across the crease between my arse and my thigh. The line. He's looking for my line so that he can cross it, like he promised. I'm going to find it, princess. He purrs into my ear, leaning over me as his fingers dance so dangerously close to the heat between my thighs that my head swims. I will find the point where you say no, and that's when this war will truly begin. I swallow, panting into the table, trembling and shaking all over. Just tell me, princess. He growls. We both know I'm close. Say it, and we can move forward. I can do what we both know I have to do, and smash over your uncrossable line. And then it will be over and done with. I say nothing. His hand slips closer to my inner thigh. One thick finger drags lightly over my skin, dragging closer and closer as my core tightens and my body quivers against the table. Not yet. Misha chuckles darkly. So be it. When his hand softly cups my pussy, my eyes go wide. My mouth falls open and a silent scream, or maybe a moan, lodges in my throat. My body shudders and trembles as Misha touches me where no one ever has. Suddenly, one solitary finger curls against me. I bite my lip, but there's no hiding what all of this has done to me. Not from him. I'm soaking wet, mortifyingly so, and Misha knows it. He makes a tisking sound with his tongue against his teeth, and he chuckles darkly under his breath as his finger drags slowly through the slick wetness of my lips. My world burns. My body aches for him, for this, as fucked up as that is. The tip of his finger pauses at my opening and I tense, waiting for him to do more, to push it even further. But he doesn't. His finger drags back through my slickness until suddenly it bumps over my clit. I moan. I can't stop it. It can't be helped. And there it is, falling out of my mouth and across the felt of the billiards table like damning evidence. The smoking gun, the bloody knife. Misha chuckles again. My, princess. He growls thickly. His finger strokes my slit again, but suddenly his hand pulls away from me. We're done. I can't move. I'm standing there, bent over the billiards table, my skirt still clutched around my waist and my legs spread for Misha. My face burns like the sun. I didn't just let him do that. I liked it. He knows it too, and that makes this even worse than I ever thought it would be. You may stand. Trembling, my hands shaking, I do. My skirt drops down, and I stay facing the table. I can't look at him. Not after that. Look at me. My eyes close. My pulse thuds in my ears as I bite my lip hard. Look at me, princess. He hisses. Shaking and throbbing, I do. I turn and I dig deep to force myself to hold his gaze. Okay. My brow furrows. Okay, what? I whisper. Okay. We do this. You passed the audition. I stare at him. My embarrassment turns to fury as my eyes bore into him. You arsehole! I glare harder, shaking my head slowly as my cheeks throb with heat. No, no. If you're going to be an asshole about... I'll be me, princess. He snaps. Get used to it. I whirl away from him, snatching up my blouse and furiously yanking it on. I button it quickly and pull my jacket on after. I turn and start to kneel for my panties. No. My eyes snap to his. Misha. Leave those. A match flares inside of me. Why, oh why, does that commanding tone excite me? In fact, he growls, no more of those at all. Ever. When my face flushes and I open my mouth to throw out a retort, he stops me with a shake of his head. Consider it one of our rules. I purse my lips, trying to force down the heat from my face as we stand face to face. But slowly, Misha raises his hand and brings a finger to his mouth. I realize which finger it is just before he wraps his lips around it and sucks it meditatively. The throbbing heat rushes back to my face as he slowly slips his finger out and grins smugly at me. I think I'm going to enjoy you, wife. Chapter 9. Charlotte. Charlotte. My thoughts run rampant. Forbidden, horrible lust races through me like a maniac with a knife, slashing, stabbing, hacking, making me bleed Misha. When I close my eyes, he's there. When they're open, I imagine that his eyes are on me, and then I whirl only to see nothing. Or else I look up and he is staring at me, those eyes piercing into me like talons. Because now we share a secret. A few, actually. There's what happened the other night in the billiards room when I blush. When that happened, when he touched me and it didn't make me throw up or burst into flames. It made me want more. So much so that I'd barely gotten back to my room at the cottage before I was slipping into bed, pushing my clothes off and finishing what he started. Several times. Of course, when I was done, I wanted to slap myself. I wanted to shower in scalding water to punish myself for nauseatingly liking the fact that Misha put his hands on me. I felt like a traitor to myself afterward. That's the one secret. The other is what's to come. That soon I, Charlotte Baggendam, Princess of Luxlordia, am going to actually marry Misha Zavakov, the notorious, dark, smug-faced heir to a criminal empire, at least for 4 months. And in exchange, he'll get me, as proven by what happened the other night. It's a secret we share, and one I plan on taking to my grave. It's unnerving and yet exciting. It makes my stomach clench and my thighs too. It's very, very distracting. Miss Baggendam. I startle and look up sharply. Professor Macklin is one of OHA's newest, youngest professors in the English department, and the head of the Orators Club. He's also probably the #1 most crushed-on faculty member on campus. Sorry, Professor Macklin, I mumble, red-faced at having just been busted for daydreaming. It's extra mortifying because of who I was daydreaming about, but also embarrassing because I love Orators Club, and I'm good at it too. Surely you're distracted because you're fine-tuning your speech for these semi-finals in that head of yours, yes? I smile weakly at the look Professor Macklin gives me. Younger teachers always seem to have a way of sniffing out bullshit better than older ones, and Macklin is a bloodhound at it. But he's also not a hard-ass either. His knowing look is immediately followed by a charming, lopsided grin. Picking out tiaras in your head, Princess Diaries. Ainsley Hendershire, who, much to my chagrin, is also in the Orators Club, snickers with her little gaggle of hangers-on, a few rows down in the auditorium, where the club is meeting today. Just do make sure you bite it, like in the movies, to make sure it's real gold, okay? I smile poisonously at her, as she giggles with her crew of shrews. Dreaming of sausages, Ainsley? I shoot back. Ainsley's the heiress to a grocery store chain fortune. She's also popular amongst the male population of OHA, which is an open secret that only she seems to think no one knows about. I wouldn't recommend biting them, though. You might lose that reputation your poor knees have worked so hard for. The rest of the students in the auditorium burst into laughter as Ainsley glares daggers at me. Ladies, Professor Macklin sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. I think that's quite enough of that, don't you? Ainsley mouths a less than cordial C word at me. I smile and flip her off before I turn back to Professor Macklin. As I was saying before society started to crumble, he says, clearing his throat, I really like our odds this year of making it to the All-School Cup, but that means we need to concentrate on the semi-finals coming up. Remember that as a team, we need at least 3 of you to qualify in the semis to advance to the cup tournament. Some people get really jazzed about football or rugby. Others are all about the swim team or student government or whatever. In spite of being the fake princess at this school and all the bull crap that came with it last year, I actually love public speaking. And that's the whole point of the Orators Club. You read speeches or make an empowering argument. Or, if you're me, you zone out in the middle of a club meeting with dirty thoughts about Misha fucking Zavakov. So that's the meeting. Professor Macklin claps his hands together as everyone starts to get up and gather their stuff. Please do start thinking about narrowing down which piece you want to do for semis. It's no secret that the judging panel for those has a soft spot for anything Churchill or Roosevelt, so consider that. I'm shouldering my school bag when he clears his throat again. Charlotte, could I have a word? Ainsley shoots me a dramatic, you're in trouble now look. I pantomime a blowjob back. She sneers and whirls to storm out of the room. I don't know if that was quite necessary, do you? I blush as I turn, realizing that Professor Macklin absolutely just caught my lewd gesture. Sorry, Professor, I mumble. No, it wasn't. When I look up, he's grinning a little. As professors go, Macklin is pretty cool. Let's say it was 25% necessary and agree to keep it until I'm out of eyesight next time, shall we? I smile. Agreed. He nods. Good. Look, Charlotte, you're obviously one of my top contenders. You're the best shot we have at one of those 3 qualifier spaces in the semis. You just seem... He frowns. Everything good? Yes? My brow furrows. Why? Can you recall a single thing I was talking about at this meeting? My face darkens as I look down. No, sir. He chuckles. Charlotte, you're not in trouble or anything. I just want to make sure your head is in the game, that's all. You're good? Fine, yeah, I shrug. Just family stuff. When you play the Game of Thrones. I snort and roll my eyes. You have no idea how close to the truth that is. Well, if you find any dragon eggs, please bring them to the next meeting. Just try and also bring what speech you'll be giving at semis, and a little bit more concentration as well. I grin. I can do that. The speech and paying attention, I mean. No promises on the dragon eggs. He laughs. Look, you did Teddy Roosevelt's Citizenship in a Republic at the end of last term at the junior level competition, and it was brilliant. Think about revisiting that for semis. I nod slowly, playing it out in my head. Yeah, I might do that. Good. See you next meeting. Thanks, Professor Macklin. I turn to leave. Oh, and Charlotte. I glance back. Whatever's pulling your attention, really try and leave it at the door next time, yeah? I'll try. Outside the auditorium, though, I groan. Easier said than done. Much, much easier. Because what's pulling my attention isn't going to go away or fade into the background by next meeting. I'll be married to him by next meeting. My face burns hotly as I make my way across campus. Obviously, no one has any idea what's going on with this absurd arrangement between myself and Misha. But it's like the telltale heart. With every step I take, I imagine a neon sign flashing the sordid details above my head. On the way to meet Tenley at the dining hall, I assume every student I pass can suddenly read my thoughts, and every single one of them knows. They know I'm marrying Misha. They know what happened last night, and they know that I liked it. Hey! I scream, jumping back as I round the corner and almost crash into Tenley. She laughs. Whoa, chill, it's just me. I swallow, my heart thudding in my chest. My face feels white, and my head feels light. My best friend peers at me. You okay? Fine, I blurt. Her brows raise suspiciously. Just hungry, and I zoned out in Orators Club and got reamed out by Professor Macklin for it. She snickers. Don't advertise that. You'll have a gaggle of jealous girls stabbing you in the back. I roll my eyes as she slips her arm into mine. We stroll into the huge cathedral-like dining hall, which could be a dead ringer for the main hall from Harry Potter. Only instead of rows of tables with benches, the OHA dining hall looks closer to a royal dinner or an awards banquet every single night. Round, gorgeously handmade tables dot the hall, with equally elegant chairs around them. The cutlery and silverware are of the finest caliber, the water glasses are crystal, and the floral centerpieces refreshed twice a day. Oh, and there are waiters. I start to walk to my usual table. Suddenly, I'm being pulled a different way by Tenley. Where? My blood chills when I realize which table she's taking me to. We're not sitting there. It's their table. The heirs, Elia, Lucas, and Misha, off to the side, and yet somehow like a table of honor. When the three of them deign to even come to the dining hall instead of having meals brought to their ridiculous manor house, that is. Tenley. She rolls her eyes. Sure, it's fine. You do know I'm dating Ilya, right? So I've heard, I say with a stern raise of my eyebrow. Tenley blushes. That's not... Thin walls, my friend, thin walls. I snicker to my roommate. Her face turns the same red as her hair. You don't... I laugh. I'm just joking with you. Sort of. But still, I don't know if I should be sitting. Relax, seriously. This whole school has this weirdly unhealthy relationship with those three, and it really needs to end. Tell that to your boyfriend, I mutter. She rolls her eyes. He just likes to play the grump. Believe me, his bark is worse than his bite. My eyes drop significantly to the not-so-hidden mouth-sized bruises on her neck peeking out from under the collar of her blouse. Oh. Tenley flushes fiercely and yanks her collar up. I've already told him you're joining us. You know he's fine with you. Elia might be the perpetually glowering, brooding wolf of Oxford Hills, as people call him, but since he and Tenley have gotten together, I've actually hung out with them more than a few times. And she's right, I do seem to get a pass, most of the time. But it's not Elia I'm worried about. It's who else from Lordship Manor might be gracing the dining hall with his presence tonight. When I glance over, though, it does seem to just be Elia sitting alone, his feet up on the table and clearly rolling a joint, in the school dining room, with zero repercussions. The three of them are seriously untouchable. It's ridiculous. We're still heading across the vast dining hall, which used to be a cathedral ages ago, when something catches my eye. Someone, actually. I turn, my brow furrowing as my eyes land on a girl with almost whitish blonde hair, who I've never seen before, sitting alone at a table. Who is that? Tenley turns and looks equally as puzzled. No idea. She must be new, but it's weird that she's new like halfway through the term. The girl looks almost scared to be where she is. She eats furtively, taking minuscule bites of her food and small sips of water from her crystal glass. She keeps her head down and her clear, sharp blue eyes on her plate. Part of me wants to go ask her who she is and introduce myself. I mean, I've been there, the new girl at OHA looking out of place. But Tenley tugs me after her until we're far past the girls' table and pulling out chairs at Elia's. Hey, Red. He growls with a hungry but warm smile at my friend. I grin when I see the way her face lights up, the way she grins back at him, and sidles close to kiss him slowly. I'm genuinely happy for her. They might be opposites, her the daughter of the US Secretary of State and a bona fide goody two-shoes, and him the snarly, dangerous-looking heir to the most brutal criminal organization in the world. But it works. And I gotta hand it to the wolf. He makes my best friend happy like I've never seen her before. That makes me look the other way on his other grumpy, growly behavior. Hey yourself. Tenley grins as she kisses him again. Elia pulls back with a smile before his eyes slide to me. Charlotte. Elia? He smirks. We've established this sort of purposefully frosty back and forth, but he gets that I'm important to Tenley, just as I get that he's important to her. I'm not sure if he and I will ever have much one-on-one bonding, but I know I have a pass from the wolf. Tenley's brow furrows as she nods toward the girl we passed. Hey, do you know who that new girl is? The one eating alone with the blonde hair? Elia's smile fades as he goes back to rolling his joint. Yep. That's it. No explanation, just an affirmative. Classic Elia. Well, Tenley laughs. That's Lisbeth Belsky. I glance questioningly at Tenley, but she just shrugs back. Her father was Simeon Belsky, who tried to murder my uncle. Tenley's face pales. Oh, shit. That Belsky? She whispers quietly. Elia nods slowly. That Belsky. What is she doing? I haven't the slightest goddamn idea. He growls under his breath. Then he brings the joint to his lips to lick it closed. I arch a brow. I feel like you're being oddly restrained about this, Elia. He looks up, smiling darkly. Oh, I'd like nothing more than to physically throw her through the fucking stained glass window over there and then methodically shred and eradicate every single scrap of her existence from this earth. He hisses quietly. He takes a slow, measured breath, and his hand slides across the table to entwine his fingers with Tenley's. But, he grunts. He turns to smile a small smile at her. Someone's been helping me practice. He clears his throat. Restraint. Tenley artfully steers the conversation elsewhere as one of the waiters comes over to take our dinner order. Waiters. Dinner orders. This school is ridiculous. But the food is amazing. And by the time it comes, we're solidly off the topic of the daughter of the man who tried to murder Elia's family, who apparently is now attending OHA. Fuck my ass. Did you see who the fuck is sitting over? I look up sharply and freeze with a bite of seared tuna halfway to my lips as my eyes lock with Misha's. My whole body reacts. My core tightens. My thighs do too. My skin tingles like it's being electrified, and I can feel my face burning under his fierce gaze. All I can remember is the feel of his hands on my skin, searching for my line so that he could cross it. I feel my insides knot and throb as I remember those big, inked hands of his sliding over my arse, down between my legs. My head swims as the memory simmers in me. I take a shaking breath, trying to calm my pulse, which seems to be racing just from his very presence. Misha's jaw clenches, as do his hands on the back of Elia's chair. Slowly, his lips curl into a wry smile. He slips into the chair on the other side of Elia. His eyes drag over to me, then his brow arches salaciously. I shiver as heat pools in my core again, before he turns back to Elia. What the fuck is Lisbeth fucking Belsky doing here? Tenley sighs heavily. Misha, we were actually doing a great job of ignoring— How the fuck do you ignore the girl whose dad tried to stab your uncle in the fucking Misha! Tenley hisses. Come on. Elia smirks and slides a hand to cover Tenley's. He glances at his friend. Let it go, man. Find your balls, man. Misha mutters back. Something dark flashes across Elia's face. His jaw clenches, and the two of them glare at each other like two wild beasts, each sussing out the other's weakness before they pounce. But then Misha shrugs and leans back in his chair, diffusing the tension. Whatever. I was just surprised to see her here. No shit. That makes two of us. Elia mutters back. Misha turns to smirk at me. I wasn't aware we were having dinner guests tonight. You do get that you don't own the dining hall, right? I snap before I can rein it in. Elia smirks. She has a point. Agreed, Misha says dryly, still glaring at me. I'll see about buying it. He smiles. I sneer. So, what the hell are you doing here, Princess Tyrese? On the one hand, I appreciate his commitment to keeping what's happening between us a secret. On the other hand, I fucking hate that nickname. And he knows it. But also, all I can think about with him sitting right there across the table from me is what happened last night. The incident. The reason I barely slept last night. The reason I couldn't pay attention in any of my classes today and zoned out during Orators Club. Charlotte? I blink and realize I've been staring at Misha's hand. I glance up sharply to see Tenley looking at me curiously. Huh? Are you okay? She frowns. You just totally spaced out. I swallow, shrugging. Bad sleep last night? What a shame, Misha says with a glint in his eye and without a trace of compassion in his voice. He smirks. Dreams keeping you up, princess? Nightmares, actually. I spit back. You sure you're feeling okay? You said you were out of it all day, too. Thanks, Tenley. Misha grins when he hears that. All day? Maybe you should see a doctor. I'm fine, thanks, I mutter. You know, princess, OHA isn't for everyone. It's a hard chill out. Elia grunts with a warning tone. Tenley is glaring at Misha too, but he just shrugs. Just looking out for you, princess. Please don't. I set my fork down and take a breath. I should head home and get some studying in. Tenley frowns. Want me to come with? Oh no, I smile. Stay. My phone buzzes in my bag. I reach down and pull it out, but my face darkens when I see who the text is from. My eyes dart across the table to see that prick smirking back at me, phone in hand. I look back to mine and unlock the screen to read the message. Misha. Not staying for dessert. I glance up at him with an expression that says, huh? My phone buzzes again, pulling my eyes back down. Misha. Personally, I'm dying for another taste. My face blushes hotly. A rush of something forbidden and heated throbs in my core. I slowly drag my eyes up to him, and when I do, he brings a hand up, wraps his lips around a finger. That finger, and slowly sucks it clean with a sneering grin. I groan as my body tingles with a mix of revulsion and lust, disdain and need. Push, pull. No, I'm not. I mutter out loud at him. Tenley frowns. What? Shit. My entire body feels like it's blushing as I get to my feet. Misha is just smiling benignly at me, but his eyes are hooded, like he's trying to eviscerate me right here and spill my guts on the dining hall floor. Sorry, I think I'm just tired. Tenley looks concerned. I'm walking you. I'm fine, really. I force a smile to my face. Seriously, I just have a ton of homework to get through. Okay, I'll see you later. I smile weakly. Yeah, of course. Elia and I nod at each other. I ignore Misha as I turn and speedwalk through the dining hall and out the front door. Outside, I let my breath out in a rush, then groan. How the hell am I going to pull this off? We haven't even made this official, and I'm already falling apart at the seams just being around him. What happens when that smug prick is my actual husband? I turn to start heading back home. I'm passing through one of the many gardens that dot the OHA campus when a shadow steps in front of me. I almost scream before I realize it's him. What the fuck? I hiss, trying to slow my racing heart. Do you have any comprehension how fucked up it is to jump out of the shadows at girls walking alone at night? Oh, come on now, princess, he grunts. Can't I say goodnight to my wife? I glare at him. Cut that out. I mean it. Having second thoughts. I stiffen. No, I just need you to keep it together while we're in public. You literally just said we were alone in the shadows. And besides, he grins with a waggle of his eyebrows. I'm not the one that was falling apart back there. I roll my eyes. Why did you follow me? What do you want, Misha? His salacious grin says it all. So does the way my body reacts, like the heat that pools between my thighs. Good Lord, what is wrong with me? I shake my head firmly. Not happening. Misha peers closely at me. I believe the conditions were. I know what your fucking conditions were, I snap. But as far as I'm concerned, they don't apply until we, tie the knot. He grunts. I shrug, yeah. Misha's eyes pierce through the darkness and me. And if I disagree? If I don't care to wait until then? I fight back a shiver as he steps toward me, my heart skipping into my throat. Then I plant my feet, panting as I jut my chin up, meeting his gaze. What are you going to do, Misha? I hiss. Force yourself on me right here in the garden? Been fantasizing about that one, have we? I blush fiercely as his lips curl into a hungry smile. Would that get you as wet as you were last night, princess? He snarls as he keeps moving toward me. I moan when I back up and realize he's maneuvered us so that my back is to the hedge wall of the garden. Me pinning you to the shadows right here, and reaching under that skirt to see if your panties are as soaking wet as they were last night for me. I stammer, panting and totally unable to make words as he leans close to me. His breath teases over my neck, making me dizzy. His lips brush against my ear, and it takes everything I have not to whimper. That's a yes, isn't it? He purrs into my ear. His hands slide over my hips and I tremble. But slowly, I drag in a breath through clenched teeth. I wrestle control of my body back from my runaway libido and insane attraction to the last guy on earth I should feel such an attraction to. Take your hands off me, I hiss quietly. Misha stiffens. He pauses, but then slowly he backs away. His hand drops from me as he steps back to level those piercing eyes on me. Fine. but I'm having a lawyer and a magistrate visit on Sunday. I stiffen. For you know what for. I tremble. Yeah, I do. On Sunday, I'm marrying Misha Zavakov. I can't just say I'm marrying him and hope the Luxlordian Parliament takes that at face value. This has to be real, even if it's fake. So on the Sunday, it's turning real. But that also means on Sunday, it's game on. After Sunday, he'll be holding up his end of the bargain, which means I need to be holding up mine. I have to go, I whisper. Misha smiles deviously. Until Sunday, then. I nod as he steps away. I brush past him, my heart thudding. Oh, and Princess. I pause, my back to him. I hope you don't have any more of those nightmares. But if you do, well. I glance over my shoulder to see him smirking darkly at me. Well, you know where to find me. I say nothing as I turn and rush into the night, away from the lion and my own traitorous desires.
Chapter 10. Misha. I grunt, my fist slamming into the bag again as I faint away. I dodge an imaginary hook, ducking and pushing off the balls of my feet to hit back hard. If this were a real fight, my opponent would be seeing stars right now. Stars and then darkness as I landed the finishing stroke. I jab left, right, left, and then snarl as I come in for the final right. My glove slams against the practice bag so hard, the chains holding it to the rafters jangle dangerously. I dance back, eyeing my imaginary shadow-boxing opponent before I finally slow my feet. I stop and suck in oxygen before I reach for my water. Boxing is punishing, or at least when I box, it's punishing. You would think with the way I was raised and the physical shit that was imposed on me so young, I'd shy away from a sport that encourages my opponent to hit me. But it's the opposite. Boxing is therapy for me. It's cathartic. It's a way for me to swing at my demons and smash them in the fucking face without those demons writing me out of the goddamn will for it. I groan and bend down to stretch. My pulse is roaring in my ears, and it's not just from the punishing hour-long workout I've just put myself through. It's because of Charlotte, too. I want to hate her. I need to hate her. For the way she was instrumental in the way my life took a turn. For the way I went from golden air to a machine that had to be honed and punished into perfect working order. Except whenever I see her, that war thunders up again in my head and my heart. Some broken part of me won't let me detest her, or at least it puts up a real fight about it. Last night in the dining hall was a prime example. So was seeing her twice in the halls of OHA today, each of us glaring at the other and both doing our best to pretend we weren't thinking about what almost happened in that garden last night. Not to mention what's going to be happening on Sunday. I smiled to myself. On Sunday, hate or lust be damned. Her downfall begins. On Sunday, she's letting the lion inside the gates. And I will destroy her. I frown at the thought. The triumph I should be feeling isn't there, and it pisses me off. That sense of impending victory, like a conquering king, isn't making my chest swell. The thought of what Sunday means in terms of our deal does have certain other parts of me swelling, though. I groan as I slip under the ropes of the practice ring and stride across the floor. This space is a sanctuary of sorts for Lucas, Ilya, and I. An old military bunker that was built underneath Lordship Manor back in World War II, when the OHA campus was a garrison and training camp for soldiers headed off to the front. Years later, during the Cold War, it was expanded and reinforced into a fallout shelter like something out of a movie. Now, it's part car garage, part boxing ring, and part 60s-themed hangout lounge, like Don Draper's personal nuclear bunker. No one aside from the three of us, okay, and Tenley now, I'm guessing, has any idea this space even exists, which makes it great for escaping, not to mention getting away from Oxford Hills entirely, if need be from time to time. OHA is a closed, locked-down campus for the security of the extra elite students who go here, but the old fallout shelter escape tunnel that leads out of here is the width of a car and runs a mile or so out past the property line of OHA, and comes out inside a barn owned by one of Ilya's uncle's shell companies. Tonight, I don't need to escape from campus. I just need to escape from my own fucking head. And that's a lot harder. I need to escape from the Charlotte War that rages in my mind and my heart. And no 1960s fallout tunnel gets me away from that. I finish my water, peel off my shirt, and stagger over to the Madmen-style bar cart. I pour a double bourbon and then sink onto the leather Chesterfield sofa. I look up at the framed portraits of Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher hanging on the wall, put here by the Cold War-era designers that built this place. I raise my glass to them both. I'd take their fucking wars over this Charlotte one any goddamn day. I glower at the portraits as I drink deeply. Hating her would be easy. It should be easy, but desire clouds it and muddies the waters. My lust for her dulls my usual knife edge. The other night, when she did what I told her to do in the billiards room, is a perfect example. When she left, I was throbbing with lust, ready to burst into fucking flames with the need to slake my primal thirst. This is me we're talking about. I should have been able to walk out of that billiards room and drag the first girl I laid eyes on to my room to fuck the Charlotte out of my head. But I didn't. I glare at my drink. No. Instead, I went to my room alone and wrapped those plain, boring white panties of hers around my cock. I roll my eyes at myself as I knock back half my drink. In a house full of readily available girls, on a campus even more full of available and perfectly willing girls, I jerked off like a fucking pussy. What the fuck is wrong with me? My eyes slide to my phone. My jaw grits. The phone glares back at me, reminding me that this isn't a one-way street. Though she doesn't know it, I need her for a purpose too. Just like she's using me to save her future, I'm using her for the exact same reason. I sigh as I reach for the phone and unlock the screen. My thumb hovers over my father's number as I glare at his name. Over 10 years ago, she broke my life. Now, she's going to help me cling to the pieces of my future, whether she knows it or not. I tap the number and bring the phone to my ear. "Это мой сын звонит." Is this my son calling? Boris's deep baritone thunders through the phone. It's a voice full of pomp and bravado, soaked in vodka and fried food. "How are you, Papa?" "Fine," he snaps. "Healthy as a fucking ox." My brow raises. I never mentioned his health. His bringing it up only confirms what Christoph already told me in confidence. "I'm glad to hear it. And you?" he grunts. "Any more piles of shit I'm going to need to clean up for you?" My jaw grits. "Niet, father." Boris laughs. "Why do I find that hard to believe?" "I don't. Why would I think a tiger could change its stripes?" "I'm getting married." The line goes silent. I frown. "Father, bullshit." I shrug. "It's the truth. I met someone and—" "You," he grunts, "settling down." Duh. I can almost hear the gears turning in Boris's head through the phone line. My Misha, who can't go an hour keeping his dick in his pants, is settling down. Oh my God, really? Dad, you did want me to come. Is that why you're doing this? It's a loaded question, but I've spent 18 years learning to maneuver around Boris Savakov's minefields and booby-trapped egg games. No, it's not. I met someone and I like her very much. So, I shrug. That's what it is. Boris is silent. I wrinkle my nose. Fuck. Why the hell did I ever think he'd buy married? He barks with a roaring laugh. Holy fuck. So no more bullshit, no? Niet, Papa. No more running out, humping legs. You've made your point, I grunt. But he just keeps laughing until he's almost crying with it. Who in the hell agreed to... He stops himself short and chuckles. You know what? I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter, and I don't really give a shit. I stare at the wall. Thanks, Dad. She's from a good family, though. Not a hooker or something? I roll my eyes. Yes, she's from a good family. Good. For what I pay to send you to that goddamn school, she'd better come with a golden fucking pussy. My lips curl up, more like a golden crown on her head. What do you need from... Nothing, I grunt. I need nothing from you, you piece of shit. I've already called Oleg and a local magistrate. And when is the happy day? Sunday. He laughs heartily. Oh, now I know she's got a golden cunt. Not letting you in there until you... No need to come, I mutter. We're keeping it small. I have business on Sunday anyway. I roll my eyes. Are you actually going to congratulate me at some point? I grit out through clenched teeth. Boris snickers. Congratulate you? For what? Picking one woman? Would you like me to wipe your ass too? Maybe get you a fresh pair of panties? I grind my jaw, glaring into my glass before I knock the rest of its contents back to the sound of my father mocking me. Go, do what is necessary, Misha. Make me proud. I close my eyes. Yes, sir. Misha? Christoph's voice suddenly comes on the line. Hey, Chris. He takes a deep breath. Hang on. I hear him speaking to my father in Russian, apparently about a fucking dinner reservation. Then he clears his throat, and I can tell my dad has already left the room, and our conversation behind. You're really getting married? I blow air through my lips. Yep. He chuckles, then sighs heavily. What we do for our fathers. It's what is necessary, I mutter. Loyalty is good, Misha. It's not always fun, though. And for what it's worth, he's having dinner with one of his lawyers tonight. Good timing. Thanks, I say dryly. So, who's the girl? I laugh and drape myself back across the couch. A princess. He snorts. I mean it, Chris. Seriously? A real princess? Who? Ever heard of Lux Lordia? I chuckle. Christoph goes silent. After a few seconds, I frown. Chris? You're joking, right? My brows knit. No, I'm not. Princess Charlotte of Luxlordia, born Charlotte Burgundham, and next in line to King Heinrich? That's who you're fucking marrying? Yeah. So? I shrug. Look, Christoph, it gets the job done, doesn't it? Who cares? I get married, Dad sees that I'm not out there being a jackass, and he doesn't write me out. Pick someone else. No. What's the problem? Just pick someone else, Misha. I'm serious. I roll my eyes. Dude, relax. I'm telling you. Find someone else to marry to appease your father. My brows furrow. Why? Just... He sighs. Why, Charlotte, Misha? Seriously. I have my reasons. Oh? He snaps. Well, find other reasons with another girl, because this isn't happening. Boris just gave it the okay, I snap. Boris doesn't know you've picked Charlotte fucking Burgundham. We both go quiet for a few seconds. Chris, what the fuck? Why is this such a sticking point? For the love of God, just trust me on this. I'm telling you this as a friend, Misha. As practically family. Please. Pick someone else. I glare at the wall. My head swims to visions of Charlotte, doing as I say, bending to my will, stripping her clothes away from me, letting me have all of her. And me, picking her apart piece by piece until there's nothing left, and my demons are satiated. And if I don't, then God help you, because you have no idea of the firestorm you're stepping into with this.
Chapter 11. Charlotte. Humans have come up with all sorts of creative ways to effectively say, put off dealing with it. Sleep on it. Consider it in the light of day. Don't rush into anything. Let it come into focus. They're just band-aids, and they all mean the same thing. This thing is heavy and sucky, so let's not deal with it until some other time. But I know there's no sleeping on this. This won't ever get better, no matter how much time I give it or how much light I look at it in. Marrying a smug, all too charming, deadly heir to a criminal empire who hates me, to top it all off, will never come into focus for me. It just is what it is. But at least it's temporary. I can pretend that maybe Misha doesn't realize that, but he probably does. He's a smug, arrogant arse. But he's also smart. And if he knows, that only makes the coming minefield even more treacherous. Misha wants me. That's his end of this. I never in a million years thought I'd be at this point. But here I am, actually willing to give him what he wants, to get what I need. Or at least, some of what he wants. Where he's right is that I do have a line. Where he's wrong is that I'll be damned if I let him cross it. I'll bend to Misha's will. To a point. He's not getting everything. I will not give my virginity to Misha Zavakov as part of a devil's deal. Hell fucking no. But he doesn't know that, doesn't realize that part yet. So the future is going to be a tightrope that I have 4 months to walk across. The name of the game will be breadcrumbing, giving Misha almost everything he wants, except for that. And the very second I don't need to be chained to him, I'm out. It doesn't matter what Misha's made me sign or who his father is. Heinrich has very good lawyers on the royal staff. This will be okay. I can do this. At least, that's what I've been telling myself all day. But now it's night again, the second since him putting his hands on me. And the road ahead isn't any clearer. I hug myself against the chill in the fall air. It doesn't help that I'm up on the roof of the science building. This is my quiet place. It's where I go when I need to be completely alone with my thoughts. I discovered this place a year ago, when school was not good. I was new at OHA. I had 0 friends, and everyone here seemed to look down their upturned noses at me. I was fake royalty, the phony, Princess Diaries. Things are obviously better now. I have Tenley to talk to, and I should be talking to her about this. But yet here I am, lurking in the dark up on the roof like a gloomy gargoyle. It's not that I don't want to talk to her about everything that's going on. I just don't know how to. How do you tell anyone, even your best friend, about stuff like this? I groan and glare down at the lamplit walkways and gardens of the OHA campus below. No way. I'm going to do this, but it's going to stay a filthy, fucked up, dark secret. No one can know. Not even Tenley. Because at the end of 4 months, I can leave this behind and pretend it never happened. That's the end goal. Survive 4 months being married to Misha without anyone knowing except, well, the ones who have to. My mouth twists as I slowly pull out my phone. I unlock the screen and drop my eyes to my mother's number. This sucks. I really, really don't relish the idea of doing anything to tarnish the happily ever after fairy tale my mother has. But this is how it has to play out. This is a chess game, and I'm sacrificing half of my pieces to save my king. I take a deep breath and tap my thumb to dial her number. Honey? I wince. She sounds tired, and I realise it's later than I thought it was here, which means it's even later in Lux Laudia. Mum, is everything okay? The concern in her voice makes me smile. Not because my late call has made her worried, but because it reminds me of being a kid and calling to say I was staying late for something at school. A simpler time, before the kingdom, the palace, and the crowns. A time before OHA. A time before fake marrying the devil himself for the price of my soul. Yeah, no, Mum, it's fine, Charlotte. She sounds more awake now, and I can hear the rustling of her sitting up in bed. Sweetheart, what's going on? I close my eyes tight, wincing as I draw in a shaky breath. I need to tell you something. After the screaming and hysterics die down, I can hear her sucking in air. I'm shaking and wiping at the tears I tried so hard not to let fall while telling her all of this. The line is silent for a full minute. Mum, I finally whisper quietly. Please say something. She sniffs and I realise she's crying. Oh, Mum, please, please don't. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. She sobs. I close my eyes and shake my head. No, Mum, please don't. You have nothing to apologise. Of course I do. She sniffs. Charlotte, I know why you're doing this. Because of all of this royal lineage and succession nonsense. And it's all because of me. No, I say firmly. I grit my teeth. No, Mum, it's not because of you at all. It's not because of Heinrich either. It just is what it is. She blows air out slowly. So you've picked this boy because you know Leon and Parliament will move mountains to dissolve and annul this. She sighs heavily. Travesty? Train wreck? Your words, she groans. My God, Charlotte. I know. I slump down in the old lawn chair I brought up here a year ago. I know. I mean, Misha Zavakov. Even I know who he is, or at least who his father is. I just felt like my back was to the wall, Mum, and this sort of, I don't know, it solves things, or at least puts a band-aid over it until things can change. She exhales slowly. So it's like a pretend thing, right? I shake my head. It has to be real, Mum, so that Parliament gets off Heinrich's back and doesn't stage a freaking coup. And then in 4 months, there will be elections and the dissenters will almost certainly be gone. And the pressure is off. She sighs. And I can walk away from this thing. She groans. Honey, this isn't fair to you at all. Mum, you're doing this to make me happy. I grin. Well, yeah, but also to save Lux Laudia, the country you're now queen of. She laughs quietly. It still feels incredibly surreal to hear that. Well, get used to it, Your Majesty. She snorts. Still, I can't allow this, Charlotte. You're doing this, so what if I'm doing it for you? I shrug. Then that's what I'm doing it for. Charlotte, I will not allow you worked 2, sometimes 3 jobs, Mum. You gave up everything to keep us above water for years. And now that you finally get a taste of happiness, you'd better believe I'll marry a jerkhole like Misha to keep it that way. She sniffs. Sweetheart. It's only 4 months, Mum, and most of that will be here, at school, with classes and studying taking up 90% of my time. Think of it as real, but not. We'll barely even see each other. Unless he's telling me to bend over the billiards table and lift my skirt for him. I blush deeply as heat throbs in my core. Is this? I frown. Do you think Heinrich? My new stepfather and I haven't spent that much time together, but I like him a lot. He's kind and he's genuine, and he adores my mum on a fairy tale level. But even though I'm doing this to save Lux Laudia, I'm aware that the blast radius of the Misha bomb could do some damage to the royal image in the immediate vicinity. My mum sighs. I think he'll be bowled over with what you're doing for our country. You think he'll understand why I had to do it this way? I think you're not the first smart, strong-minded 18-year-old he's learned to understand, she says quietly. She means Lena, the daughter Heinrich lost almost 20 years ago. I've only heard a little about her, but Heinrich's told me more than once that I remind him of her. In a very good way, he's always added with a soft smile. My mother sniffs. I wish I was there to hug you. I laugh and choke back a sniffle at the same time. Me too. Well, why don't you come visit before it's happening Sunday? She sucks in a breath sharply. Jesus, Charlotte. It is what it is, Mum, I mumble. Look, it has to happen, so why not rip the Band-Aid off? Not exactly the sentiment I'd hoped for you to have on your way down the aisle. I grin wryly. It's just 4 months, Mum. It's not even real. And then I'm done with it and him, and life can go back to normal. We spend another 10 minutes saying lots of I love yous and goodbyes before I finally let her get back to sleep. I look out across the darkened campus, chewing on my lip. Suddenly, in the distance, sparks flare in the darkness. I startle and then peer across the night in confusion. Then I realize what I'm looking at. It's Lordship Manor, Misha's lair, and the sparks I'm seeing are almost certainly a bonfire to herald some sort of debaucherous party being thrown tonight. As if on cue, I hear the sound of loud music starting to drift over the sleepy campus. I hear the cheering of a crowd. And then I hear a roar, an actual, for-real roar, as if someone's throwing their head back and primally bellowing at the moon like an animal. A lion, for instance. I instantly know who it is over there, roaring at the fire like some kind of god of chaos and anarchy. A snarling, dangerous, apex predator. I groan at the lie I just told my mother, and myself. It's not even real, and then I'm done with it, and him, and life can go back to normal. But somehow I have a feeling there won't be any normal left after marrying the Dark Prince himself.
Chapter 12. Misha. It's a day I'll bet no one, ever, in the history of knowing me, would have ever predicted. My wedding day. Well, sort of. It's real only in the sense that we'll be legally married. If it was real, I'm pretty sure the bride wouldn't be glaring at me in between looking like she's reminding herself not to vomit. Yet, to be honest, that's about as accurate a picture as I could have imagined for someone marrying me. And angry or not, holding back puke or not, Charlotte looks incredible. Annoyingly so, actually. She's wearing a pretty, if simple, white sundress with a light blue floral pattern on it. My brow furrows. It suddenly makes me feel like a slob in the extremely casual black jeans and plain button-up white shirt I've opted to wear for the occasion. We agreed on nothing fancy, obviously. But here she is, looking stunning and enticing. She's even done her hair up all elegant, a change from her usual plain ponytail. She purses her lips and pushes her glasses up the bridge of her nose, her eyes taking the same marked difference in our choice of wardrobe that I'm noticing. With a scowl, I turn to Oleg, one of my father's lawyers who I've had flown in for the legal stuff involved with the day. "Give me your tie," I grunt under my breath. Oleg's brow furrows. "What?" "No." He stiffens, but he nods. Da, okay, fine." He undoes the strip of silk and hands it to me. I do a quick double Windsor before turning to see a small smile on Charlotte's lips. I glare at her, chasing her smile away until she's scowling again. The expression, cutting off your nose to spite your face, comes to mind. But I'm not reading into it like that. In the end, this is about me holding on to my future and the empire that is rightfully mine to lord over. And, as an added bonus, This will be about ruining her, wearing her down, breaking her, having her wrapped around my fucking finger until I walk away and leave her to pick up the pieces and deal with the fallout. Like she did to me. And it starts today. Charlotte's insisted that we do this somewhere private, which suits me just fine. So we're in an old conference room in what was once the rectory of the cathedral, that is now the dining hall. It's amusingly ironic that here we are with sunlight streaming through stained glass former church windows, when we've both agreed to not involve religion in this. My father would do a full Russian Orthodox affair. But fuck that. This is a business transaction. This is her signing her own doom. It's not a wedding.
So, she says tersely, what happens first?
I glance at the local magistrate, who looks more than a little confused at the mood of the room. But in addition to his fee, I've also slipped him 25 grand to erase this from his memory, and any records, aside from the sealed ones they keep in the local municipal offices. Luckily, this is actually a simple marriage. Charlotte still has her UK citizenship, and I've got a dual Russian and UK citizenship. All we need is 20 quid, our signatures, the magistrates, and the rubber stamp. But first, Oleg is up. Sign this. I turn and gesture with my chin for my lawyer to step forward. He fumbles to open the manila folder in his hand and lay it down across the desk we're standing in front of. Charlotte raises a brow and turns to glance at the document.
A prenup?
She turns to roll her eyes at me.
Seriously, Misha?
Yes, seriously. I smile with fake sweetness at her. Do you have any idea what I'm worth?
Do you have any idea how little I give a shit?
She sneers at me.
I don't want your money, arsehole.
Wonderful. Now if you could put that in writing instead of swearing at me, we can move things along. The magistrate looks like he wants to be anywhere in the world aside from in this room. Charlotte rolls her eyes and snatches the pen from Oleg's hand. She scribbles her signature across the required lines and then drops it. Know this. Oleg sets down the contract I've had him draw up that basically states what all of this is, what we're doing, and what the rules are. She looks at it disdainfully.
Even I know none of this is legally binding.
It's to keep us on the same page. That's just good business. She glances at it and her face burns hotly. I smirk when her eyes land on a line stipulating that she does everything I ask of her. Sexually, that is. She's right. I obviously can't legally compel her to fuck me or whatever. But I still want all of this in writing. If you're having second thoughts. She sighs heavily, scribbles her name at the bottom, and tosses the pen down.
Can we get this over with, then?
I glance at Oleg, who's skimming the pages. When he nods, I turn to smile at her. Of course we can, dear. Her eyes narrow.
Thanks for dressing up, by the way,
she says sarcastically. She nods at my tie.
Glad we've got something borrowed covered.
Well, I saw you had something blue and... I smile wryly as my eyes slide over her dress. Something old covered. Charlotte's mouth purses tightly. But what about something new? She smiles murderously.
The something new is my sense of self-loathing. Now, can we please just do this?
It's a quick affair, mostly because we've instructed the magistrate to keep it as bare bones as possible, but also because he's almost tripping over his words to get through them so he can leave. I sign my name. Charlotte signs hers. The poor magistrate practically rips the document. He signs his so fast. He looks up with a nervous smile on his face once he's sealed the papers in the envelope.
You are now legally man and wife. Yay,
Charlotte says with all the excitement of one attending a funeral. I glance at the miserable-looking magistrate. You can go. He's already halfway out the door when I turn to Oleg. And you, see that my father is fully brought up to speed with everything that's happened here today. He nods quickly. He gets what I mean. Oleg is only one of my father's several lawyers, and not one of his main guys either. In fact, he's pretty low on the pecking order when it comes to my father's representation. But that's to my advantage. Oleg is smart enough and looped in enough to see the writing on the wall. He's read enough history books to know that when a king falls, the prince will take up the throne. That's why he was all too happy to take the 100,000 I gave him to be my eyes and ears in my father's legal circle, and to influence things should the subject of my being written out still arise after this whole debacle. He scurries out almost as fast as the magistrate did. I follow him to the door and shut it, and then Charlotte and I are alone. I turn and our eyes lock. Disdain, fear, uncertainty, and perhaps a hint of excitement smolder in hers, but I don't blink or look away. I hold that fury with my own. The rules are easy. No kissing. Keep this a secret. Break her. And make her all mine before I yank the rug out from under her.
Great. Well, that's done. I have homework to...
My hand reaches back and locks the door. Charlotte stiffens, and I hear her breath catch in the silence of the room.
What are you doing?
We're married. I can see her opening her mouth to throw more sass or vinegar my way. But then something clicks. Her face flushes, and her lips twist. She knows. I step toward her, stalking her, edging closer. Her chest rises and falls heavily with each breath. Her face turns pink as she nervously pushes her glasses up her nose.
And?
She croaks. And typically, you consummate it once you are. Her eyes go wide. Her mouth falls open as I quicken my pace and close the distance between us. She shies against the desk, panting, her throat working up and down as she looks up into my eyes.
Misha.
I lean down into her, and she gasps.
No kissing.
She chokes. I pause, my mouth an inch from hers. One single fucking inch, separating our rules and a free-for-all. But I stop myself, and I grin hungrily. Don't worry, princess. I growl. She gasps as my mouth drops to the crook of her neck. My hands slide over her hip, pinning her to the desk behind her. She trembles as my lips cover her ear. It's not your mouth I'm going to kiss.
Chapter 13. Charlotte. His words are like a jolt of pure lightning to my core. His lips barely touch me as they brush across my earlobe and make my throat constrict. It's not your mouth I'm going to kiss. I'm still processing what he's just said to me as his lips trail over the soft skin of my neck. The brush across one spot feels like a trigger, and when he pulls it with his breath, it's like a shot of heat right between my thighs. A moan tumbles from my mouth before I can stop it. I cringe, blushing deeply. Misha chuckles darkly, and my face only burns even fiercer. His strong, tattooed hands grip my hips. Suddenly he's lifting me, and my hands fly to his arms on instinct to steady myself. My fingers grip his rippling biceps through his dress shirt, and my thighs squeeze together tightly. He growls against my neck, inhaling like he's drinking in the scent of my skin, like a predator seeking a jugular. Misha pushes me back, sliding my arse across the desk. Pamphlets on various OHA student clubs and a stack of dusty-looking calculus textbooks cascade to the floor. My heart thunders in my ears, pounding against the inside of my chest as his hands drop to my thighs. I whimper when he roughly shoves my legs apart and slides between them. His hands yank my sundress up high. I feel like I can't speak, or like I don't want to, because speaking might break this spell. Talking might pop this dark fantasy bubble I'm floating in right now. I want to hate him for the way he's just putting his hands on me and touching me wherever he pleases. But that's hard to do when his touch leaves such a trail of electricity in its wake. It's hard to hate him when I'm arching my back, desperate for his lips to kiss my neck harder. But he doesn't. He pulls away from my skin with a soft, dark chuckle, like he's well aware of what I want and relishes denying me it. His hands shove up my thighs. He bunches my dress at my hips as his fingers push higher until... He growls when his fingertips touch lace. "You're wearing panties." I swallow. I told you. No more of those. My lips pass. And maybe I don't want to play stupid alpha control bullshit games with... I gasp as his hand cups my chin commandingly, tilting my lips up and my gaze to his eyes. "You'll damn well play this fucking game, or else every time I see you, in the hallways, in class, in the dining hall, when you're with your friends, any time I see you, I will check, no matter where we are." I stiffen, staring at him with a mix of horror, fury, and horrible desire. Misha smiles wickedly as he drags his thumb across my bottom lip. "Which might blow up your whole keeping this a secret thing." His free hand pushes up my leg again, and I gasp when his fingertips brush against the very edge of my panties. He traces his finger up and down the lace, brushing high up against my inner thigh, until I know he can feel the heat throbbing from my pussy. Misha's jaw clenches tight, and he suddenly pulls his hand away. He reaches behind him, and when his hand comes back into view, I stiffen as my eyes bulge. "Misha!" The butterfly knife glints in the low light, filtering through the stained glass windows. He twirls it deftly in his fingers, before suddenly he brings it down to my thighs. I freeze, and he holds my jaw firmly as the blade slips under the fabric across one of my hips. His wrist flicks, and the blade slices the white lace as I gasp. He drags the tip of the blade across my thigh, making me shiver and tremble. Then he moves to the other leg. He does the same thing, pushes the blade under the lacy edge of my panties and slices. And again I jolt while biting my lip to stop from whimpering. He flicks the blade closed and slips it into his back pocket. His eyes hold mine as his hand slips up my dress again. This time, he takes the ruined panties between his thumb and forefinger and pulls them from my body. I watch as he tosses them aside, his eyes still locked onto mine. Slowly, his lips curled in a snarl, he starts to lower himself between my lewdly spread legs. My skin prickles with heat, my pulse throbbing as I struggle to breathe. This is it. I could stop him right now, probably, but that would require me actually stopping him. And I don't. "Misha," I gasp. Is this it? He's only halfway to his knees when he looks up at me with a challenging, smug grin. He makes a tisking sound with his tongue. Is this your line? Already? The victorious glint in his eyes dares me to say yes, but I set my mouth, my jaw clenched as he looks up into my face. Nope, I whisper. Too bad, Misha growls with a dark smile. I'd have loved to be smashing over it right now. He drops between my legs, shoves them apart, and suddenly rips his gaze from my eyes to between my legs. I blush fiercely. He's already seen me, but sort of. Not like this, not so openly and nakedly like this. My face burns and I bite my lip and look away. When I hear him growl deeply, my eyes slide back to him. I suck in a breath. Misha's gaze is fixed on my pussy, his eyes hungry. His hands slip up my thighs, pushing them even wider apart as he leans in. He drags his gaze up to my reddened, shocked and throbbing face as he smirks. He brings his lips right against my thigh. When he brushes the skin lightly, I tremble, and there's no stopping the whimper in the back of my throat. And what about here? He snarls. His teeth nip the spot as he brushes his lips over it, and I swallow the moan. No, I shake my head. He smirks, cocking a brow as he moves his mouth higher up my inner thigh. Here. He drifts to a spot even closer to my pussy. My eyes roll back, and my hands hold the edge of the desk with an iron grip. Misha, please. He presses his lips to my thigh barely inches from my slit. He sucks hard on the skin, and I yelp as the jolt of heat throbs deep inside of me. He chuckles darkly as he pulls away. There. I bite my lip and shake my head defiantly. Not even close. Oh my God. He skips the line, skips the teasing, and goes right for his prize. His mouth hovers over my pussy, and before I know what's happening, his tongue is dragging wetly through my lips. I see stars. Pure bliss, such as I've never felt before, explodes inside of me. My head lolls back, and my mouth falls open. My eyes roll in ecstasy, and a sound I don't even recognize as my own voice tumbles from my lips. Misha groans into me, and the rumbling sensation has me gasping. His tongue teases up and down my slit, parting my lips to taste me deeply, hungrily. He pushes his tongue inside, and I whimper for more. My thighs try and clench around him, but he's stronger. His big hands shove my thighs wide, keeping me pinned like that as he devours my pussy. His tongue dances higher, and when he curls it around my clit, I choke on the moan. I shudder, panting for air as he sucks it between his lips. He hums, swirling his tongue at this maddeningly slow pace that keeps me teetering on a knife's edge without ever falling. No matter how badly I want to. I want to scream his name. I want to moan it. But that's defeat. That's giving in. That's letting him have this one. And I won't do that. Instead, I keep it inside my head, letting his name thunder around my skull silently as I bite my lip and try not to moan for more. But that's impossible. There's no stopping the cries of pleasure from falling from my lips. There's no denying the way his tongue on me makes my body scream for more and arch greedily. My hips surge against his mouth as the pressure builds and throbs. His mouth hums over my clit again. This time, when his tongue swirls harder, faster, I start to fall. I'm tumbling, and it feels like the moment right before the roller coaster takes that first mad plunge. One lick does it. One flick of his tongue over my throbbing clit, and I explode. I bury the scream in the heel of my hand as my entire body shudders and comes apart. I moan like it's the last sound I'll ever make, shaking and trembling and falling apart as he sends me reeling. I'm shaking. I can't even breathe. Misha pulls away, and through my tightly closed eyes I hear the low, smug chuckle. So much for your line. I swallow, still shaking as I pull my hand from my mouth and crack my eyes open. The motherfucker is licking his lips. He's grinning at me too, smirking, lauding his conquest of me over me. His tongue drags across his glistening lips as my face burns heatedly. But I refuse to let him have this as a victory or a conquest. I will not be Misha Zavakov's prize. Period. Line. I swallow again and shrug as casually as I can. Oh, that. I laugh as I slide from the desk and turn. I make a show of fixing my hair and fixing my dress, but the reason I turn away is that I can't possibly look him in the eye right now. I will not look at Misha Zavakov right after he becomes the first guy to ever make me come. I don't trust myself to. No line here. Sorry to disappoint. He chuckles. Oh, really? Really? I take a deep breath, smooth down my dress, and turn to smile lightly at him. I mean, that was okay and all. I don't know. If you were trying to push me or something, You're delusional if you think I'm going to buy the I've had better line. I shrug. My face stays poker neutral. Buy it or not, I don't care. I stare right at him, and he blinks. Not literally, but I see the crease in his brow, the way one eye narrows just a tick. It's a small victory, but I'm claiming it. I turn to get my bag before I don't know, leave? Like what do you do after marrying Lucifer himself to quell a political coup? I blush darkly, aside from letting him make you come on his tongue, that is. So guys are just lining up to go down on the Princess of Luxloria's magic pussy, are they? He snickers. I turn with a thin smile. You did. His jaw tenses as his eyes slice into me. Just then my phone rings. I turn away from Misha, more out of a complete inability to keep my poker face going another second than anything else. I pull my cell out of my handbag and groan. It's my mother. Mum? Is it? She breathes quietly. Oh, you... I glance over my shoulder. Misha is leaning against the desk, occupied with his own phone. Yeah, I say quietly. Yes. She sighs deeply. Oh, sweetheart. Mum, it's fine. Seriously, it's just a transaction. I glance back at Misha again, but he's still completely sucked into the phone in his hands. I know, Charlotte. I always dreamed of this day for you, and it did not involve... Sorry, can we do this another time? I wince. Yes, of course. I'm sorry to piss all over your day, honey. I roll my eyes. It's not my day, Mum. It's just our day. Look, can I call you later, or... I was hoping we could all meet. She blurts. Like a dinner or something. Heinrich and me, you and... She takes a breath. With him, too. I stiffen. You're serious? She wants me and Misha to join them for dinner? Sorry, what? Of course I'm serious. Charlotte, I know what it is, but Heinrich and I would still like to meet this guy who my baby has just married. I mean, reasons aside and divorce and annulment aside. Sweetheart, he is forever going to be your first husband. I pass my lips. Great, thanks for that one, Mum. Can we figure out details later? I have to get to something. Of course, love. She sighs heavily again, but she keeps whatever the thought is inside, which I appreciate. It's hard enough doing this, but it's somehow even harder when I know how it's affecting her, making her think she's responsible for it. Talk soon. Of course. And Charlotte, yeah, Mum. I mumble, glancing back to see Misha mercifully still on his phone, not paying attention. I love you. I bite my lip, swallowing. Love you too, Mum. When I hang up, I take a slow, measured breath. And how is the Queen? I frown as I turn to see him smirking at me as he leans against the desk. She and her husband, the King. I frown. What? Just say the King. I know who your mother's husband is, Charlotte. The whole fucking world knows. I roll my eyes. Fine. Their Majesties, the King and Queen of... I smirk at him. Better for you? Much. Continue. I glare at him. They want to have dinner with me, and they'd like it if I brought you along too. I roll my eyes again. Obviously, you're not... Of course I will. I stare at him. No, that wasn't a way out. I mean, I would really like it if you did not come. I'm sure, but I'm coming. I glare at him. He smirks back. Parents love me. I sincerely doubt that. I'm turning to go when his hand suddenly touches my arm. Not grabs, not yanks me back. It's just a firm touch, and it sends a throb of electric current through my body. You know you do seem awfully glum for a girl who just came as hard as you did. My face burns hotly, but the filthy talk reaction is burned away as the real anger comes through. Because it pains me, I hiss, to hurt my mother like that by marrying you. Misha's smug smile fades as his lips curl. He growls as he steps closer to me, almost pinning me to the door. A shadow crosses his face as he leans close into me, quickly, startling me and making me gasp. His piercing blue eyes stab into mine as he bares his teeth mere inches from mine. Good. He suddenly brushes past me, swings the door open, and storms out. Happy fucking wedding day, self. Chapter 14. Charlotte. For as much shit as I put up with my first year here, Oxford Hills Academy is beautiful. Ivy-covered stone walls, rose gardens, and buildings that look like the set of a Harry Potter movie. It's also surrounded by the bucolic rolling hills of the English countryside, which are just stunning, especially in the morning. I breathe in the chill of the fall air and smile. It's quiet at this time of day, when most of the campus isn't quite up yet. Outside the cottage I share with Tenley, I sip on the freshly made double espresso from our machine in the kitchen. On my AirPods, Gang of Youths starts playing my go-to running track, and I smile. I breathe again and bend down to finish lacing up my trainers for the morning run that's calling to me. If this is what married life is, I can see what the hype is all about. A calm fall morning, a steaming double espresso, great music, peace, quiet, and solitude. I smile wryly. Something tells me solitude isn't really a typical selling point for marriage and sharing your life with someone. But then I'm not sharing my life with Misha. I'm sharing 4 months of it, and even then, sharing is a stretch. More like being forced to walk a line with him next to me, looming, casting a shadow, blotting out the sun. I startle as a shadow crosses my skin and the gravel under my trainers. With a gasp, I look up into a dark silhouette looming between me and the morning sun. My eyes go wide as my heart jumps into my throat, and then I focus, and the tension floods out of me. Tenley is saying something to me. Blushing with embarrassment at my mini heart attack, I yank one of the buds out of my ears. Sorry, what? She grins. I said sorry if I scared the shit out of you. You kinda did. She laughs. Sorry. You going out for a run? I shrug. Yeah, it seemed like a great morning for it. When I was younger, before the fateful cruise and King Heinrich to the rescue, I had a few set running routes I'd take through North London. I knew them by heart. Every crooked street, every loose cobblestone, every to-be-avoided side street because they're cleaning the fish stalls out back there. But I'm learning to change. I'm discovering that new doesn't have to be a bad thing. I mean, look where I am. It's not the fishmonger side streets of London, it's gorgeous out here. And instead of lorry drivers catcalling obscenities at me while I run, I get Tenley, a much better choice. Mind if I join? I glance down and realise she's also in running shorts and trainers. Unless you wanted some solo time? I shake my head. No, I'd love the company. She grins and sits on the bench next to me and starts to stretch her calves. I was hoping you'd say that. I feel like we've been ships passing these days. I grin sideways at her. Well, when you're spending 70% of your waking life in bed with your new boyfriend, she blushes deeply. I am not. I roll my eyes with a laugh. 10, we share a wall. Her face burns hotly, and I grin. I'm kidding, I can't hear a thing. She visibly relaxes. Because of the noise-cancelling headphones I bought. She groans as I laugh and throw my arm around her shoulder. It's not 70% of my waking life, she mumbles with embarrassment. You're right. I grin again. It's probably closer to 80. She rolls her eyes as I giggle at her expense. If you can even call that at her expense, I mean, my friend found the dream. All those movies and pop songs about finding the one, that perfect puzzle piece to complete you. They're all bullshit. I mean, of course they are, it's fiction. Unless you're my mum, apparently. Or unless you're Tenley with Elia. So what if her perfect puzzle piece ended up being a brooding, scowly, tattooed heir to one of the biggest crime families in the world? Cat people marry dog people. Arsenal fans marry Manchester United fans. Well, maybe one or two have. The point being, the goody two-shoes daughter of the United States Secretary of State and the dangerous heir to a Brotvar throne might be an unlikely duo, but they make it look freaking perfect. And it could be worse. Like signing a devil's contract to marry Misha. So what about you? she asks. I've missed our couch chats. What's going on with your life right now? She makes a face. And what the hell is going on with that fucking arranged marriage crap to Frederick? I swallow and quickly have the need to retie my right trainer. Oh, that. Yeah, that's done with. It's not a thing anymore. Because I married the Dark Prince. I said I do to the lion himself. Tenley's brow shoots up. Wow, seriously? How the heck did you swing that? Oh, I shrug. I worked something out. I wince on the inside. I hate lying, and I really hate lying to my best friend. But these are extenuating circumstances. These are dire days. It's just for 4 months. For 4 months with school and all the work that involves, and Orators Club and Tenley and my after-school Royal Princess classes, as Tenley and I call them. How much time will I even have to be near Misha? 4 months is nothing. They'll fly by. I hope. And when it's done, poof, it'll be gone. Erased. This very morning, before I stepped outside for my run, I started sending preliminary emails to some of Heinrich's legal team to figure out the best way to blast this marriage off the face of the planet once it's not needed anymore. I breathe out and polish off the last of my espresso. Lying sucks, but it's what's necessary right now. And when it no longer is, maybe then I can spill it all to my best friend, like coping therapy. The wild, this one-time story to end all wild stories. Tenley stands. Well, I'm glad that's not looming over you anymore. I feel like you've been kind of off lately, and I was worried it was that. When I frown, she glances at me quickly. Oh, no, I don't mean off. I just mean distracted. I figured it was the Frederick thing. Oh, no. I smile as best I can. Just lots of plates up in the air. Plates named Misha. And they're tenuously balanced, with an ever-present threat of them crashing down around me, cutting me, making me bleed, scarring me. I shake those thoughts away as I spring to my feet. Okay, ready? I was thinking of doing the loop by the pond at Lachlan House. My phone rings. I glance down, and my burst of positivity deflates. It's Heinrich calling. Tenley's eyes follow mine to the phone screen. I wrinkle my nose, but she shakes her head with a smile. Take it. I know you have to. She nods at the door to our cottage. I've got to fire off some quick emails anyway. Still good for that run when I'm done? She grins. Of course. Hey, it's not every day a king calls you. It is when your mother's married to him. She laughs and ducks back inside as I slump onto the bench and answer the call. Heinrich, hi. Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte. Despite Heinrich's clearly annoyed tone, I grin. I like the sound of my stepdad's voice. It's kingly, as cliché as that sounds to say. It's rich and deep, and there's something very comforting in that Germanic-tinged accent. I was going to call you later, Charlotte. His voice is still on the gruff side, but I can hear the sigh in it too. Charlotte, you don't owe me anything. That's not why I'm calling. I smile wryly. Calling to congratulate me. He chuckles deeply. In a manner of speaking, I mean, yes, congratulations on your marriage. Yes, happiest of times, I groan sarcastically. He sighs. No, what I really wanted to congratulate you on is your ability to do that which is hard, because it's what you have to do. I frown. Marrying a Prince of Denmark against my wishes was hard. That's why I didn't do it. He laughs. Yes, but you took your fate into your own hands with this. He clears his throat. This Misha boy. Are you really congratulating me on throwing a monkey wrench into the Luxlordian political machine and causing you and Mum a giant freaking headache with trying to keep this from blowing up? Pretty much, yes. I grin. Well, in that case, thank you, and you're welcome. Heinrich chuckles again. Then he sighs heavily. I hear the flick of something, and I smirk. Hiding from Mum with that cigarette? He groans. Busted. She wants me to quit entirely. You've heard they're sort of bad for you, right? Once or twice. I giggle. I'm down to 1 a day. It just feels like such a simple luxury. Hey, you are a king. Every king has a queen. He laughs. And your mum is a bloodhound when it comes to lingering cigarette smoke. He sighs again. Charlotte, I hate that you did this because of stupid royal politics that shouldn't involve you. I nod and look at my shoes. It's fine. No, it's not. You didn't sign up for any of this nonsense. I'm sorry, Charlotte. This was not part of the plan when you dragged her out of the ocean. He chuckles and then clears his throat. I'm working with my uncle to solve this issue with these parliament members who would sell this country out. We're looking at all the angles to get you off the hook with this. The entire lineage thing is outdated and barbaric anyway, and Leon agrees. I smile weakly. Do you think it can happen? Hope swells in me at the idea of this being much shorter than 4 months. Or I think it's hope. It's a strangely and confusingly muddied feeling, but I focus on what Heinrich is saying. There could be a way out. And soon. We're going to figure this out, Charlotte. And when we do, you can free yourself from this ridiculous arrangement. When he says it, the fast emotion that surges up to the surface isn't hope. It's wondering if I want to free myself of this. Of Misha. Of his piercing eyes. Of the way he looks at me like he can't tell if he hates me or wants to claim me all for himself across whatever the closest flat surface is. My thoughts are still at war with each other, and my face still burning when Heinrich drops a final bomb. Listen, I know your mother was talking to you about dinner or something, but I'd like to make this a real visit. I'm arranging with the school for you to come here for a weekend. My brows raise in excitement. Really? He chuckles. Yes, you and Misha, of course. My face tenses. Wait, what? Why? Because even though I know why you're doing this, and I know who this boy is from the news, I'd like to get to know him. I want to shake his hand and look him in the eye and see exactly how worried I should be that he's the one my favorite stepdaughter has chosen to marry. Whatever her reasons. I swallow. A weekend visit. A trip to the royal palace. With Misha. It'd be faster to drop a lit stick of dynamite in the throne room, and it would have pretty much the same result as Misha visiting. I've actually got a call scheduled in 10 with the OHA president. I'll be sure he knows this is important, without telling him why, of course. But let's plan for this coming weekend. My face pales as I nod. Yeah, if that's what you want. He sighs. None of this is what I want, Charlotte. But I'd still like to meet him. And who knows, perhaps a visit from this Bratvar son will galvanize Parliament into getting their asses out of the 17th century. Hope flickers inside of me. I'll speak to you soon, Charlotte. When I hang up, I put the phone down. My core tightens as I worry my lip and gaze at the rolling hills around us. The door to the cottage opens, and Tenley pokes her head out. Oh, you're done. Everything good? I swallow and smile as benignly as I can muster. Oh, fine, yeah, just boring court stuff. She laughs. I will never not be amused that my best friend is a literal princess, just so you know. I grin and shake my head. Still want to go on that run? I nod. Sure. Except now, I just want to pick a direction and never stop running until the roaring of Hurricane Misha goes quiet in my head. But something tells me there's no place I could hide to escape that storm.
Chapter 15. Misha. Something soft trails over my jaw. I frown as sleep fades away. My eyes are still closed, but they squeeze shut harder, trying to block out the light of the morning. The soft touch teases over me again, and this time I hear giggling. What the fuck? I open my eyes and scowl when I see the two girls perched on the edge of my bed. One bottle blonde, one brunette with auburn highlights. They both grin at me, biting their lips seductively as I groggily wake up.
Morning, sleepyhead.
The blonde, a girl named Victoria Chesterman, whose father is in banking or something, grins at me.
We heard you were sleeping alone, so...
My brows knit. I am not a morning person. So you broke into my fucking room and woke me up? They both giggle like I'm a comedian dropping one-liners over here. The hell do you want? I groan, dropping my head back to the pillow. I can party most people on this campus under the goddamn table, but there's a chance I went a little harder than I should have last night. What? I was celebrating my marriage. I groan. I'm married. Me.
Well, we might have woken you up, but I bet we can make it up to you.
The brunette with auburn highlights, whose name escapes me, winks knowingly at me. Is that your way of telling me you're going to bring me coffee and breakfast that involves bacon? I grunt. She reaches down and pulls off her t-shirt, revealing a black lace bra.
Something like that.
I roll my eyes, and yet the lack of reaction on my part is jarring. Sure, I've never been a morning person, but there are two willing girls sitting on my fucking bed, being the opposite of subtle about why they're here. And I'm not into it. I frown. What the fuck is wrong with me? I mean, it's not like my bullshit marriage to Charlotte suddenly has me acting like a saint. I'm not avoiding temptation because of that whole thing. But still, I'm not interested. Just like I wasn't interested in the daughter of the shipping tycoon who tried to climb into my lap at the party last night. The one who told me I could use her however I pleased. Another version of me, the version of me from before Charlotte, would have grinned and told her to find a friend and meet me in the bathroom. The version of me last night shoved her off my lap and proceeded to get as fucked up as possible on whiskey and weed. And I don't have to look in a mirror to know that that is the version of Misha Savakov who's woken up in this bed this morning. The mirror is the two blatantly obvious little temptresses looking at me like I'm their last meal on earth. And I am not interested. Get out. The two of them startle. Victoria grins curiously, like she's trying to figure out what the punchline to this joke is.
Wait, I don't get it.
It's not complex. Here you are, and there's the door. You twist that silver round thing to open it. Ideally, you close it behind you and let me get back to fucking sleep. She stares at me.
You're joking.
Comedy isn't my thing. The brunette frowns.
Wait, do you really want us to leave?
Do you have strong black coffee and a full English breakfast hidden up your ass? She makes a face.
Ew?
No? Then get the fuck out. Yes, I'm serious. Yes, I mean right now. The two of them glance at each other before slowly rising from the bed. Brunette slips her shirt back on awkwardly. Then they both just stand there like they're waiting for Ashton fucking Kutcher to jump out. When all they get is a scowl from me, they both turn and scurry to the door. After it's shut behind them, I grunt and drop back to my bedsheets. It's not that I'm more than moderately hungover. It's not that I need some strong coffee before I can fuck. It's that there's a switch in me, and I'm realizing it's currently flicked in a direction I'm not used to it being. My phone buzzes on the bed next to me. I blow air through my lips and turn to pick it up with a scowl. It's Charlotte calling. My lips curl at the corners as I answer. Good morning, dear. She groans.
Yeah, let's not.
How did you sleep, my darling?
Are you quite finished?
For now. She sighs.
What are you doing this weekend?
Spreading you out on this bed and tasting every fucking inch of your skin. I almost snarl out loud. Shedding any panties you've made the grave mistake of wearing with my fucking teeth, and then fucking you from behind while you beg for my cum. I frown. Why?
My mum and stepdad want to, meet you.
Yeah, that dinner thing. Where are we going?
Lux Laudia.
I slowly sit up in bed. Oh?
Yeah. So look, don't come.
I smirk. Well, with an invitation like that.
No, you know what I mean.
Embarrassed of me, princess?
Yes?
I grin. I promise I'll change, baby. I'll go to the gym. I'll be nicer to your friends. We can go to couples therapy.
I'm glad this whole thing is so amusing to you, Misha.
When are we leaving?
Why would you even want to come?
And how formal should I pack? She groans.
Seriously, don't...
I'm coming.
For fuck's sake, Misha, just...
Oh, and don't worry, princess. I grin. You'll be coming, too. She hangs up abruptly. I snicker as I drop the phone to my sheets. When I glance down, I raise a brow as my pulse thuds. I'm hard. I'm very, very hard. My hand moves on autopilot. I shove the sheets and my boxers down, and my thick, throbbing shaft springs free to slap heavily against my abs. I hiss as my hand wraps around my cock. I start to stroke, and my eyes roll back. I just had 2 nubile coeds in my bed, all but literally begging me for it. But I'm not thinking of Victoria and her stupid friend. I'm thinking of Charlotte. I'm thinking of my wife. I groan as my muscles clench, my jaw tightening as I imagine Charlotte bouncing on my lap, that sweet little pussy gripping me tight and milking the cum from my balls. I imagine how she'd moan for me, how she'd scream as she came.
Oh, Misha, come for me, Misha. Come inside me.
My balls draw up. With a grunt, my cock surges in my grip. Hot white cum spurts high in the air to land in splatters across my abs and to dribble down my shaft. Fuck. I drop back to the sheets, panting and throbbing. I frown. Why am I saying no to things that Misha Savakov never, ever says no to? Why am I letting my revenge on Charlotte Bergendon get in the way of me being me? My brow furrows. The better question is, why am I still pretending that not fucking Victoria and her dumb friend has anything to do with revenge on Charlotte? But it does have something to do with her, and that's a problem. I need to focus. I didn't marry her to swap witty banter with her, or to jerk off to her, nor did I marry her specifically to cement my future. I could have married Victoria's no-name friend and accomplished the same thing. I married Charlotte because I wanted to destroy her. So I need to focus. I need to concentrate on breaking her down brick by brick. That's the point of this. I can get pussy wherever, but I'll get revenge with her. I close my eyes and make myself think back to that day, the smile of a girl, the snarl of a father's wrath, a yellow balloon silhouetted against the sky as a little boy gritted his teeth and took the blows. My mouth thins. Charlotte might be the outcast here at OHA. She might be Princess Diaries, but she's made a name for herself as a good girl. I'll ruin that. I'll ruin her, and I'll leave her as tattered, scarred, and broken as she left me.
Chapter 16. Charlotte. I'm seconds away from the auditorium, where I'm dangerously close to being late for Orators Club, when he steps in front of me. I gasp, startling as Misha's piercing blue eyes lance into me in that way they do. Like knives, like a lover's heated touch, both laying me bare. I glare up at him. It's not even that he's said anything yet, or done anything. I've just decided that scowling is my default setting when it comes to interactions with him. Yes, I mutter coldly. He just smiles. Where are you going? Why? Because I'm curious. Where are you going? I roll my eyes. Orators Club, if you must know. He smiles a predatory smile. His eyes slide over me salaciously. Heat pools in my core as I chew on my lip and do my best to banish the memories of the other day from my head. Public speaking club. That's the one. I sigh. I'm actually almost late, so if we're done, we're not. He steps closer to me. I blush and glance around nervously, but we're alone. Orators Club meets after classes are done for the day, and seeing as it started 30 seconds ago, everyone who's a part of it is already in the auditorium. We're alone. I'm alone, with Misha, in a semi-darkened hallway. There is no damn reason my skin should be tingling like this, or my thighs clenching like this. What do you want, Misha? I whisper, swallowing. He smiles evilly. Lift your skirt. I blush crimson. Excuse me. You heard me. Just like I know you heard me the other day when I told you if you didn't do as I say, I would check. Panties. He wants to see if I'm wearing panties. I am. And suddenly I'm tingling as the gears turn in my mind. What exactly are the consequences of not playing his stupid alpha control head game? I'm not doing that. Then I'll do it for you. Before I can react, he's pushed me back into an alcove between two banks of lockers. I gasp as my back hits the wall, then again when his hand shoots out to grip the hem of my school uniform skirt. Misha's eyes lock onto mine as he tugs, lifting my skirt. I tremble, panting as he slowly peels it higher until it's up to my waist. Let's see. He drops his eyes, his brows lift as his lips curl wickedly at the corners. I swallow, my pulse thudding as my skin tingles under his gaze. Misha, I have to get to... Not without this. I frown. Without what? You didn't do as I told you to do. Because it's not 1940, yes. He smiles thinly at me. So, there will be consequences. Such as this. He reaches into his back pocket. For a second, I wonder if he's going to take that butterfly knife out and fucking cut my panties off again, which embarrassingly is more than slightly thrilling to think about. But when he brings his hand back to show me, my brow furrows at the small pink egg in his hand, with a small little loop, a flexible lanyard attached to it. What is that? This is a vibrator. My eyes bulge as my face burns hotly. What? Misha? And you're going to wear it to Orators Club. My eyes snap up to his. My pulse hums in my veins, electrifying my skin. He just looks at me, coolly smirking, daring me to tell him this is my line. What do you mean, where? I'll show you. I'm not, he chuckles. Oh, but you are. Not in a million. His mouth lowers to my ear, taking my breath away and making me throb with heat. Yes, you fucking are. The empty hallway hums with an unseen energy. The walls themselves throb with the energy that crackles between us. This push-pull, this hating him, but craving the dirty way he makes me feel. No, Before I can even blink, he's dropping his hand to the front of my panties. I gasp when his finger slips into the waistband, stretching them away from my skin as my mouth falls open. His other hand, the one holding the pink egg, pushes down the front of them. Misha! I whimper when his fingers brush down my mound and over my clit to slip through my lips. My legs shake as he slowly drags what must be the vibrator up and down my slit. I can't help it. I moan. My fingers find his shirt and drag over it, feeling the hardness of his abs beneath. Misha growls as he nudges the egg against my clit. Then he eases it lower and presses it to my opening. My eyes go wide. It's that kind of vibrator. It goes, shit, I whimper as he slowly pushes it into me, his finger fluttering over my lips as he does. The egg slips into me, and he teases his fingers back over me. He lets one bump over my clit before his hand drags out of my panties, and he releases the elastic with a snap that makes me whimper. I throb with heat. I'm trembling with it, a feeling of aching desire and utter embarrassment surging inside of me. I can feel the egg nestled there too. I tense, waiting for it to turn on, waiting for the waves of vibration to turn me into a shuddering mess right here in the hallway. But nothing happens. My brow furrows as I nervously drag my eyes up to his. Misha smirks. Yes. Does it? I frown, my face red with embarrassment. I mean, how? Oh, did I not mention that part? He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a little black fob. My eyes almost bulge out of my head. No fucking chance are you... with this. He moves closer to me, pinning me to the wall of the alcove as the growl rumbles low in his chest. Better get to Orator's Club, Charlotte. I swallow, staring at him. Misha, you can't. Yes, I can. And I will. But only if you're good. So. He leans down again, letting his lips tease my earlobe. Be a good girl, princess. And maybe I'll let you actually come. Miss Bergendum, Professor Macklin sighs heavily, looking more than slightly annoyed. So happy you could join us. I blush, trembling as I walk. Not because I'm that bent out of shape about being 5 minutes late to Orator's Club, but because there are 15 sets of eyes on me as I walk down an auditorium aisle with a fucking vibrator in my pussy. Sorry, Professor Macklin, I mumble. I got held up. Against a wall, with Misha Zavakov's hands in my panties. Professor Macklin frowns, but he seems to brush it off. It happens, but it means you're up first today. I nod, swallowing. Sure. Have you put any practice in on that Teddy Roosevelt speech for semis? Yeah, I lie. Great, let's have it then. He nods up at the stage and the podium at the front of it. Dropping my bag in a seat, I fumble to take the printed speech out of one of my binders. My hands shake and my skin tingles as I slowly walk to the side of the stage and climb the stairs. I can feel the little pink fucking egg with every step, teasing me and stroking against places that make my legs shake. This is awful. My face throbs as I make my way across the stage to the podium. I draw in a slow breath as I place the speech on the stand in front of me. I swallow and close my eyes. Push it out of your head, I tell myself. Forget about it. It's not there, like a little hand grenade in your panties. Besides, what the heck is even the range of the remote Misha has? I breathe and let a smile spread across my face. I look up and I start to recite the first line. My body stiffens. My eyes stare in horror. There, in the back row of the auditorium, with his feet up on the seat in front of him and a smug grin on his face, is Misha. He raises his hand, and my eyes narrow on the little black fob in his fingers, on the remote to the vibrator. Charlotte, the professor clears his throat. Feel free to start whenever. When I don't immediately do so, he frowns. Then he catches my eye and turns to see Misha back there. Then he turns back and gives me a look. Come on, Charlotte. I know you're not bothered by an audience. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm not bothered by an audience when giving a speech. I have a slight issue with one when there's a vibrator between my legs and the devil himself is holding the remote to turn it on. I clear my throat and make myself look straight ahead. It is not the critic who counts. Not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles. I gasp, fumbling my words as I feel a low vibration rumble through my core. My hands grip the edge of the podium as I drag my eyes up to level an "Are you fucking kidding me?" look at Misha. He just smiles. I clear my throat again. Or where the doer of deeds could have done them better, I continue. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and... Fuck. The vibrations crank up higher, pulsing incessantly inside of me, right against my G-spot. My mouth tightens as I squirm and squeeze my legs tightly together. Then it's gone. I take a shaky breath, ignoring the confused looks from Professor Macklin and the rest of the club, and the snide snickers from Ainsley Hendershire. whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes... Shit. The fucking egg starts to go insane inside me. The throbbing and pulsing vibrations come in waves, making my toes curl in my flats and my teeth drag over my lip. My core tightens, my thighs clamp tightly together. It occurs to me that I'm about to fucking come, on a stage in front of almost 24 people. I'm sorry, my stomach isn't... I choke as the waves crash down on me. I'm sorry, I have to go. I whirl without waiting for Professor Macklin's response and bolt from the stage. I barely make it into the wings before the orgasm slams into me. I turn my head and bury the moan in my shoulder as I cling to the dark green velvet curtain with both hands for dear life. Wave after wave of sheer bliss crashes over me. My legs shake, my body sagging against the curtain as I explode in pleasure. The vibrations turn off. I pant for air, still clutching the curtains, and then, suddenly, the fucking thing turns back on again. Oh, hell no. I glance around and then shove my hand into my panties. My finger hooks through the loop of pink lanyard, and I groan lightly as I slip the little egg out of me. My face throbs with heat as I hold the slick, buzzing toy. I spot the part near the lanyard with an arrow pointing around in a circle. I twist, and the buzzing is over. But something tells me the battle of wills with Misha is just about to get started. Talk to me, Charlotte. 20 minutes later, I'm slumped in a chair in Professor Macklin's office, across the desk from him. Hundreds, maybe 1,000 books line the huge, elegant shelves around the perimeter of his office. They even have one of those rolling ladders like Bell's bookshop in Beauty and the Beast. But I'm not here for the books. I'm here to have a reckoning with one of my favourite teachers, which sucks. What happened out there? Misha fucking Zavakov happened, that's what. I want to scream. A killer asteroid, a plague, a pestilence. You're good at this, Charlotte. Come on. I know you know that too. You've got a natural talent for this, but you've also put in all the practice. I look down. It was just a stomach thing. He says nothing. When I look up, he's stroking his strong, slightly scruffy jaw, and he's giving me a look that says he's not buying a word coming out of my mouth. It won't happen again. He smiles. Charlotte, you are not in trouble. I just know you're better than this, and I know you can crush it at semis, and then the cup. I nod. I know. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I stand and shoulder my bag as I turn. I hope your stomach feels better, Charlotte. I wince, hide it, and turn back to see him giving me a stern but slightly curious look. Thank you. I leave feeling mortified, but by the time his office door closes behind me, the embarrassment has turned to fury. That motherfucker. Orators Club is like the one freaking thing I have right now that's just for me. No royal liaisons teaching me how to use the right spoon for the right course, or how to hold a tea saucer daintily. No royal politics, no changing my whole life around, no bullshit, no Misha. And he's gone and stepped into that one refuge I had. He's broken his way in like he's doing across the board with my life. I grit my teeth as I slam open the door to the English department. I storm out into the fall afternoon and set off toward my cottage. I'm barely inside one of the rose gardens that the path leads through when he slips out from the shadows to stop me in my tracks. Misha. Get the fuck away from me, he smirks. Enjoy your club meeting. No, I snap. This isn't me trying to be immune to his charms. This is fury. And he sees it. No, Misha, I did not have fucking fun. That was mortifying. He folds his arms over his broad chest. His school uniform is just tight enough on him to look casual and yet show off every single muscular bulge and groove. What's the matter, princess? He growls with a smug smile. Not enjoying my games. No, I hiss. No more fucking games. I'm done. I blink at my own words. Whoa, slow down there, girl. But even as I pause, I start to rethink my logic concerning this thing with Misha. I grit my jaw tight. Who's to say he's the only option? What if I just picked some random shy guy who goes to school here? Or hell, anyone. I could put up an ad on the fucking internet or something. 'Cause that would be safer than trying to be married to and playing these games with Misha. I shove him aside to just get away from him. Suddenly, my breath hitches as his hands land on my upper arms. He grunts and shoves me back until I'm pressed to one of the ivy-covered walls of the rose garden. My heart thuds. My breath catches in my throat. I tremble but keep my expression livid as I stare up into his fierce gaze. "No, you're not," he growls. "Wanna bet?" I snap. "You're married to me." Misha hisses quietly. "You will do as I..." This isn't the 1700s. Married or not, I'm not fucking beholden to... The fuck you aren't. I gasp as he looms close to me, so close that our noses almost touch. I'm drawing in the pine scent of his aftershave and something distinctly Misha. Like pheromones invading my cells, driving me crazy. My pulse pounds in my ears as the low growl from his gorgeous lips washes over me. His hands tighten on my arms. Mine fall against his chest. His eyes flick over me like icy blue shards. His perfect white teeth flash and the tattoos on his neck ripple. He's so close. I can move less than a fraction of an inch, and one of the cardinal rules of this entire arrangement would be broken forever. No kissing. I'm a hair away from breaking that. I swallow, panting heavily. My entire body throbs and tingles with heat. Then suddenly, he pulls away. His hands drop from me, and his lips fall away from mine. "You will do what I tell you to do, princess." He growls deeply. His eyes lock with mine before he turns and strides away through the garden. He's already out of sight, but I still can't move. It's like my brain has just short-circuited, and my body won't quite work again until it reboots. I was just inches away from walking off a cliff, and suddenly, I don't know that I'm sure about anything at all, because I ache that I didn't fall.
Chapter 17. Misha.
Mum! Mum! Okay, Jesus, I get it.
I'm lounging on a bench next to one of the walkways outside Edward Hall when the girl's voice cuts into my thoughts.
Mum! For fuck's sake, how the hell would I... Okay, Jesus.
I know the blonde with the phone to her ear who comes storming around the corner. I don't know her, despite the rumors I've heard that say otherwise. But Juliana McCreed is firmly in the elite clique at OHA, one of the popular kids. She and I only really know each other by reputation and from the Lordship Manor parties she's frequently at. As far as I know, she used to have a thing for Ilya. Or maybe not, because I've seen her and Tenley palling around lately. So who knows? I do know that I was relaxed and alone in my thoughts before she came blabbing around the corner yelling into her phone. I also know that people yelling at their moms is kind of a trigger for me. Not having one will do that. I was barely a few months old, apparently, when my mom ditched out. No one under my dad's employ, even Christoph, ever really talks about her. But what I do know is that she was young, and either a stripper or some kind of sugar baby. Which, given my dad's proclivities, checks out. I know that she got pregnant on purpose to bilk my dad out of some cash, and once she got it, she split. After that, it was just Boris and me. Well, us and the small army of nannies and caregivers who did their best to look after my rebellious ass. As I got older, and as my dad got harder and harder on me, his right-hand guy, Christoph, sort of took over as a male role model. That helped, at least a little. But it wasn't fun being Boris's pet Doberman to be trotted out to his bratva and political friends. I was his dinner theater, his hard-as-nail son that he could claim was a product of his own molding to look tough for his friends, to feel powerful. I've asked myself if there were other reasons he went from strict to brutally domineering. Reasons that don't have to do with Charlotte, I mean. Like, maybe I reminded him too much of my mom or something. Who knows? The past stays there and fucking rots. And the stench of it follows us our whole lives.
Okay! Fuck, Mum. I'll see, okay? I said I'll fucking see.
Juliana slams her thumb against the screen with a guttural sound of disgust. She's still muttering to herself when she turns, and jumps when she notices me.
Fuck! I didn't see you there.
I lean back against the bench and spread my arms as I look up at her. You should be nicer to your mother. She frowns.
Excuse me?
That was your mom on the phone, right?
Yes, but...
Well, be nicer. You never know when you might not have one. Juliana's lips pressed together.
That's so true, Misha, which is why I make a point of wishing and praying for it every single day.
I arch my brow. Jesus, a little dark, Jules. She smiles dangerously.
Do you know my mother, Misha?
Nope.
And yours is?
I shrug. Gone. Dead, maybe. I have no idea.
Ah, well, you're welcome to have mine, then. No give-backs, though.
I smirk.
Countess Macreed is angry with me because my roommate left school, and she's decided that reflects badly on me, for some ridiculous reason.
Who was your roommate?
Goethe Swinberg.
I frown and shake my head.
The Swedish girl who do all the cocaine at a party?
Oh, huh. I arch a brow. Why'd she leave school?
Because she did all the cocaine at every party.
I smirk. Got it.
Anyhow, I need to run.
Juliana pauses.
By the way, I heard a rumor about you, Misha.
My brow arches. Oh?
That you're suddenly opposed to threesomes?
I grit my teeth. Victoria Chesterman has a big mouth. I make a note to spread a rumor about her having a thing for unsolicited dick pics. I'm opposed to people breaking into my fucking room when I'm hungover as shit, I mutter. Juliana smirks and shrugs.
Just what I heard.
Well, it's bullshit.
Got it.
She pauses.
So, want to have a threesome?
I glare at her when she grins at me. Funny. She laughs and shoulders her bag.
You know, I've seen you and Charlotte Bergendam hanging around a lot together.
My eyes snap up. My muscles tense. I feel a surge of something inside. But I clear my throat to try and shake it off. If you believe every rumor you hear about me, Jules, you'll have to start believing the one about you blowing me under the table in the dining hall last year. She rolls her eyes and makes a sick-looking face.
Hard pass, thank you very much. Anyway, gotta run.
Good luck with those mommy issues. I grunt as she walks away.
Same to you, Misha.
I'm in my room folding clothes into my suitcase when there's a rap on my door. I turn to see Ilya leaning against the doorframe. He's got his usual spliff hanging from his lips. He frowns and nods at my suitcase.
Where are you going?
The Playboy Mansion. Wanna come? He rolls his eyes.
You live in it here.
Not lately. The parties have quieted. Not a lot, but it's noticeable. First it was when Ilya and Tenley got together. But I know it's slowed a little more since I locked my dick in a fucking box in the name of ruining Charlotte. Ilya looks at me darkly and steps into my room. He strolls over to drape himself across one of my couches and sucks on his spliff before blowing out a thin stream of smoke. Then make them crazier again. Parties here, I mean. You're welcome to do what you want. Just mostly keep me out of it. I roll my eyes. Because you're good now with one vagina forever? Yes. I shake my head with a small laugh. I need Lucas to up his game. My game is fine, thanks. I glare over to the doorway again to see Lucas leaning against it now. His school dress shirt is done up all the way to the neck, with his sleeves rolled all the way down and buttoned as usual. No, your game is Freddy fucking Krueger trying to pick up chicks at a sorority party. Don't be a fucking dick, Ilya grunts behind me. Lucas just grins. Maybe some of those sorority girls like Freddy. Lucas is a private guy about what happens in his bedroom, but Ilya and I have both heard the rumors. I mean, Lucas has dealt with some shit in his life. He's seen parts of hell I can't even imagine. And it does make me wonder how much of that hell the occasional girl, either exceptionally brave or incredibly fucked up, who visits his room sees. I'm a pretty jaded, cynical, grumpy prick. Ilya's a dark, black-hearted motherfucker. But if Lucas wasn't my friend, he'd straight up scare me. He nods at the suitcase. Where are you going? Christ, you two need fucking hobbies, I grunt. My dad needs me to sign some paperwork shit. I'm going to drop by his house in Odessa for the weekend, if you must know. One of your dad's lawyers was just here. I glare at Lucas, but I don't think he sees it. He shrugs. Oleg, right? I saw him shuffling around campus the other day. Yeah, well, who knows? Anyway, I'll be back on Monday. I nod at Lucas. Guess it's on you to keep the party streak going this weekend, since Ilya's balls are in a jar under Tenley's bathroom sink. Ilya slowly drags on his spliff and exhales through his nostrils as he flips me off. I'd probably sleep a lot better without you worrying about what Tenley does with my balls. I'll see what I can do for the streak, Lucas adds. I think the rugby team has a home game on Saturday anyway. Just no offering up any girls as satanic sacrifices, yeah? Lucas rolls his eyes and turns to leave. No promises? He grunts as he disappears out into the hall. I chuckle and turn to zip up my suitcase. You want to tell me what the fuck is really going on with you? I frown as I twist my head. Ilya's still lounging back on my sofa, blowing slow smoke rings. Nothing is going on with me. There's been a noticeable lack of trails of women's clothes leading to your room. I frown. Keep your nose out of my fucking bedroom, all right? Ilya shrugs and stands. He starts to leave, but stops near the door to turn back to me. You know Tenley's roommate, Charlotte? That girl you're always glaring at like you've got an axe to grind? My jaw clenches as I level my eyes at him. I don't even know who she... Well, funny story. She's out of town this weekend, too. I glare at him. He glares right back. Wonder if her dad has her signing some legal stuff, too. Wouldn't that be an amazing coincidence? I growl dryly. Wouldn't it, though? I roll my eyes. Anything else you need? He smirks. Nope. Enjoy the Playboy Mansion.
Chapter 18. Charlotte. Oxford Hills Academy is very much a closed campus. It's got a private security force the size of a small army, but it's basically invisible to the students. We never, ever see them. As a school for the children of the world's most elite, most powerful, and wealthiest, of course it's more secure than Buckingham Palace. We stay on campus too, unless there are extenuating circumstances, and the school okays it. King Heinrich and Queen Jessica of Luxlordia inviting their daughter and new son-in-law to visit would be one of those extenuating circumstances. Of course, the school hasn't been told that I'm married to Misha Zavakov. Heinrichs apparently told them that he's in business with some of Misha's family, which I think seems insane to tell anyone personally, and that's the reason he's requesting that the both of us be allowed to leave campus for the weekend. An armoured car escorts us to a private airfield outside nearby Manchester, and soon we're stepping onto a private jet bound for Luxlordia. We've left after Friday classes, so it's already growing dark outside as the jet lifts into the air. The cabin is exquisitely decorated in gorgeous wood and gold tones, and Misha and I sit across from each other in sumptuous reclining chairs. There's even a faux fireplace to one side of the room, a bar cart, and a bedroom suite complete with a bathroom with a tub on an airplane. I sometimes forget what it really means to be royal. What? It's new to me. When we hit cruising altitude, Misha stands. "Where are you going?" "Outside for a walk." I roll my eyes as he smirks at me. He moves to the bar cart and grabs a bottle of scotch. "Drink." On a jet done in sultry wooden tones with a fireplace and a bedroom alone with Misha, yeah, I'm good. "I'm fine, thanks." He shrugs and pours himself a splash into a crystal tumbler. He takes it with him to the front of the cabin, where he opens the door to where the stewardess's area is. I hear him grunt something to them before stepping back in and closing the door. The click of the lock makes my pulse jump and my skin tingle dangerously. He turns back to me, and those eyes settle on me like a wild animal sussing out the best way to pounce. But he's cool about it. He looks calm as hell, just leaning against the door, slowly sipping his drink as his eyes devour me. "I got you something." My brow narrows. "If it's another fucking vibrator, hard pass." He smirks. "Is that your way of asking for more toys?" "No," I mumble, my blush deepening. Misha walks toward me. I swallow, squirming in my chair as he approaches. He knocks the rest of his drink back and sets the glass down on the bar cart. Then he steps in front of me and reaches into his pocket. He pulls out a black velvet box, and my brow furrows. "What's?" He opens it, and my eyes widen. Holy crap. The ring is gorgeous. It's stunning and looks like something fit for a queen. And yet it's also subdued somehow. And it's so me, it's scary. A thin gold band that swirls and wraps around gleaming diamonds, culminating in a stunning rock gleaming at the top. There's another ring in there too. This one a simple gold band. What are these?"
"Our wedding rings."
My eyes snap up to his as my pulse skips. "Oh, what?"
"Relax, princess," he grunts. "Think of them as props for this farce. Might as well play the part. Plus, your whole thing is to sell this to Parliament or whatever, right?"
He shrugs.
"Might as well actually sell it."
My teeth drag over my lip as he kneels. His sleeves are rolled up, and I watch the ink on his muscled forearms ripple as he pulls the rings out. He slips his onto a tattooed finger, and then takes my hand. A jolt throbs in my core as he slowly, almost sensually, slips the ring onto me. It fits perfectly. We're already married, legally. We've already said vows and signed our names on a document. But this, part of the ruse or not, the ring on my finger suddenly makes all of this feel very, very real. I swallow and drag my eyes from the ring to his smouldering eyes. "I will actually have that drink." Misha smirks as he stands and goes back to the cart.
"Tequila, right?"
"Bad idea, the worst of ideas. Yeah, thank you." He pours mine over ice and another scotch neat into his glass. He turns to hand me the tumbler and then clinks his to mine. "What are we toasting to?"
"The ways I'm going to make you fucking squirm this weekend, princess."
Heat surges inside of me. My face burns as I stare at him. I quickly bring the glass to my lips and take a drink to calm my suddenly jangling nerves. The idea of Misha making me squirm shouldn't create this much conflict in me. It should repulse me. It should make me feel used, like one of his fucking conquests. It shouldn't excite me. But still, this game of control and submission with Misha is like a war in my head. There's a dark part of me that wants to give in, to submit, to close my eyes, let go, and take the plunge. To let him do whatever he wants to me, because the idea of that has my pulse throbbing. But then there's also the rational part of me, the me in me. That part balks at the idea of backing down, or of allowing him to have that sort of control over me, even if it is part of our devil's deal. Misha slowly sips his drink. His piercing eyes fix on me over the rim of the tumbler, burning into me. I swallow, trying to play down the intensity of that look, and the fact that we're locked in a dim, elegant plane cabin together for the next few hours. Drinking. Slowly, he lowers his glass, and his lips curl deviously. I shift in my seat. What? Take off your shirt. My pulse jolts. I blink quickly as I stare at him. What? Take off your fucking shirt. I flush, squirming under the intensity of his gaze. Why? His face darkens. Because I fucking said so. I purse my lips. Yeah, but why? He smiles rakishly. Because it's hard to see your tits with your shirt on. My face burns hotter as I bite my lip. Why are you doing this, Misha? He frowns. I literally just told you. No, I mean... I look into my drink. The control thing. These games. Who said anything about games? He growls. What I did say was to take off your fucking shirt. He hisses quietly. Giving in would be easy. Easy and mortifyingly exciting. But it's like there's a roadblock in my head. I know this is firmly within the scope of our deal, and yet I can't just give in. Misha finishes his drink and moves to sit in the chair facing me. He leans back in it, eyeing me darkly. I'm waiting. Misha, our arrangement is a simple one. He growls. I help you with this royal charade. You do everything I ask. Misha, you could play these control games with literally any girl at OHA. I just don't get why you're doing... Because I am. He snaps. I hold his fierce gaze. You hate. I startle. It's actually the first time this explanation has come into my head, but it might actually make the most sense of anything I've been trying to find as a reason for this. It could really be this simple but bitter explanation that Misha really is just a fucked up arsehole, and making me strip and come at Orator's Club or whatever else he has planned for me is really all just a long-trailed way of humiliating me. It's a horrible thought. You hate me, Misha, I say quietly. You've hated me ever since I got to OHA. Is that it? Is that why you're doing any of... I never said I hated you, princess, he says through clenched teeth. His eyes never leave mine. No? I snap. Then please tell me what the fuck we're doing. Why the hell did you sign up for this? As if you can't snap your fingers and get 9 of the closest 10 girls on campus to say, oh, please, Misha. His eyes stay on me. Just tell me, I yell. Why are you doing this? What the fuck do you want, Mish? Your submission. His voice rumbles across the small space between us, silencing me. I want your compliance. I want you to look me in the eye and say yes, please. His eyes burn intensely into mine as his chiseled jaw ripples. And right now, what I really want, princess, Are those pretty lips wrapped around my fucking cock? The air sizzles and crackles in the sudden pin-drop silence. My pulse is so loud in my ears that I'm sure even he can hear it. My mouth dries as my skin prickles. My core surges with a forbidden, traitorous heat. He's not joking either. There's a gravity to his tone and in his fierce gaze that makes me shift in my seat. He's serious. As serious as the voice in me that almost says yes. What is wrong with me? I swallow the lump in my throat, taking a shaky breath as I level my eyes back at him. No. His brow arches. You agreed to any... Yeah, well, I'm not doing that. His eyes slide over me. His lips give the faintest hint of a smirk. So this is it. This is your line. Fuck your line bullshit, Misha. I hiss. He smirks. I think I can guess what the issue is. I frown. What? That you've never done it before. I simmer under his piercing eyes. I've done it before. No, I haven't. I'm sure you have. He says dryly. Tons of times, actually. I throw back primly. Oh, I'm sure. A regular blowjob queen. You're disgusting. And your shirt is still fucking on. My hands move before I can stop them. My reasoning is that if I don't give him a mile, I can give an inch. Slowly, my fingers start to pluck open the buttons on my blouse. Misha's dark gaze slides over me, his mouth curling up at the corners. Fine, I hiss quietly. This what you want? Yes, it is. I swallow, popping one button after the other until my blouse falls open. Spread your legs. I blush. I squirm as I rake my teeth over my lip. I'm wearing, He growls quietly. Take them off then. Giving an inch seems to have been the pebble that starts the avalanche, because slowly I'm doing it. I'm obeying, and I like how that makes me feel. I stand and slip my hands under my skirt. I peel down my panties, blushing deeply as they slip down my legs and off my feet. I drop them to the floor and sit back in my chair, throbbing with heat. Spread, he hisses, and I do. Slowly, I open my legs, letting the skirt ride high up my thighs, until finally it bunches all the way. My face burns as Misha's gaze drops to my spread-open pussy. Now, touch yourself. I have to bite my lip to stop from whimpering. It's treacherous, the way my mutinous body reacts to his crude words and dangerous demands. But again, I find myself doing what he says. My body hums with energy, and my core surges with heat. My hand slips down between my legs, and I tremble as I cut myself with my palm. You've never gone down on a guy, have you? I blush hotly. I already told. Tell me the fucking truth. That's a demand. I tremble, my heart rate surging at his words. I shake my head slowly. No. I'm betting you've never even seen a guy, have you? My eyes close as I flush heatedly and shake my head. But you're so curious it hurts, aren't you? I do whimper this time. It's as if his words are a teasing touch. His voice and crude words alone are making me wetter and needier. Answer me, princess. He growls. Yes. The word is barely audible, but Misha hears it. With my eyes still closed, I hear the sound of a zipper. I moan as the throb between my legs surges hotter. I can feel myself getting even slicker against my hand. Look at me, he growls. Open your eyes and look at me, princess. I do. My eyes slowly open and I groan as I watch his hand sliding into his open pants. I can feel his eyes are locked on me as he starts to pull himself free. But my own gaze is firmly on the front of his pants and the huge bulge tenting it. His hand slides out, and suddenly my jaw drops. Holy shit. Misha's thick, enormous cock springs free of his briefs. I stare at it in shock, feeling my body react primally to the sight of him. He's huge. I told you to touch yourself. He groans. His hand squeezes the thick base of his cock, and the swollen head at the tip flares. I whimper, watching as clear liquid slowly trickles down his veined shaft. I am incredibly wet. Touch yourself, princess. Misha grunts. Misha, do it. Now. My hand starts to move and I moan softly. My finger slowly curls, dragging up through my lips to bump over my clit. This is surreal. It's like I'm actually in a filthy dream. I'm not actually on a plane with Misha Zavakov, my shirt open and my skirt up as I play with my pussy for him, at his demand. I'm not honestly this wet because of it either. Just like I'm not really staring at his big dick as he strokes it slowly and watches me watch him. But this is indeed reality. Good girl. My face caves as I choke on the moan. My hand starts to move on its own accord. My fingers drag up and down my slit, teasing my clit before I sink one into myself. Misha groans. Fuck yes. Play with that pretty pussy for me. God, I can hear how wet I am. My body tenses and squirms as I rub my clit faster, my eyes locked on what he's doing a mere 2 feet from me. His strong, inked hand slips up and down his thick shaft. Pre-cum drips down from the tip, making his cock glisten with slickness. He tugs his briefs down a bit more and cups his balls with his other hand. His jaw grits as he watches me. We are not even touching, and this is the hottest experience of my entire life. I clamp my teeth down on my lip, squirming and moaning deep in my chest as I start to crest. I'm almost there, as if being watched by him or me watching him has me close already. My fingertip rolls and rubs over my clit as my body starts to shake. Misha groans, stroking faster and harder to match my fingers. Do it, he hisses. Show me how you can come for me, princess. Show me how badly you want to come. I crumble. My body jolts as the pressure releases. I bring a hand up to cover my mouth, but he snarls with a shake of his head. No, he hisses, grunting as his hand pumps his cock faster. Let me hear it. Don't you dare keep that from me. My eyes squeeze shut. I'm... Good girl. I gasp at the sound of his voice right into my ear. But I don't have time to make it make sense, because suddenly 2 of his thick fingers are sinking into my slick pussy as I rub my clit. I explode hard against my hand, gasping and moaning shamelessly as I come, riding wave after wave. My whole body shudders in my seat as my thighs clamp around my hand. My eyes peel open. Misha's looming over me, his mouth by the crook of my neck. My eyes fall shamelessly. Then they bulge. He's dressed, totally zipped up and all. And here I am, sprawled in the chair with my panties on the floor, my shirt open, my legs spread, and my hand buried between my legs. Blushing furiously, I quickly yank my hand away, sit up, and shove my skirt down. I tug my blouse together and button it back up as fast as I can, my face burning. I bend to reach for my panties, but he gets there first. He hooks them on a fingertip and casually slips them into his jacket pocket. His gaze sizzles over me as I sit there throbbing from my orgasm. And from my shame. Did you... I swallow and slowly bring my eyes to him. I mean, did you also... No. My brows knit. Were you not into... I was very much into watching you. But when I come, it's not going to be jerking off like a chump. Misha backs away and slowly sinks into his chair. He leans back, his hands clasped behind his head and a smug grin on his face. When I come, princess, it's going to be in your pretty mouth.
Chapter 19. Misha. It's an absolute honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I bow low, taking Jessica's hand and kissing it softly. Charlotte's mother is beaming when I stand and flash her a winning smile. I'm good at this. I've met a dozen heads of state in my life. I've been trained to meet important people and to impress and endear myself to them. Hell, growing up, we had half the Russian cabinet eating Sunday dinners at my father's mansion. I turn to see Charlotte scowling, and I grin. She's torn, I can tell. I know she needs me to sell this marriage to the Luxembourgian Parliament. That's the whole point of this marriage stunt of hers. But she also wants me to be the grenade. She wants me being me in front of her mother and stepfather to prove a point. But the only thing I'm going to blow up here is her attempt at using me that way.
It's lovely to meet you as well, Misha. And please, call me Jessica.
Of course, Jessica, I say, dripping with charm. I turn to Heinrich. I can see he's a man who senses bullshit a mile away. Which means I just need to turn it up even higher. Your Majesty, I bow low. It is the honor of my life to marry your
My boy, we can spend this weekend glad-handing and bullshitting each other, he growls in a thick Germanic accent. Or we can all acknowledge that we know exactly what's going on here and what this arrangement of yours is.
I sincerely doubt he knows exactly what Charlotte's and my arrangement is, but I smile nevertheless. Well, that may be, Your Majesty. I am still incredibly honored to meet one of the top 5 scorers in Oxford Hills rugby history. Heinrich's face remains neutral as his eyes bore into me. But then slowly, he starts to grin.
Top 4, you know. He beams. Are you a rugby man, Misha?
Outside center.
Good position. He chuckles.
Boris taught me brutality. He taught me to be ruthless and a conniving, cold-hearted bastard. But he also taught me how to schmooze. And like I said, I'm fucking good at this. Heinrich gives Charlotte a huge hug when she pulls away from her mother's embrace. Then he turns to clap me on the back.
It's late. Are either of you hungry for some dinner before bed?
Oh, no thank you, sir. I smile widely. Charlotte might be, though. She turns to lift a brow at me quizzically.
No, I think I'm...
She was about to have a snack on the plane, but decided to say no. I turned to level my gaze at her blushing face. In spite of my insisting, she tried. Her mother frowns.
Did you have dinner before you left, Shah? You really should have had that snack.
Charlotte cringes. I completely agree, Jessica, I say with a heavy sigh. But she just wouldn't even have a taste.
I'm exhausted,
Charlotte blurts. She gives me a dagger-sharp look as I smirk back at her.
Oh, you must be.
Jessica gives her daughter another big hug, squeezing her tightly. My mouth turns dry and my heart thuds, watching them. It's a dynamic I have never known. The feeling of wanting to be close to your family, to be hugging them, is an alien concept to me.
Come.
Heinrich gestures down a long, elegant hallway of the palace.
The porters have already brought your things to your rooms.
Charlotte drops her head to her mom's shoulder, their arms around each other as we all head down the hallway. Heinrich and I talk rugby, but I'm relieved when we finally get to a huge double set of ornate doors, because I don't actually know shit about the sport, and I'm at the very end of my ability to spout bullcrap about it. Charlotte opens the door to a pretty, elegant bedroom, complete with an actual 4-poster princess bed on the far side of it near the huge windows. Well, sir, I beam at Heinrich. I look forward to hearing more of your thoughts about the change to the Scottish national team lineup tomorrow.
Happy to talk about it now.
He beams.
While I show you to your room.
Really? They've got Charlotte and I in different rooms? I don't say shit, but my eyes lift to hers. She smirks at me before she and her mother step into the bedroom.
Good night, Misha,
she says sweetly, her words dripping in sarcasm. Heinrich starts to walk, and I fall in next to him. So, Scotland.
It's okay, Misha. You can drop the bullshit now.
I smirk. That obvious, is it?
I'm a king, Misha, and I've been one since I was 17. Believe me, I can smell someone sucking up to me a mile away.
Well, thank God, because I was running out of anything to say about rugby.
Let's drop this shit, shall we?
He growls and suddenly turns to level a dark look at me.
As I mentioned, I'm well aware that this marriage is a farce, Mr. Savakov.
I nod. Then I won't bullshit you.
Good. I would appreciate that.
His eyes narrow.
I care very deeply for my stepdaughter, Misha. I consider her my own flesh and blood. And that she's gone and married. Well, with all due respect, someone like you. For political reasons that shouldn't concern her, hurts me.
The whole line of succession thing with your parliament. He raises a brow.
You've done your homework.
I wouldn't enter a deal like this otherwise. His lips twist.
And that is my other concern. While I'm eternally thankful to Charlotte for doing this, and saving my country from snakes within, this arrangement worries me.
Which part? I growl.
The part where I would very much like to know what you get out of this.
Trust me, sir, you don't. While I might be a prick, I'm not prick enough to tell him to his face that my side of the bargain is that Charlotte becomes my personal little plaything. Not prick enough, and I'm reasonably sure a man built like him could throw a monster of a right hook, even at his age. An image upgrade, I say bluntly. It's at least mostly true. My father, Boris.
I'm well aware who your father is,
he growls. I smile. Well, Boris has grown tired of my reputation.
And marrying Charlotte improves that reputation in his eyes, I take it?
I nod.
So, you're each using the other to push agendas with your parents.
Heinrich chuckles and shakes his head.
Would that our children could just live their lives out from under ours.
He glances at me.
Your room is this way.
I wait 20 minutes before slipping out of my room and heading back the way Heinrich led me. I pause just around the corner from her room when I hear her mother leaving it. She and Charlotte embrace and talk softly before her mom leaves. When she's out of sight, I rap my knuckles on the door.
Mum,
Charlotte groans as she swings the door open.
I told you, I would never involve myself like that with a boy like...
She gasps, jumping back with hand flying to her mouth when she realizes it's me.
What the fuck are you doing here?
She mutters. With a boy like who, exactly? I smile. She glares at me.
Like you.
Like me, or...
Specifically, you.
And yet, I think you've... What's the word you used? Involve? I smile hungrily. I think you've involved yourself with me a number of times now.
Not by choice,
she hisses. I didn't hear any protests. Charlotte glares at me, crossing her arms over the sleep shirt she's changed into. It seems we're in different bedrooms. She smiles coldly.
Yes, because my mother can smell a shark a mile away.
What about your cum on my fingers? Her face darkens with heat.
What are you doing here, Misha?
I smile, and she blushes and trembles.
I'm going to bed.
Not yet, you aren't, I growl. She smirks at me.
Or is someone still all worked up from the plane?
Yes, I am, I grunt.
Well, I guess you better go take care of that.
My mouth thins. I told you. Her gaze suddenly snaps past me as she gasps.
Your Majesty!
I whirl. My eyes focus on nothing. Charlotte's bedroom door slams and locks behind me.
Say hi to your hand for me, Misha.
Chapter 20. Misha.
I trust you know how to use this?
I arch a brow at the sharpness of Heinrich's words as he hands me the hunting rifle. Do you mean because I come across as someone who's done a lot of pheasant shooting, or because of who my father is? He smirks.
You seem like a smart enough boy to know which one I meant.
I grin. I think I'm going to like King Heinrich a lot. He's got the same dry, slightly biting sense of humor that I do. We were more of a full-auto family growing up, but I suppose I could figure this one out. Heinrich chuckles and grins at me.
Come, let's hunt.
Yes, I'm hunting, with the stepfather of the girl I've married, in order to ruin her and turn her into my personal little fuck toy, whom I have not actually fucked at all yet, or done much of anything with besides tease, because apparently I'm the one with his balls in a jar, not Ilya. I scowl and shake that thought away.
Es ist nicht geladen, oder?
Leon, Heinrich's uncle, leans close to his nephew and mutters in German, the official language of Luxlordia. I took 6 years of German, certainly enough to understand it's not loaded, is it? In a suspicious tone as he drops his eyes to the rifle in my hand.
Ernstborn, uncle?
Heinrich grunts back, smiling at me. Relax, uncle. Leon mutters something about trust and letting the wolf inside the gates. I resist the urge to correct him that, no, it's my good friend Ilya who is the wolf. I'm the lion that they've let inside the gates. He turns his gaze to me and smiles.
Well, Mr. Sovikov.
He grunts in a very thickly accented voice.
I suppose a thank you is in order.
Don't thank me yet. You haven't seen what a bad shot I am. Heinrich chuckles. Leon smiles without a trace of amusement. Charlotte and her mother are off touring the old section of Arnhem, the capital of Luxlordia. Needless to say, the paparazzi is going to be on them all day. Also, needless to say, that's 100% why Heinrich and Leon have me out hunting in the middle of nowhere, as far from paparazzi cameras as humanly possible. I'm the dirty royal secret. But of course, not even Charlotte knows that I've got dirty secrets of my own. Like the fact that I'm using her to secure my future as much as she's using me to secure hers. Heinrich, Leon, and I, along with the 6 royal guards accompanying us, head off toward the tree line. My eyes scan for signs of game as I walk quietly through the brush. The humble bullshit about not being able to shoot is total crap. I've been shooting since I was 5, and I could probably put out the left eye of a pheasant mid-flight at 100 feet. But it's all part of me trying to put Heinrich at ease with me, not because I actually care if he likes me or not, but because he can clearly smell smoke on me, and he's definitely looking for the fire. My half-lie about trying to clean up my image by way of Charlotte only stretches so far. And Heinrich is not a stupid man.
So, tell me, Misha.
I glance to the left to see that Heinrich has moved close to me while still scanning the trees.
Why Charlotte?
He turns to smile curiously at me.
For your image, I mean.
I groan inside. Fuck, that didn't stretch far at all, I guess. Well, Your Majesty.
Heinrich is fine. You are my son-in-law, no?
He says pointedly. Well, Heinrich. I don't bother continuing with some bullshit about her being from a good family, or being royalty, or the not bullshit part about how she's not like most of the girls at OHA. Because I can see it in his eyes. He's just waiting to call me out on that shit. When I pointedly don't continue, he smiles again. I grew up in this political shit, as I'm guessing you did. I nod. I know there's an angle here. I haven't figured out what it is yet, but I know it's much more than cleaning up this image of yours, he says dryly. I'm not saying you're up to no good, Misha, and I know that people have secrets and do things that they must for, say, a father. I clench my jaw. Fucking Heinrich the psychic over here. But just the same, let me say this. He stops and turns, meeting my gaze eye to eye. Charlotte means a lot to me, as does her mother. And if these secrets of yours end up hurting either of them, I'll fucking shoot you. My eyes drop to the rifle in his hands. He smiles. I believe we understand each other, no? I believe we do, I growl. He smiles. Good. Now tell me, what does your mother think of this arrangement of yours with Charlotte? If you ever find her, you're welcome to ask. His smile fades. My apologies. I wasn't aware of... His brow knits. I'm sorry, Misha. I shrug. Don't be. She got knocked up on purpose to scam my dad out of some cash. When she got it, she was out of there. He shakes his head. That's hard. It's not. I mostly just joke that she owes me 18 birthday presents. He smiles wryly and looks away. I lost my daughter. My brow furrows. I remember reading something about this when I was digging into Heinrich. My condolences, I say quietly. He nods, smiling as he stares out at the trees. She was young, not much older than you and Charlotte, actually. He waves a hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to drag us into morose waters. This was years and years ago. I nod, and we walk in silence for a minute. He clears his throat. She got mixed up with the wrong kind of man. He stops, and his heavy gaze slides to me. So I'm sure you can connect the dots of why I might want to closely scrutinize this arrangement between you and Charlotte. Because I'm the wrong kind of man. He smiles an appraising smile. A few days ago, I'd have said yes, but I suppose now that's yet to be seen. My phone rings loudly. Leon, a few yards behind Heinrich, scoffs loudly and throws his hands in the air. Sorry, I mutter. I pull out the phone and grimace. It's my father. My apologies. I need to take this. Heinrich nods as I turn and start walking away before I answer the call. Dad, Charlotte fucking Burgundham? My brows knit. That is who you've gone off and married? Boris crows with laughter, wheezing with it. Is that a problem? I growl. A problem? He roars with laughter. Of all the pretty little things in the world, you go and marry the fucking princess of Luxlodia? I roll my eyes. I thought you didn't give a shit. I didn't, he snaps. Until I realized how goddamn useful you've just made yourself. I frown. Useful how exactly? He cackles. Useful, because now I have someone else on the inside, close to Heinrich. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I'm talking about the enormous mineral deposits underneath that fucking shit stain of a kingdom that King Heinrich is too fucking stupid to sell the mining rights to. I'm talking about the fact that I'm close to taking that fucking country by the balls to get what I want. I freeze. The parliamentary members that want to dethrone Heinrich so they can sell the mining rights? My eyes widen. That's you? Boris snickers.
Of course it's me. And now I have my own boy right there to whisper into Heinrich's ear.
I shouldn't care. This doesn't concern me, and it really doesn't affect my life at all. So why do I? I don't think I want to get involved with whatever it is you're... He laughs loudly.
I don't really give a flying fuck if you want to or not. If I need you to lean on Heinrich or influence him, you will. For now, though, you will just observe. Let him open up to you, and then tell me everything.
My brow furrows as I turn to glance back at Heinrich. He nods and gives a small wave. I smile back. God damn it. Why am I even remotely conflicted on this? Charlotte jumped on a hand grenade to try and help her stepfather keep control of his country. She tapped me, because I could blow up this entire plan. Except she's just let the lion inside the walls. She's just delivered Luxlordia to my father. I frown. I could stop this, of course. I could tank these plans in a second by just telling Heinrich what's going on. My jaw grinds. But that would blow up my future. If I were to purposefully blow this up, no marriage or cleaned-up image in the world would keep Boris from erasing me from his will and snatching away the kingdom that should rightfully be mine.
Misha!
Heinrich sees that I'm off the phone. He beckons.
Come, let's hunt.
I say nothing as I stomp back across the field toward him and Leon. Leon glares at me.
Shush, he hisses. You'll scatter the birds.
I point my rifle in the air and squeeze the trigger. Heinrich, Leon, and all 6 guards drop on instinct, the guards pulling out their firearms. At the same time, about 3 dozen pheasants launch into the air from the underbrush by the tree line. In one move, I spin, exhale, raise the barrel, and squeeze the trigger with 3 rapid pulls. 3 pheasants drop out of the sky as the rest of them clear out. The group is silent. Leon swears in German under his breath. The guards glare at me as they holster their weapons. Heinrich grins at me.
Played that a bit close to the chest, didn't you?
I shrug. Maybe a little. He nods, smirking as he wags a finger.
I might just like you yet, Mr. Sovakov.
I smile back on the outside, but on the inside, I'm scowling. I know this doesn't concern me. In a few months, after I have secured my future as king of my father's empire, I won't give a single shit about what happens politically in Luxlordia. I mean, fuck it, right? Heads of state come and go all the time. Heinrich's had a good run as king. Maybe it is time for the parliament to start running things without him. Why the hell do I care about any of this? My jaw sets as I follow Charlotte's stepdad toward the 3 birds I just took down. This was supposed to be such a simple transaction. Marry the good girl, use her for my own gain, and in the process, ruin her, destroy her, make her hurt like I hurt. But this is turning out not to be simple, and I'm in deeper than I wanted to be. With this arrangement, with my father's schemes, with everything going on with Luxlordia. But mostly with Charlotte. And I don't quite know how to dig my way out. Or if I even want to.
Chapter 21. Charlotte. I'd be lying if I said that at least a small part of me wasn't wondering all afternoon if Heinrich would use the excuse of hunting to shoot Misha. But apparently he's come back unscathed. Unscathed and, an absolute hit with my stepfather. Heinrich wipes tears of laughter from the corner of his eyes as he describes what an apparently incredible shot Misha is. Bam, 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 he chuckles. Like the good, the bad, and the ugly. A dead-eye shot, this one. Misha grins as he raises his glass of scotch to my stepdad. It felt good to get back out there. It's been a while. So my thanks, Heinrich. My eyes flit between them suspiciously. The chuckles, the inside jokes about the day's activities, the toasting. Heinrich? My gaze slips sideways to Misha, who's sitting next to me at the dinner table. He's up to something, like a boa constrictor slowly squeezing its victim. The lion slowly stalking through the tall grass. Leon almost pissed himself, Heinrich chuckles, turning to pat his uncle on the back. I was merely startled. Leon mutters into his roasted pheasant, apparently one supplied by Misha himself. Heinrich's uncle's gaze turns to Misha. As I was beginning to say out on the hunt, Leon says stiffly. He raises his glass toward Misha. I believe her thanks us in order, Misha. I'm afraid these treacherous individuals in our parliament will stop at nothing to see this great country destroyed. So I am pleased you were able to. Leon waves a hand, seemingly searching for the right words in English. To help. Heinrich finishes for him, smiling politely at Misha. Is that what you were trying to say, Uncle? Leon smiles thinly. Indeed, Your Majesty. His eyes narrow on Misha, but he doesn't say anything else before turning back to his meal. I've been to one formal dinner in the palace's sprawling, cavernous royal banquet hall, the one for my mum and Heinrich's wedding. The idea of 5 people eating in the middle of a room that size is comical. Instead, we're dining al fresco on a terrace overlooking some of the palace gardens. And how was Arnhem today, my love? Heinrich reaches over to squeeze my mum's hand. She turns, blushing like a schoolgirl as she smiles up into his eyes lovingly. They really are a freaking Disney movie. I shake my head as I toss back the rest of the wine in my glass. A waiter is there a bit too fast to top me back up again. It was good, a bit heavy with the paparazzi, but I'm guessing that has something to do with the unexpected visit of the princess. She turns and winks at me with a grin. Oh, probably. Desperation to get a shot of their stunning queen couldn't have hurt, though. My mum blushes as she squeezes Heinrich's hand. A hand lands on my thigh. I jolt, my pulse skipping as I whip my head to the side to stare at Misha. His face is neutral, revealing nothing about the fact that his hand is rapidly moving up my thigh and pushing under my skirt. I grab his hand and shove it back onto his own knee. His jaw grinds, but he simply smiles across the table at Mum and Heinrich. How long were you a teacher for, Your Majesty? My mum beams. Oh, please, Jessica is fine, love. Misha's face splits into one of the most winning smiles I've ever seen. Of course, Jessica. Same question. He jokes. Heinrich chuckles. My mum laughs. I almost choke on a mouthful of wine when his hand lands on my thigh again. His fingers grip a little tighter this time as they begin to slide up my leg. I swallow the wine in my mouth and slip my hand back under the table. I grip his hand tightly, prying it off my leg before shoving it back to his. The way his eyes slide to me and narrow is almost imperceptible. But I can see it. I can feel it. I taught for, goodness, Mum laughs. About 20 years, I suppose. A bit before Charlotte was born, and then all the way up until, well... She turns and giggles at Heinrich. Giggles? Fuck, are they cute. Until Heinrich here pulled me out of the sea. My little mermaid. He chuckles, leaning close to peck a kiss on the tip of her nose. Misha chortles a very dinner-party laugh. Such a great story. He sighs, shaking his head. His hand lands on my thigh again, gripping tightly. They should really make a movie about the two of you. His hand slips up my thigh, making me jolt and grip the table tightly. My teeth bite into my lip as he moves his hand all the way up, until he's cupping my pussy through my panties which I can tell he's annoyed that I'm wearing. Heinrich chuckles.
Perhaps they will. Do you miss teaching?
He's having a perfectly normal, charming conversation with my mother and my stepfather, while he slowly drags a finger up my seam through my panties. He's the devil. He's the actual devil. The sizzling sensation that teases through my body makes me want to melt, but I am not doing this here. It's up there with orgasming on stage in front of the entire Orators Club. I grip his hand and somehow manage to yank it away and place it firmly back on his own lap. I'm tingling all over, and my pulse is loud in my ears. Some of it's the 2 glasses of wine I've knocked back far too quickly, but most of it is him. His hand starts to move again in this back and forth dance we seem to be locked into. But slightly wine-tipsy me suddenly has an idea. My lips curl into a devious grin. Misha's doing this to make me squirm. He wants me embarrassed and yet beholden to him because of the pleasure he's giving me. It's like a fucked-up mind game. Well, this time I'm flipping the tables on him. Before his hand can get to my knee, I put mine on his, and I slowly start to slide it up his muscled thigh. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see the corners of his mouth turn up. His eyes dart to me for just a second, flashing me an amused, curious look before he turns back to Mum and Heinrich. I do at times, Mum sighs, answering his question about teaching. She smiles. But I'm loving being on the National Board of Education here.
If I get my way, she'll be Education Minister after the next election.
Heinrich smirks, sipping his wine.
That's called nepotism, my mum laughs. Surely I can wield some power here and there as king.
Heinrich jokes. My hand slips all the way up Misha's leg until it's cupping. My eyes widen at the huge, throbbing bulge I feel in his pants. I glance at him in shock at how hard he is, how quickly, and how freaking big. Misha just smirks, keeping his attention on the conversation. This is ridiculous. When he fucks with me, it throws me for a loop and has me bolting off the stage at my favourite school club. When I try and fuck with him, he goes right on charming my mum and stepfather. I call bullshit. Time to up the ante. The wine is humming in my veins as my hand cups his bulge a little more firmly. There's a burst of heat between my thighs when I feel his cock throb against my touch. I swallow, trembling a little as my fingers slowly find the length of him. I start to stroke a little, and the heat between my legs grows.
Nothing wrong with a little nepotism, right?
Misha chuckles.
Well, says me, the son of a damn oligarch.
Heinrich chuckles.
But helpful nepotism? Nepotism for good.
Misha grins back.
I'm for it.
He's still not thrown, at all. I glare at him as my pulse thuds. Time to turn this up. My fingers slip to his zipper, and I start to tug it down. Misha's brow quirks up, but it's the only reaction I get. Well, the only visible reaction. Under the table, beneath the long white tablecloth covering our laps, his cock is straining at his pants. I pull the zipper all the way down, and then manage to undo the button above it. His pants fall open, and my hand slides over the thickness beneath the thin fabric of his boxers. I tremble. Holy shit, he's huge, and so warm and pulsing. My hand shakes as I grow bolder, either because of lust or the desire to try and make him stumble, to push him off this pedestal and watch him squirm like he did to me. My fingers slip into the waist of his boxers. Without another thought, I yank them down. Misha clears his throat, shifting as his heavy cock suddenly springs free under the table. I'm in a daze. I feel way, way drunker than I actually am, like I'm lust drunk, a mix of raging hormones and surging adrenaline. My fingers curl around his thick shaft. My eyes bulge. Fuck, he's big. My fingers don't even touch. I squirm, shifting in my seat as heat pools between my thighs. My core tightens as my hand begins to stroke beneath the table. I'm sitting at a family dinner in a royal palace jerking off Misha fucking Zavakov under the table. I have officially entered Crazy Town. Population, me. His dick surges in my hand like hot silk covering rock-hard steel. I can feel his pulse thudding beneath my fingers, but still, when I glance over at him, he's just sitting there, smiling away. He looks smug as shit as he effortlessly carries on a conversation about public flipping education with my mum and stepdad. I chew on my lip, stroking him faster. I pump my hand, squeezing him gently as I start to twist my hand around him. Nothing. He's rock hard. He's throbbing, but he's not thrown in the slightest. He just looks amused. Charlotte? What? I almost choke as I whip my head around to stare white-faced at my mum. I yank my hand back to my own lap, where it twists with the other. Yes, what? I blurt. My mum smiles curiously at me. Are you okay? Fine, yeah, fine.
Pheasant can be a bit hard if you're not used to it.
Misha says with a smirk as he turns to me.
A bit meaty. Sometimes you just need to use 2 hands and dig right in.
I stare at him. He smirks back as he sucks a bite of pheasant off his fork. My mum and Heinrich start in with Leon about the current polling numbers with the upcoming parliamentary election. Misha leans so close to me that his lips brush my ear.
Nice try.
He growls quietly. I pass my lips.
Not bad for your first.
That is, I stammer, blushing, not my first.
Sure it wasn't.
You arrogant, smug little...
Jessica, tell me, how do you possibly manage to look 20 years younger than any other woman your age?
Misha gushes to my mum. She and Heinrich laugh and grin at him, eating it right up. I just glare daggers at him, simmering in my embarrassment, counting down the seconds before I can leave the table. An hour later, after drinks, dessert, and Misha's seemingly endless ability to engage Heinrich and my mum in witty conversation, I'm headed back to my room. My mum is on my arm, walking me back. Okay, I can't. I frown, turning as we stroll up to the door to my rooms to smile curiously at her. Can't what? Bite my tongue anymore. She turns to me, her brow worried. What does he get out of this, love? I stiffen, feeling my face blush. Nothing, I mumble, opening the door. She follows me into my suite and shuts it behind me. Well, if that's the case, you could have picked a less good-looking young man. I whirl, my face bright red. Mum! She laughs. Well, you picked him. I'm just saying they did not make them like that when I was... Oh, my God, I groan, burying my face in my hands. Enough, stop. You're drunk. She laughs. I'm not, but it's been far too long since I gave you a good teasing. She walks over to sit on the big sofa by the fireplace in my room. She pats the cushion next to her. Come on, all jokes aside, talk to me, Charlotte. I look at the floor as I shuffle over and plop down next to her. So we're all clear why you've gone and married a boy like that. She frowns, shaking her head. Mum, I say gently as I take her hand. It was my decision. This wasn't because of anything you or Heinrich did. This was something I wanted to do, to help. Sort of. And how is this arrangement of yours going, then? Fine, I lie. Yeah, it's fine. It's just a thing. Mm-hmm, she says dryly, eyeing me before her gaze drops to the rock on my finger. It's just a business transaction, Mum. She gives me a look. A business transaction. Yes, sometimes you have to do what you have to do, right? She smirks while giving me the hairy eyeball. Cheap shot. I grin. I know. It's something she used to tell me, when I was really young and money was really stretched thin. I was maybe 5 or 6 when my mum had the brilliant idea of selling helium balloons with Big Ben or London Bridge printed on them to tourists on the South Bank River Walk. The school she taught at had a whole room of unused helium tanks in the basement, and a neighbour who ran a screen printing business gave her the balloons from a messed-up order for pretty much nothing. Every Saturday morning we'd drive to the school, fill up as many balloons as we could fit into another neighbour's borrowed, dented-up van, and drive to the South Bank to sell them. I thought it was humiliating. I wanted to hide in the van because I was sure someone from school or someone else we knew would see us and think we were homeless or something. But we aren't homeless, she'd told me. But what if they think we are? So, and really, so what if we were? I'd groaned. It would be embarrassing. My mum had smiled and taken a seat on the bumper of the van next to me. Maybe, yes, darling, maybe it would be. But only because we worry what people think of us too much. Being homeless is nothing to be ashamed of, Charlotte. Not so long as you're trying to keep your head above water. So long as you're trying and waking up every day knowing it's another chance to change it, there's nothing to be ashamed of. She'd looked at me pointedly. Just as there's nothing to be ashamed of selling balloons. Which would you rather? Sell silly balloons with your mum every Saturday to tourists who don't mind paying £4 for a fun memento, or not see your mum every Saturday because I'm off changing hotel sheets or picking up another waitressing job? I'd pouted and looked at my hands. Sell balloons. Sometimes you have to do what you have to do, Charlotte. The important thing is to make the best of it, keep your head high, and keep smiling. Who am I to knock that mantra? I mean, that's what she did, and now here she is, the Queen of Luxlordia, sitting next to me, a princess, in a palace bedroom. I turned to smile wryly at my mother. Okay, cheap shot, but I'm serious. It's just a business transaction, I say with a small laugh, hiding my hand. That's it, Mum. The ring is just, I don't know, him making a joke about it. That's quite a ring just to be a punchline, Charlotte. I blush and wave her off. And what does he get out of this business transaction exactly? Me, my moans, my submission. Nothing, I say quickly. He just out of his own goodwill, is it? I swallow. The son of a billionaire Russian oligarch? Charlotte, I'm concerned that there are strings here. We're schoolmates, I shrug. He's just trying to help. My mum eyes me. Right, I see. So it's school pride, is it? I shift in my seat. Look, can we drop this, please? Her brow knits. Only if you tell me you're okay with this, and with anything it involves. I blush deeply, but nod. I'm okay, Mum. I smile. Really, it's nothing I can't handle. Okay, she sighs as she stands with me. I'm done mothering. I grin as she hugs me. I love you. I love you too, Mum. When she's gone, I turn off the lights and sink back onto the couch in the dark, alone. This is more than just a thing, and it's much, much more than a simple business arrangement. Nothing I can't handle. I want to laugh, but I can't. This is a runaway train at this point. Part of me knows I could just let go and jump off. And as long as I remembered to tuck and roll, I could hit the water beside the tracks and survive the runaway train that is Misha. But the other part of me can't let go. It won't. It doesn't want to, because I'm horribly curious what's going to come up around the next bend.
Chapter 22. Misha. There's a look Charlotte gets in her eyes whenever I surprise her. It's this mix of annoyance, disinterest, and her putting up her defenses. But behind all that, There's something lurking deep in the shadows, something that I catch glimpses of burning in her eyes, something that makes her face flush and her teeth drag over her lip. It's want, and it's that part of the look she always gives me that keeps this war of opposites raging in my head. It also keeps me lusting after her, like right now. She looks like she's debating slamming the door in my face. It's clear she wasn't expecting it to be me knocking at this hour. But she doesn't. She swallows, biting her lip in that way that drives me fucking crazy. "Yes," she mutters. I smirk as I push past her into the huge bedchambers. Excuse me." "You're excused." I stop just inside the room and arch my brows. Okay, I've been in some moneyed places, but the Royal Palace of Luxlordia is fucking incredible. "What do you want, Misha?" I turn as she closes the bedroom door and sighs. She's in a sleep t-shirt and baggy sweatpants. No makeup, hair down, glasses slightly smudged at one corner. The whole combo should not be this fucking alluring and sexy. "So, was that your big plan to distract me back there at dinner?" She drops her eyes as she blushes deeply. "Yeah, that's a yes." I smirk. "Too bad you couldn't finish the job." Charlotte rolls her eyes. "That's on you, not me." I shrug. "I mean, if the pilot can't land the plane, you don't blame the plane." She groans in exasperation. "Oh my God, are you for real?" "Just saying." Charlotte eyes me, her face pulsing with heat as she chews on her bottom lip. It's very, very distracting. "I've given tons of handjobs, thank you very—" "As many as you've given blowjobs?" I grin. Her face just gets somehow even redder as she squirms under my gaze. "It pisses you off not to be good at something, doesn't it?" The fire roars in her eyes. "Oh, that did it." "Oh, for fuck's sake," she snaps. "Like I could do that at the fucking dinner table." "We're not at the dinner table now." The room goes still, her eyes snap to mine, and a fire sparks deep in them. "Smooth suggestion," she says quietly. I wasn't being smooth, and it wasn't merely a suggestion. It was a quip, a joke when I said it, but the second it left my mouth, it changed. It got darker. It got more serious. And suddenly I'm very aware of how fucking hard I am, how fucking tempting she looks, how fucking much I want her. Right now, right here, moaning for me, coming for me, begging me for whatever I choose to give her. I move toward her. She sinks against the bedroom door, but her eyes burn with the fire as I cross the divide between us. Charlotte's breath sucks in, and I can see her nipples pebbling beneath the thin cotton of her t-shirt. "Maybe you'd like to try that again, now that you're not distracted." She swallows, her eyes meeting mine defiantly. "I doubt you could handle me undistracted." "I'll be the judge of that." She stiffens, then slowly, her eyes never leaving mine, her hand drops to the front of my pants. She cups my throbbing hard erection, and she trembles. "If you're ready to throw in the towel and admit defeat." She glares at me, but there's that fire in her eyes. She smirks as she yanks my belt open and tugs down the zipper. "I know what you're doing, you know." "And what am I doing?" "Goading me, trying to push me into doing exactly what you want." It seems to be working. I grunt as her hand slips into my boxers and wraps around my cock. Her eyes bulge a little at the size of me, making me smirk as she squeezes. "That's not what's happening here," says the girl with her hand wrapped around my cock, making a fucking mess of her panties. Her breath sucks in as her face burns hotly. "Who says I'm wearing panties?" She gasps as I surge into her, pushing her against the bedroom door. My hand slides over her hip, slipping between the hem of her t-shirt and the waist of her sweats. My fingers dip under the elastic, and I feel her stomach cave as my hand delves deeper. She's not wrong. All I feel is smooth skin, soft hair, and then wet, slick lips. She moans softly as I drag a finger through her seam, and her hand starts to pump me faster. Been all hot and bothered since dinner, have we? I growl.
Nope,
she gasps.
How's it been being blue-balled and pent up since dinner?
I haven't noticed. She rolls her eyes.
Like the whole reason you came here just now is because you're dying for me to get you off.
I smirk. It takes a little more than someone's first hand job.
It's not my...
Sorry, second hand job, I grunt. To get me off. Her hand pumps my cock a little faster. I'm not really just talking a good game here. It takes more than this to make me explode. But that said, damn does her hand feel fucking nice.
What if I do this?
She purrs. She brings her hand to her mouth and licks it before bringing it back to my dick. I grunt, abs tensing as she starts to stroke me faster. Her hand twists a little as she does it, and she pulls me closer. My swollen head throbs against her bare stomach, her shirt pushed up from my hand. I hiss as the pleasure mounts. I drop my mouth to her neck as she whimpers. My fingers roll over her clit as she strokes my swollen dick against her stomach. And then, suddenly, she drops her hand, pushes mine away, and slips out from between me and the door. I'm still blinking, trying to process the change when her mouth brushes my ear.
Enjoy your blue ball,
she gasps as I grab her, yank her back, and push her roughly to the door. My hand grabs the waist of her sweats, and with one pull, I've got them down around her knees. Charlotte's eyes are wide, and her face is throbbing somewhere between fear and excitement as I pin her against the door.
Misha,
I growl as I push my fat cock between her thighs. I drag the head over her lips, and her eyes roll back.
Oh, God,
she whimpers. I saw my head back and forth, opening her up as I dip the crown between her lips. Her eyes fly open.
Wait,
she whimpers as my head drags over her clit and my mouth falls to her neck. Oh, I'm not going to fuck you, princess, I snarl. Not until you're begging me for it. Not until you're saying, pretty please, bending over backward and climbing the fucking walls for this cock to fuck you until you scream. She moans, clawing at my arms desperately as I rock my hips. My bulging cock keeps sawing back and forth between her legs, dragging over her clit. But I am going to make you fucking squeal for me, I hiss. I'm going to make you squirm. I'm going to make you ache for me to finally fuck you. I nip at her earlobe as my throbbing erection slips over her sticky pussy. I'm going to fucking ruin you for any other guy, I snarl. My hips shove. My cock drags back and forth, making her moan and gasp as her legs shake. I can hear the sound of her slippery pussy dripping all over me. I can feel her nails dig into me, yanking me closer again and again. You want to be a little cock tease, princess? I growl deeply. You want to play the vixen?
Misha.
How about this instead? How about you just fucking come for me? Make that little pussy come for me, princess. I groan. My balls are tightening, my muscles clenching as I claw at my self-control. The need to plunge into her, to slip my head into her pussy and drive in until my balls are resting against her lips, is almost overwhelming. It's almost more than I can fight off. But I do. I wasn't talking shit before. When I fuck her, I want her begging for it. Charlotte moans, gasping as she clings to me. Her body coils and shudders. Her pussy drools her arousal all over my cock as I snarl into her ear. Come for me, princess. Be my dirty little wife and come on my fucking cock.
Misha.
Her body wrenches and shudders against me. Her hips jolt and she slams her mouth into my chest as she starts to scream. I can feel her pussy coming for me, her slickness dripping all over me as she explodes. On your knees. Her lust-filled eyes lock with mine. A fire burns in them as she trembles against me. And then she does it. Her fingers drag over me as she slowly drops to her knees right there in front of me. Her hand wraps around my cock, and she looks up as she starts to pump me.
What do you want?
She whimpers softly. I want you to open your fucking mouth. Her eyes widen, and her face goes red, but she moans. And then she does what I say. Her mouth opens. Her eyes lock on mine as she strokes my slippery cock. My gaze is fixated on the ring on her finger, the big rock glinting as she pumps her hand. My eyes roll back as my abs clench. I can feel my balls drawing tight, ready to explode. And then, prim, proper, good girl Princess Charlotte of Luxlordia looks up at me and sticks out her tongue. I explode, instantly. I grunt, my fists against the door as my cum explodes from the swollen head of my cock across Charlotte's tongue. She gasps in shock, and then suddenly, her mouth is wrapped around my crown. I see fucking stars. It feels like my fucking soul is leaving my body. The build-up, days, weeks of build-up. The teasing, the battles of wills. The fact that any girl I've ever been with before has been on my terms, and Charlotte defies that every step of the way. It culminates in possibly the most intense orgasm of my fucking life. I can barely stand or breathe. I'm vaguely aware of her getting up and turning me around. I groan as I step back, blinking as my vision slowly returns. Wait. I'm on the other side of her bedroom door, in the hallway, with my dick out.
Better put that away.
Charlotte is smirking at me, looking like the cat who's caught the canary. Or the no-experience princess who just made me come harder than I have in my life.
Lots of guards patrolling the halls.
She drops her eyes to my still hard cock and bites her lip before her eyes drag back to mine.
Try not to faint.
The door closes and locks. My jaw grinds. For the first time in my life with a girl, I'm actually speechless. Luxlordia is a short trip. We have breakfast with Jessica and Heinrich in the morning on Sunday, and then their lawyers pull me aside to have me sign a mountain of NDAs and their own prenups, backdated to the day before the wedding. I don't see Charlotte at all. Even at breakfast, she hides behind a giant mug of coffee or conversations with her mother. By noon, we're saying our goodbyes and being whisked away in a tinted window-armored car back to the airport with a hefty police escort. She's silent the whole ride, and boarding the plane, and while we reach cruising altitude. I spend the flight staring at her from behind sunglasses, pretending to be asleep. I realize suddenly that my head is silent. The war seems to be on pause, a ceasefire. Hating her versus wanting her. It appears I've forgotten somewhere in the last 48 hours that I need to be hating her. I just want her. She glances at me a few times. Her eyes trace over me, and she blushes a little with her lip caught between her teeth. But each time, it eventually turns to her frowning and looking away. I wake up when we're about an hour from Manchester. I'll take that back. She frowns.
What? This?
She looks dismayed when she glances down at the ring, but then quickly hides it.
Oh, sure.
She shrugs.
Yeah, of course.
She slips it off and hands it to me before turning to glance out the window. I mean, you can keep it. I just figured it would raise questions if you were wearing it around.
I don't want it. It's fine.
Right. Nothing is fine. Nothing's been fine since we started this bullshit and stoked this fire that never should have been fed. And now I'm pretty sure one of us, or both, is going to get burned.
Chapter 23. Charlotte. I've fucked up. Well, that much was obvious. I fucked up when I asked Misha to marry me right before I puked on his shoes. I fucked up again when I didn't let that be the end of it, and I certainly fucked up when I told myself it would all be fine. Sticking your hand through the bars of the lion's cage holding a prime rib sandwich rarely turns out well. But the biggest fuck-up was letting him inside. Somewhere over the weekend in Luxlordia, we crossed a line. And I don't just mean getting to third base. I mean the emotions that came with it. The understanding of each other that came with it. It's a closeness I wasn't expecting, and being that close to Misha scares the hell out of me. So I shut down. I closed myself off. The whole rest of the trip, the whole plane ride back, and for 3 whole days once we're back at Oxford Hills, I stop answering his calls and his increasingly demanding texts. I bolt from my cottage to classes, and then right back. It's like this really is the savannah. He really is the alpha lion, and I really am the wounded gazelle trying to stay the fuck alive. Except if you've watched even an hour of nature shows on the Discovery Channel, you know one thing for sure. Sooner or later, the wounded gazelle screws up. The lion always wins. It's Thursday, and I'm just taking my seat in the front row of Professor Truett's Greco-Roman political science lecture. As usual, I'm the only one in the front row. But I like that. It always makes me feel like it's just me and the lesson, without anyone else around. Professor Truett suddenly stands from her chair and knocks on the edge of her desk. 2 quick things before we start today. She smiles. 1, we're having a small multiple-choice quiz, and 2, I have a personal matter today I need to attend to, so I need to step out. I've asked one of my after-hours student assistants to sit in and administer the quiz. Student assistants are like TAs in university. You help grade papers, do some organising and general busy work for teachers, and in exchange it looks fantastic on your resume. I actually was one last year myself for Professor Macklin. Professor Truett clears her throat. So if you could please show him the respect you'd show me, that would be appreciated. She gestures to the door. I turn, and my face drops. You must be joking. Misha walks in, looking smug and so devious he might as well have horns and a tail. He smiles broadly at the whole room, before his gaze lands on me. I tremble, but then my brow furrows. This is too convenient. It's too scripted, too staged. I frown and raise my hand. Yes, Charlotte. I just wanted to say I hope everything is okay, Professor. Her brows knit. Pardon? With your personal matter. She quickly beams. Oh, no, nothing sinister or sad. She grins from ear to ear. I've actually just won a brand new car in a sweepstakes, she gushes. And they're coming by my place to deliver it and take pictures and all of that. My brow arches. Wow, that's amazing. Isn't it? She laughs. The funny part is I never even signed up for anything. It was just one of those automatically entered things, I guess. The very best kind of surprise. Misha grins. He turns to level a heated gaze my way, making me tremble. You must be very lucky, Professor, Misha says cheerily while staring right at me. My mouth falls open. This is no coincidence or random luck. This is Misha. Well, anyway, Mr. Zavakov here will be on hand if you have any questions. She scurries out the door. Misha shuts it behind her and smiles at the class, like a lion surveying the herd. My stomach knots, but my core throbs with heat. We may have crossed major lines this past weekend, but that doesn't mean I haven't been thinking and dreaming about it. It doesn't mean I can't still viscerally remember the feel of his hands pinning me to the door, spreading my legs, and sawing his large cock back and forth across my seam until I exploded. My face is throbbing with heat as Misha slides a sheet of paper onto my desk. His fingers tap on the edge of it, making me chew on my lip. Then he's gone, swooshing past me and up the stairs of the aisle to pass out the rest of the quizzes. When he gets back to Professor Truitt's desk, he sits in her chair and kicks his feet up onto it.
You've got an hour for the quiz. Don't actually ask me any questions. Go.
I can hear the class snapping to follow his orders behind me. I just roll my eyes and then glare at him. He smirks right back and pulls his phone out of his pocket. Mine buzzes in the bag slung on the back of my chair. My eyes hold his. The phone buzzes again, and I sigh as I reach for it.
Misha, don't you have a quiz to take?
I sigh and start typing back. Me. Don't you have a level of hell to lord over? He smirks. Misha.
You've been avoiding me.
I start to type out a reply, shrugging it off and denying it. Then I stop, erase it, and purse my lips as I hammer out an honest one. Me. Yup. Misha.
That's spousal abandonment. I could keep the kids, you know.
I roll my eyes. Me. Did Professor Truitt really win a car? Misha.
Of course.
I sigh heavily and give him a look. Me. From an actual giveaway? Misha.
If you're implying that I bought our professor a car in order to get her out of the classroom so that I could step in and toy with you.
I look up and our eyes lock. His lips curl as his fingers type. My phone buzzes. Misha.
Then yes, you're correct.
I grin, shaking my head. Me. That's ridiculous. What kind of car? Misha.
A Lamborghini.
I groan. Me. And that is criminal. Misha.
Are you going to take your quiz or not?
My lips twist. This is flirting, and it's a terrible idea. Me. Who's grading it? Misha.
Me.
Me. Then no, I'm not. He grins. Misha.
I could flunk you.
Me. Which would be a dick move. I mean, thought you were all for nepotism. I am your wife. Misha glances up at me, his lips twisting dangerously, temptingly. Misha.
I'm sure we could work out an arrangement.
I blush deeply. My lip catches in my teeth as I slowly type out words I have no business sending to a guy like Misha. Me. What sort of arrangement might you have in mind? Misha.
I'll give you an A.
I swallow. Me. If? Misha.
If you spread your legs. Right now.
Heat throbs deep inside, thumping like a bass drum. My skin tingles as desire pools between my legs. Me. Not happening. Misha.
Then I would suggest getting started on that fucking quiz.
I glare at him. He smirks right back in that infuriatingly sexy way he has. Misha.
Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
I swallow. My pulse thuds as I slowly put down my phone. I nervously glance around me. No one else is in the front row. In fact, the closest other person is 2 rows back. And with the way the rows of auditorium-style desks are laid out, with the tops that fold down over them, it's not like anyone could. I freeze. I'm not seriously rationalizing how I can flash Misha my fucking panties in the middle of class, am I? Except I am. I really am. Misha.
There is no way you're finishing that quiz in time unless you start.
I level my gaze at him. My core tightens, my fingers drag over the top of the desk, and slowly, Taking a shaky breath, I start to spread my legs. My skirt rides higher, spreading with my thighs. Misha's face darkens with lust as his fierce gaze drops beneath my desk. My legs spread wider, and I swear I can feel his eyes burn across my exposed thighs. My phone buzzes. Misha. Show me more. I blush. Me? What do you mean? Misha. You know what I mean. Pull your panties that I'm sure you wore to defy me to this side. My eyes snap to his, growing wide. No, I mouth at him. Misha. Show me your pretty little pussy. Now. I throb with heat and need and an aching desire. I know this is fucking insane, but my hand is moving before I can stop it. I glance behind me. The rest of the class is fixated on their quizzes. I turn back to Misha as my hand slips onto my desk and then under my skirt. Misha's jaw clenches when he watches my finger slip under the edge of my panties. My face burns as I gently stretch them to the side, letting him see all of me. He growls, like loud enough that I can actually hear it from here. Misha. Touch yourself. I clamp my mouth shut to stifle the groan. I squirm, twisting under his fierce gaze, but I already know I'm not saying no to this. I'm not so sure I'm capable of saying no to Misha at all, about anything. My thumb keeps my panties to the side as my fingers stroke up my lips. I shiver, biting my lip as I slip a finger into my wetness. I drag it higher, bumping it over my clit as my body trembles. Misha's eyes burn like fire, piercing me, scorching me, making me wish we were alone. My mind flashes back to that night in my room in Luxlordia, with his hands on me, and mine on him, and his cock so close to taking all of me. My body clenches and writhes. Knowing how wrong this is somehow makes it even hotter, and it's pushing me close to the edge already. I groan, mortified at the idea of coming in a fucking classroom full of people. But still, when I look up and my eyes find his, I keep going, because I want this. Suddenly the door slams open. I almost scream as I yank my hand out from under my skirt and clamp my legs shut, hard. I look up, the colour draining from my face as I see Professor Laughlin, another ancient histories professor, standing in the doorway. Luckily, from his perfectly normal expression, it would seem he did not just see me touching myself in a fucking lecture hall. Ah, Mr. Zavakov, he beams at Misha. Professor Truitt mentioned you were sitting in. Amazing. That luck with the Lamborghini, isn't it? Misha glares at him. Yes, fantastic luck, he mutters. Well, I'm done with my office hours, so I can take over now. Misha's eyes dart to me. Mine dart to the quiz paper lying completely blank on my desk. Shit. Misha frowns. I'm happy to stay, Professor. Oh, nonsense. Bugger off, Mr. Zavakov. I've got it from here. Misha stands. He glances at me, and his eyes leave scorch marks in their wake. Then he's gone. Professor Laughlin settles into the chair at the front of the room and glances at his watch. About half-time, everyone? The only mercy is that when I do finally glance at the quiz, I realise it's on last week's subject matter, which I could recite in my sleep. Just the same, I barely get through the last question just as the bell rings. My phone buzzes. Misha. Come to Lordship Manor. Now. We're finishing what we started. I blush and then quickly turn my phone off and shove it into the bottom of my bag. Out of sight, maybe. Hardly out of mind. I step outside and feel myself flush as I pause and reach back in to grab my phone. I glance at the message again, biting my lip. Misha. Come to Lordship Manor. Now. We're finishing what we started.
This is a very bad idea.
Chapter 24. Misha. My pulse thunders in my ears as I pace my room. I drop my eyes to my phone, glaring at it. The anger is for two reasons. One, that she's not here yet, after my text. But the much more concerning reason is that I, Misha Savakov, am sitting here staring at my phone waiting for a response. Like a complete fucking douchebag. I don't do this. I don't wait for some girl to text me back. I snap my fingers, and whoever that girl is comes to me instantly. I don't mope around, pacing, waiting for things I want right now. I never have. And yet, here I am doing just that. I grit my teeth as I whirl, storming across the floor. I'd ask what the hell is happening to me, but I already know the answer. Charlotte. Charlotte is happening to me. Has already happened to me. And I can't tell if that makes me want to put my fist through a wall or pin her to it as I fuck her senseless. The phone in my fist rings. I hate how fast I yank it up to my gaze. My jaw clenches. It's not Charlotte. It's my father. Da, father. How are... I've decided I would like to meet this new princess wife of yours. My brow knits. Okay, so come meet her. Don't be an asshole, he grunts. Respect, Misha. Yes, sir, I growl. I mean, shit. If she likes you, she'll love the more mature version of you. He chuckles, wheezing with the effort. I roll my eyes, more like the more deep-fried version of me. Would you like me to arrange a dinner in Manchester for the three of us? Manchester? Boris makes a retching sound. Vile city. Shit football club. I sigh. London, then? My house. I frown. Which one? Odessa. I tense, and my teeth suddenly clench. I grew up in several residences all around the world. After all, my father is one of the wealthiest men on the planet. A townhouse in London, the mansion in the south of France, and the other one on Lake Como in Italy. The sprawling beach houses in Thailand, Rio, and L.A. The luxury penthouses in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Berlin, New York, and Chicago. They've all been home to me at various points in my life, for varying short lengths of time. But the Odessa house, that one holds a special level of hatred in my heart. It's Boris's main residence, and it's where the majority of my childhood was spent. It's also where the majority of Boris's work, molding me through physical abuse and hard-as-nails, KGB-style conditioning, to be the man he needed me to be, was done. Starting at 6. I hate that fucking house with every fiber of my dark soul. Let's meet halfway. It's been a long time since I was in Berlin. Fuck Berlin. And open your fucking ears, he grunts. It wasn't a request, Misha. You're coming to dinner tomorrow, and you're bringing Charlotte. I glare out the window at the grounds of OHA. Fine. Fine? He snaps. Da. Yes, sir, I hiss. Better. Do I need to call the school and get my little boy a permission slip? He asks, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Or can you find the stones to figure this out yourself? I keep glaring out the window. I'll make the arrangements. Which plane is free this? I thought you were making the arrangements. Da, Papa, I growl. Good boy, Misha. I will see you and your bride tomorrow. He hangs up. I linger, phone to my ears. I glare out the window. My hand clenches, and I want to put the whole phone and my fist through the glass. But I breathe. I slowly breathe. A few more months. Just a few more months, he'll be fucking gone, and the keys to kingdom will be mine. I slowly bring the phone down and slump onto the couch. Suddenly the door to my room opens without a knock. I snarl as I look up to see Victoria standing there. I groan. You don't do well with fucking hints, do you? She smirks as she saunters into the room in heels, wearing one of the OHA uniform black and green knee-length rain slickers. She closes the door behind her. What the fuck are you doing, Victoria? She stops a few feet from me, cocking her hip with her hand on it.
Are you gay, Misha?
You're joking.
I'm not. I'm actually curious. And if you are,
she grins.
Well, I think that's kinda hot.
I roll my eyes. What in my storied history here at OHA would possibly lead you to believe that I like men?
That you turned down a two-girl threesome?
I frown. I don't fuck before coffee.
Well, seeing as it's 2 in the afternoon, can I assume you've had your fix today?
I eye her. I'm not interested. Because my dick is broken, apparently, and I can only get hard for the sassy, defiant, prick-teasing little virgin that I'm married to. She laughs.
Sure, you're not.
If you spent your life only surrounding yourself with pathetic men who fawn over you and cream themselves hoping you'll drop them crumbs, that's your problem, Victoria. Not mine.
You're really going to sit there and tell me that if I were to tell you that you can have me any way you want, whenever you want, wherever you want, you're not interested?
I don't remember ever having had a stutter before, so let's go with my original answer. Now leave.
What the fuck, Misha?
I roll my eyes. I'm not interested. Final fucking answer. You can take that how you will, so long as you take it with you when you get out. Her hands slide to the front of her jacket and pull open the knot. She shrugs and the coat falls to the floor. Apparently it's laundry day, because that's all she's wearing aside from the heels. She smirks at me, cocking her hip again.
Well?
I smile grimly, looking her in the eye. I'm worried. She grins.
About what? Don't worry, Misha.
She laughs as she steps closer to me.
I'm not gonna tell anyone.
No, I mean I'm worried how the fuck you got into this school being this fucking dense. She freezes, glaring at me.
Look, I can get into some degrading dom talk, but maybe just dial it down.
Fuck this. I stand and grab her wrist in order to lead her to the door to throw her out and see if that gets her fucking attention. Except, just then, my door opens again. My eyes snap up and my gut tenses. Fuck. Charlotte stares at me, her face a shade of white. But her eyes are the color of storm clouds as they slide between me and the naked girl whose wrist I'm holding.
Can you knock?
Victoria whips her head around. Suddenly, she grins and laughs coldly.
Princess Diaries? What the fuck are you?
She whirls back and stares at me. Behind her, Charlotte bolts out of my doorway.
Oh my God! Are you fucking Princess Diaries?
No, I'm not. I'm just thinking about fucking her every second of every day.
Is that why?
Let me make this crystal fucking clear for your thick head. I snarl with the fury that drains the color from Victoria's face. If you ever set foot in Lordship Manor again, I'll fucking destroy you. Clear enough for you? She purses her lips and glowers at me before she snatches her coat off the floor and yanks it back on.
Arsehole.
The one and only. She whirls and storms out the door. I give her 10 seconds, and then I'm out the door too. But it's not Victoria I'm chasing.
Take your fucking hands off of me.
Charlotte spins, and I barely dodge the hand that takes a swing at my face. I growl, keeping a grip on her wrist as her other hand tries to fly at me again. But this time, I grabbed that one too. With a snarl, I shove her back against the ivy-colored garden wall. "Enough!" I hiss. She glares at me, jutting out her jaw. But she stops trying to yank her arms free or hit me. I'm going to let go. I slowly do, dropping my hands from her wrists. She swallows, her eyes narrowing at me. "That wasn't what you think it was."
"No?"
she snaps.
"What was it then, Misha? Were her clothes on fire, and were you heroically saving her from them? Was that it?"
I roll my eyes, but then suddenly I peer at her as my lips curl curiously. "Jealous, princess?" She scoffs, barking a laugh as her eyes roll.
"Oh, definitely."
I grin. That sounds like a yes. Her eyes snap back to mine.
"Get over yourself, Misha."
Catching feels, are we?
"I'd rather jump off a cliff, thank you."
She mutters, her face red and fuming. She takes a measured breath.
"But one of our rules was no other girls."
She came to me, actually, I grunt.
"Oh, poor Misha, and you just didn't want to let her down? Is that it?"
I roll my eyes. "You're being fucking ridiculous."
"Am I?"
she snaps. "Yes, you are. Not that it concerns you at all, but I didn't touch her. I've actually never touched her."
"Wow, Misha. A girl at OHA you haven't screwed. I thought I'd never spot one of those."
"Try looking in the fucking mirror," I growl. Her face burns.
"I know this isn't a real..."
She lowers her voice, even though no one is around.
"This isn't a real marriage, but it's about respect. How the hell would you feel if you walked into my room and I was with a naked guy?"
My jaw grinds as a rage I wasn't expecting swells inside of me. "I didn't touch her, Charlotte."
"Well, gee, good for you."
Interesting. The emotion swirling in me might be jealousy, but I realize I'm seeing the same thing in her face. Fuck. This is supposed to be fake. It's supposed to help both of us secure our futures, and, in the process, it's supposed to let me ruin her. If this is her reaction to what she just walked in on, the devious little shit inside of me should be fucking other girls and letting her find out about it. To humiliate her. To wreck her. Except the thought of doing that sours within me. I try and focus, to conjure back the callous, say yes to everything, fuck the consequences, and any associated collateral damage, Misha. I can't. Not when she's standing in front of me, looking at me with those eyes, pursing those lips, tempting me to break that rule and crush my mouth to hers right here. I clear my throat and chase those thoughts away. "Look, I just talked to my dad. He wants to meet you. Over dinner." She frowns.
"Really?"
"Really." Her brow knits.
"Why?"
"Shit. Because I need him to think I've settled down so he doesn't write me out of his goddamn will before he kicks the bucket. Except Charlotte doesn't know that because I've never told her. Because I like having the leverage over her that comes with her thinking this arrangement is a one-way street. He's old school, my dad." I grunt with a shrug. "He's getting on, and he's been feeling morose about me never settling down or planning for my future. Hey, it's half the truth. So I told him about you to settle his mind." She frowns.
"That's oddly sweet of you."
I don't need to tell her the whole truth. Just like I don't need to tell her I'd rather run naked through a cactus farm than do sweet things for Boris.
"When are we meeting him?"
"Hope you don't have plans tomorrow."
"Guess I don't anymore."
Are you really going to stand here and lie to my face that you had plans for a Saturday night? A smile teases the corners of her lips before she can hide it.
"Well, fuck you too."
I grin.
"So is he coming here, or to Manchester or something?"
Actually, we're going to his house, in Odessa.
Ukraine?
She frowns, but in the way I've learned to realize is her thinking frown, not a pissed-off one.
I need to get my mum or Heinrich to talk to the school for a pass to leave.
No, you don't. I put out my cell and start texting my father's pilots to see which plane can be in Manchester for us tomorrow night. Charlotte's brow knits.
Then how are we leaving OHA?
Oh, good. One of the jets is parked outside London. I secure that one and glance up at her. We're taking my way.
Chapter 25. Charlotte. I'm not going to lie. Sneaking off the Oxford Hills campus via an underground bunker with a secret tunnel is not something I ever imagined I'd be involved with. Neither is being driven through the English countryside at breakneck speeds in Misha's matte black Mustang. And neither is getting onto a private jet owned by an infamous Bratva-connected oligarch. But then, I never once imagined being married at 18, let alone to a guy like Misha. Yet here we are, married and meeting the parents, so to speak, for the second time. This plane ride is different than the one to visit Luxlordia. 2 hulking bodyguard-looking types join us in the main cabin. There's no flirting. No, well, what went much farther than flirting last trip. There's just pointed silence. We land at a private airfield where we're greeted by a convoy of armoured black SUVs and a small army of men with machine guns. I don't realise I've stiffened and stopped in my tracks, in fear, until I feel a hand slip into mine. I startle. When I turn, it's Misha standing next to me at the top of the staircase down from the jet.
"Welcome to Ukraine,"
he mutters under his breath as he leads me down. The men all seem to both know and fear him.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, que ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
A ver. ¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Más tío regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti.
No me jodas.
¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego, sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol, luego del árbol.
Vamos a darlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos.
¿Estás tú como presidente de...
Which is a little crazy because these guys look like actual soldiers with real war experience. One steps in front of us and bows curtly at me.
"Mrs. Zavakova, it is my pleasure to meet you. We will drive now, yes?"
I blink. Mrs.
Spasibo, Kirill.
Misha grunts. He pulls me after him toward the second SUV, where a guard opens the door for us. Inside, I chew on my lip. Mrs. Zavakova? I don't remember changing my last name. Misha rolls his eyes.
"Told you. My father is old school. Just roll with it. It'll be easier."
What's he like? He doesn't reply as the SUV convoy rumbles to life and starts to move. Misha?
"He's a piece of shit."
He growls quietly as he turns to look out the window.
"He's a giant piece of shit."
The SUVs pull onto the main road and accelerate into the late afternoon. We don't say anything else, but suddenly I realize Misha hasn't let go of my hand since he took it at the top of the steps, leading down from the jet. I'm curious if the comfort of contact is for me, or him, or both. I don't make a move to take my hand away, though. Neither does he.
"She's beautiful, Misha."
I smile, but the compliment would feel a lot more genuine if Misha's father wasn't eyeing me like a predator. It's not the kind of predator look that Misha gives me sometimes, the kind that makes me feel like he's a lion stalking me across the savannah. The kind of look that makes my skin tingle and heat throb in my core. With Boris, it comes off more like a sexual predator, like he's undressing me with his cold, beady eyes. But I do my best to push that aside and smile.
It's lovely to meet. I thought for sure you'd show up with a fucking whore.
Boris chuckles as he ignores my hand and claps his son heavily on the shoulder. He turns to smirk at me.
I mean, unless you are.
He grins.
How much for a night? That's enough.
Misha hisses quietly. He steps in front of me slightly, like he's blocking Boris from even looking at me. Well, this should be a lovely evening. Boris seems to laugh it off. He puts a meaty hand onto his son's shoulders and pulls him along as we walk up the stairs to the door of his enormous, sprawling home.
I kid.
He turns to grin at me.
She knows I am a famous joker, yes.
Misha reaches back to take my hand again, holding it tightly as we step through the doors to his father's mansion.
No bags?
Boris frowns.
Where the fuck are your bags? We're not staying. Just dinner. And then we'll head back to... Nonsense!
Boris roars.
You'll stay the night. It's fine. We'll go back to Oxford Hills. I said you're staying the fucking night.
The jovial tone is dropped in a second. The order is barked as if he's a man who never hears the word no or gets any pushback ever. Boris's face hardens, and I feel Misha's hand clench mine. When my eyes lift, I can see that Boris's hand on Misha's shoulder is gripping it alarmingly tightly, like he's trying to hurt him.
Fine,
Misha grunts.
We're staying the night. Good. Excellent.
The ruddy-faced smile is back. The hand on his son's shoulder relaxes and gives him a pat.
Good. Let's go eat, duh? I'm fucking starving.
So, Mr. Zavakov, I smile politely as I set down my wine glass. You're in construction, right? Boris roars with laughter, sputtering as he shoves food and drink into his face. Across from me, to Boris's left, Misha sits stone-faced, not touching his food.
Please, Charlotte.
Boris chuckles.
We are family, yet we can skip the bullshit. Construction.
He cackles.
Sure, yes, I am in construction, like Pablo Escobar was in the import-export business.
He slugs vodka from his glass and eyes me.
And you are the pauper to princess the newspapers love to talk about. Tell me, how is it you find yourself settling for this lazy little shit, eh?
He chuckles and turns to wave a chicken wing in Misha's face.
With the tattoos and the girls and the cars, in my day you just needed to have balls, yet.
He turns to sneer at Misha.
Pity this one hasn't found his yet.
This is awful. Misha might be, well, Misha, but this is disturbing to even be around. Boris looks at his son like the dog who pooped on the rug, like he's annoyed by his very presence. My hand slides across the table before I can really think about it or ask myself if I actually want to commit to the role this much or why. But I do it anyway. I take Misha's hand, squeezing and rubbing my thumb over his tattooed knuckles. I turn to smile mildly at his father. Actually, I think Misha has the biggest balls I've ever seen. The dining room goes quiet. Boris stares at me with his beady eyes unblinking. Misha's brow arches as his lips curl into a grin. Suddenly, Boris roars with laughter.
Oh, I like you, Princess Charlotte.
He chortles, slapping the table. He turns to grin at Misha.
You picked good, duh? Good boy.
Well, it's a start. Boris finally sits back in his chair, wiping his hands on the edge of the tablecloth.
And what is King Heinrich up to?
He grins.
Aside from screwing your mother. For fuck's sake, Dad.
Misha hisses. He's fine, thank you, I say crisply. Boris nods. His eyes peer at me, prodding, prying, making me feel like I need to put on more layers of clothing.
So you're his replacement, da?
My brows knit. Beg your pardon?
For his daughter. What's her name? The one who died in that fire.
I wince, and the bile rises in my throat. It's actually a very sad story, I say quietly. Heinrich doesn't like to talk about it much, which is understandable. But I've heard the story from my mum, how his daughter, Lena from his first wife, was a beautiful, promising young woman who also happened to be an amazing ballet dancer. She went off to study at a famous school, got mixed up with the wrong man, and vanished. Her body was identified a year later in a run-down apartment fire. So pretty much the worst possible topic for dinner conversation.
What was her name? Jesus Christ.
Misha snarls and shoves his chair back as he gets to his feet.
You're drunk, Dad.
Boris turns to sneer at him.
If I wanted her little bitch, I wouldn't have got a vasectomy after seeing what a disappointment you turned out to be, and gone on to have a daughter.
Misha's hand clenches to a fist as his lips curl. Boris laughs coldly.
You're not going to hit me, you little pussy.
He stands abruptly from his chair. Boris has clearly let himself go, but he's a big man. He stands tall, squaring his broad shoulders as he steps right up to Misha.
Go ahead, Misha.
He smiles coldly.
Be a man for once, instead of being Mr. Party Boy all over the place, taking your shirt off, making a mockery of my name.
Mr. Zavakov,
I did not ask for your opinion.
He hisses, glancing at me.
When I want it, I'll ask for it.
He turns back to his son and grins when he sees the rage on Misha's face.
Not even if I disrespect your wife.
He makes a tisking sound.
I spent your whole life trying to make a man out of you. Trying to make you tough.
He roars, pounding his own chest.
Like me. And instead what, you son of...
The back of Boris's hand comes hard across Misha's mouth. I gasp and lunge to my feet as Misha winces, his head whipping to the side. I see his muscles bulge as his hands curl to fists, but he stops there. He swallows, rage pooling in his eyes as he turns to spit blood onto the floor.
Nothing,
he growls. Boris smiles thinly.
Nothing what? Nothing, sir.
He grins.
Good boy, Misha. Now please.
He turns to smile at me.
Let's finish, da?
Neither Misha nor I sit.
I said sit.
I drop into my chair. Misha grinds his jaw.
I'm finished.
Boris snickers.
Of course you are.
He waves a hand dismissively at Misha. My heart wrenches when I see the pain and the fury on Misha's face. His eyes only find mine for a second before he turns away and walks quietly, but firmly from the room. Boris sighs.
That boy. Let me tell you something about children, if you ever get it in your head to...
Lena, I say coldly. I stand and place my napkin on the table. Heinrich's daughter's name was Lena. He eyes me curiously. Thank you for dinner, Mr. Zavakov. Now, if you'll excuse me. He snorts.
Da, run after your pussy of a hut.
I will, thanks. I snap as I march past him and out of the room. Chapter 26. Charlotte. This home is gaudy and dripping with excess. It's also enormous. I poke my head into libraries, smoking rooms and studies, into an indoor atrium filled with plants and a babbling brook. A room full of men with guns who just nod stiffly at me before I run away. Upstairs, Boris's home is just as sprawling. I poke my head into what have to be 20 or 30 totally unused guest rooms before I finally find something different. This one looks lived in, sort of. It's dark in the enormous bedroom when I step in. On the far side, big French doors lead to a balcony. They're open, and a soft breeze knocks at the white curtains hanging down around them. Maybe it's the fact that the balcony doors are open that has me stepping in. Or maybe it's that this looks like a room someone actually lived in at some point. But my feet move heedless of the debate in my head. Misha's not in here, but as my eyes scan the walls, I startle when I see his face on the wall. I step closer, and my lips curl into a small smile. It's a young Misha, before the tattoos, but with the same smug, slightly darkened smile. He's in a rugby uniform, posing with a team of other boys surrounding a trophy. In another framed picture, he's on a sailboat, a little older. In another, now with some of the tattoos, he's grinning and shaking hands with the man next to a race car with Monaco Grand Prix on a sign behind them. The house is a mansion almost on par with the royal palace of Luxlordia, and the room itself is dripping with wealth. But it's still a young boy's room. Framed rock posters of Muse, Metallica, Foo Fighters, and Cage the Elephant dot a wall near a desk. More posters of sports and muscle cars, mingling with a few famous pin-up girls, line another wall above a rack of barbells. I frown, smiling to myself as I walk through Misha's old bedroom like I'm strolling through a museum. The Tate Modern presents Misha, a strange retrospective. I drink in each picture, each poster. I run my fingers over the well-worn spines of paperbacks on the shelves surrounding a giant flat screen and a number of gaming consoles. And then, suddenly, my heart lurches. My brain short-circuits as I stumble to a stop in front of the frame on the wall. Staring back at me, pinned to a display board behind a pane of glass, is a flashback from my childhood I've both pushed to the background and never forgotten. It's a yellow balloon, torn, deflated and stretched across the display board, with a faded black image of London Bridge printed across it. Just like the ones my mother and I used to sell. Just like the ones my mother and I used to sell. Exactly. My eyes almost don't want to look and see, but I force myself to drag my gaze to the London 2009 lettering under the bridge. The ones we sold said London 2009 with 3 zeros. The messed-up order that our neighbour gave my mother. And there they are, staring back at me like high beams on a runaway truck with no brakes, bearing down on me. 3 zeros. This isn't just like the ones my mother and I used to sell. It is one of the balloons we used to sell. And it's framed on Misha Zavakov's wall in Ukraine. He'd never let me take that down. I almost scream at the voice. I whirl, my heart climbing into my throat and my hand at my mouth. My eyes peer through the darkness of the room. Misha? He's sitting in a deep leather chair in an especially dim corner. One hand grips the armrest. The other is holding a glass of something that he slowly brings to his lips. I realize with a shiver that he's been here the entire time, watching me play voyeur with his life. I did, a few times. He growls bitterly through a clenched jaw. I tore that fucking thing down every chance I got. Didn't matter if he smacked me around afterward. At least I wouldn't have to fucking look at it for a week while he got it reframed. I swallow, blinking as I stand there, still shivering. What? How? My brow furrows. Misha, do you have any idea?
I know what that is, he hisses, his voice like ice. I know damn well what it is and where it came from, Charlotte. Because I have never once in my entire fucking life stopped thinking about that day.
Misha sneers.
He wanted it there to remind me to be tough, like him, to be a man.
He brings the glass up again, drinking deeply. Light glimmers in through the French doors, and I see the fury and pain written in deep shadows across his face.
The only reason I stopped ripping it down is because he threatened to start taking it out on my dog, Sarina, if I kept doing it.
He barks out a cold, broken laugh.
Then he had her put down the day I left for OHA anyway.
My heart sinks, but I can't wrap my head around this. I can't make a logical connection between the misprinted balloons my mother and I sold 12 years ago and Misha's bedroom wall. I don't understand, I whisper. Why do you have that? How do you...
Because that's from the day my entire fucking life went to shit.
He snarls through clenched teeth.
From the day that motherfucker decided I wasn't his son anymore, but his punching bag and his attack dog. A perfect monument to his greatness. A legacy he was going to beat and pound into the image he wanted it to be.
He knocks back the rest of his drink and slams the glass down on the table beside his chair. Help me understand, I whisper. Help me see.
It was sunny out. Chilly because it was October, but it was sunny.
His voice slices through the darkness like a blade across hot metal.
We, Boris and I and a few of his bodyguards, were at a private viewing at the Tate Modern, on London's South Bank.
My face goes tight.
Boris wanted to drive to the restaurant where we were having lunch, but it was only a few streets away, and I asked if we could walk along the river. He was annoyed, but he said yes. So we walked.
This can't be happening. The odds against the universe having made these connections are too astronomical to be real.
There was this shitty van parked to the side, and this woman was selling these dumb fucking yellow balloons.
My legs feel like they're going to give out. My mouth falls open in shock and horror.
They were stupid. Just these stupid tourist balloons. But I liked them.
He shrugs, gritting his jaw.
Fucked if I know why. Maybe I liked the fucking color, so I asked Boris for one. He laughed and said they were dirty, and no, I couldn't have one.
The room is still. It's so quiet between his words that you could drop a pin on the ground and hear it thunder.
So I started to cry.
He snarls bitterly.
And you don't cry in front of Boris, especially not boys. He turned and kinda cuffed me on the ear and told me I was embarrassing him before he started to walk away. I was about to follow when
I gave you a balloon. My voice feels like it's coming from far away. I feel like I'm standing in a tunnel with the light of reality at the end, a distant speck as the walls stretch on forever. My tongue feels like lead, and my heart punches against the inside of my chest like a hammer. I gave you a balloon, I croak as the dam of time holding back the memory begins to crumble. Misha nods silently.
Yeah,
he growls.
Yeah, you did. And you said it was on the house.
He laughs coldly as I choke on my breath, tears brimming in my eyes.
I wanted to give you something back, because I was so fucking psyched that you'd give me this stupid fucking balloon. So I turned and saw these flowers in one of those city-maintained planters along the river.
It was a dahlia. The words fall from my lips as a tear starts to trickle down my cheek.
Boris saw me. He probably turned around to see where the fuck I was, and he saw me holding that fucking balloon and handing you that flower. But you didn't take it, Charlotte,
he says coldly, his voice hollow.
You laughed. You shook your head. And then you turned and ran back to your mother. Misha, that was the last straw for Boris, he growls. Seeing his son disobeying him and taking something like it was charity, and then to be humiliated like that. Humiliated? I choke through my tears. Misha, I was scared. I didn't know what to say to a boy I didn't know handing me a flower he wasn't supposed to pick. I was 6 years. So was I. He snarls, lurching to his feet. I gasp as he strides from the shadows toward me, pausing in the white glow of the moon through the French doors. I was 6, and that's the day Boris went from being a prick to being a monster. He walked over, grabbed me by the neck, and hauled me around the corner. His bodyguards surrounded us while he smacked me until I couldn't cry anymore because my voice gave out. The tears pour like hot lead down my face, leaving scalding trails of anguish and pain. I fucking hated you for that day. I hated you for fucking years, Charlotte. My face falls. Wait, when I came to Oxford Hills, I swallow the painful lump. You knew who I was. I mean, you recognized. You remembered. Yes. I balk, feeling the room spin. When I asked you to... Yes, he hisses. I choke, whirling to shove my hands through my hair as the tears roll down my cheeks. I whirl back to him, pain and fury blazing in my eyes as I stare at him. Misha, I croak as I take a hesitant step toward him. I reach out a hand, like I want to comfort him. When he snarls at the gesture, I pull it back. Be a man, Misha, he told me that day. No son of mine will be a pussy or a loser. He told me it was time to grow up and that I was never going to humiliate him or make him look bad ever again. Because I choke on my sobs as my face crumples. My hands clench together as I bring them to my mouth. Because you left. His eyes blaze with a cold fury across the divide between us. The moonlight from outside edges his face in dark shadows and lines as his lips curl into a snarl. Because you didn't take the fucking flower, Charlotte, he croaks. I was 6. Yeah? He roars. Well, good for fucking you, princess. So was I, and my childhood died that fucking day. I'm crying so hard I can barely see, my breath hitching and my body shaking. I look up at him with a tear-stained face, my heart breaking. I know what happened to him after that day isn't my fault. I know if it wasn't me, it would have been something else that turned his monster of a father from arsehole to demon. But that doesn't stop the pain from slicing into my heart. It doesn't stop the anguish at realizing that the broken, vengeful, tortured man in front of me is the same shyly smiling boy with the flower and the balloon from a lifetime ago. Misha, I sob, shivering as I step toward him. I'm so sorry, I choke. I'm so fucking sorry. I don't want your pity, he hisses. I used to think I did. I used to think I wanted you to break like I did. I wanted you to hurt and bleed, just like me. His eyes pierce through the dark room into mine, cutting me in two. That's why I said yes, you know, he snarls. I wanted to humiliate you, to break you. I wanted you torn and lost and wrecked, just like me. His eyes blaze. He slowly shakes his head at me while I sob and shudder. But I don't anymore. I can't, Charlotte. He hisses. Misha. I reach for him through my tears, but he bristles and stiffens. I don't need your comfort. Then what do you need? I sob. Misha, just tell me what I can do. Tell me what you need. You. I gasp as he storms into me, his strong hands gripping my shuddering arms as he yanks me close to him. Tears still cloud and sting my eyes as I look up into his fierce ones. I need you, he hisses through clenched teeth.
You have that, I whisper. We have a contract that says,
I don't need your contractual obligation.
He growls. I gasp as his hand cups my face, tilting it up as his gaze sucks the air from my lungs.
I just need you.
It doesn't happen so fast I can't react. It happens slowly. I could react, or say no, or push him, or run if I wanted to. But I don't. Because I don't. He lowers his mouth to mine almost reverently, slowly, inching closer and closer until his head turns and his lips sear hotly to mine. Misha kisses me, and I know it's more than our rules that are breaking. Empires crumble, worlds shatter, and I can't stop kissing him. I moan as his hands tighten on me. The one on my jaw slips back to tangle into my hair, and the one on my arm drops sensually to slip down my side. He grips my hip, almost possessively, like his hand belongs there. It's like dumping gasoline on the fire. Slowly, my hands start to explore too. They move to his chest, where I start to pull at his buttons. His hand on my hip moves to squeeze my arse, making me moan before it slips to the small of my back. He trails his fingers up to find the zipper at the back of my dress. He starts to undo my dress. I start to do the same to his shirt. Our lips never pull apart. It happens slowly, but with a heated urgency, an unstoppable power that neither of us could halt if we wanted to. The shirt falls from his shoulders, and my hands run over his muscled, tattooed chest. The dress slips off my shoulders and puddles at my feet. His hands slide over my skin, making me tremble and kiss him even harder. No part of this feels forced. No part of me feels compelled or like I'm about to become a notch on the Misha Zarvikov bedpost. No part of me wants this to stop, even if I know damn well where this is going. His mouth hungrily devours mine, and his strong hands move over my skin. My bra falls away, then his belt, followed by his pants. He steps out of them, and I moan as I press myself into him. Suddenly his hands drop to my arse, and I whimper as he effortlessly picks me up into his arms. My legs wrap around his waist, and I moan when I feel the thick bulge in his boxers throbbing against my slit. My pebbled nipples drag electrically over his chest as he turns and moves toward the bed. I kiss him harder, desperate for this, aching for it. I moan as he drapes me across the sheets before pulling back slightly. His eyes hungrily sweep over me, making me blush and try to cover myself. He growls, saying nothing as he slowly shakes his head.
You're fucking perfect.
He groans as he lowers his mouth to mine again. He pulls away, making me pout, but when he dips between my legs, I shiver with ecstasy. His fingers slip into my panties, peeling them away from my pussy as he grunts and looks up and smirks into my eyes. It's a look that wordlessly says,
"And you are still fucking wearing these."
I don't have time to reply, in words or otherwise, before he drags them down and skims them off my feet. He slides between my legs, grips my thighs, and spreads them wide apart for his hungry gaze. Misha, oh, God. I gasp as his tongue delves into me, dragging wetly through my folds from the base of me to my clit. He swirls his tongue around the aching nub, sucking on it and making me jolt with pleasure. He growls, sliding his tongue lower to push into me as his big hands hold me firmly. I gasp and writhe for him, aching for him as he devours my pussy and wraps his lips around my clit. He sucks mercilessly, sending me into a tailspin as I claw at the sheets and slip a hand into his hair. My head lolls back and my mouth falls open. My back arches as my core clenches. My hips rock and jolt, and suddenly, without warning, I'm coming for him. Misha groans through my gasps of ecstasy. He keeps his tongue on my clit as I squirm and writhe. I'm still shaking all over as he slowly pulls away and looks up at me with those piercing, eviscerating eyes. All I do is nod. "Please," I whisper. He drops his boxers, kicking them off as he slides his huge, muscled frame up between my legs. I whimper when I feel his thick cock drag over my thigh, hot, pulsing, and so big. His lips lower to mine. I can taste myself on them, but it only makes me wrap my legs around his waist and kiss him harder. His swollen head presses to my lips and I tremble. He pauses, but I squeeze my leg muscles, pulling him closer. He doesn't need to be told twice. His cock slips into me and my eyes fly open. My mouth pulls away from his to moan and hiss in pleasure as he sinks into me. He's so fucking big, but he doesn't force it. He doesn't just ram into me. He makes me claw at the fucking walls for it. He goes slow enough to make me ache for it, to make my legs clench and try to pull him in deeper. And then suddenly, when it feels like he must be all the way in, he suddenly plunges in the other half that wasn't inside me yet. I moan as the pleasure explodes inside me. Every inch of my skin throbs and tingles, and my mouth slams to his again. "A contract doesn't make you mine," he groans into my lips. "Not our bullshit one, not a marriage one. But this does." He grinds into me, and I whimper as I pull back to let my eyes lock with his. "This makes you fucking mine, princess." His abs flex as his hips roll back. I moan as I feel his thick cock slide from me until just the swollen head is throbbing inside of me. Then he rocks back in, and my nails dig into him as his thickness fills me once again. His mouth crashes to mine. My nails drag down his back as my legs squeeze. I want him deeper. I want him harder, and he knows it without words. His hips rock, fucking me faster as I whimper into his lips. One of his hands grips my hip and my arse, pulling me into him as he thrusts deep. The other snakes up into my hair. My glasses fall off, but it doesn't matter. All I know is his touch, his skin on mine, his hands gripping me, his lips tasting me, and his thick cock claiming me deeply, over and over. My world starts to blur. The pleasure builds and throbs until it's consuming me like wildfire. I crush my mouth to his and start to scream into his lips as the orgasm explodes deep in my core like a bomb. Misha groans, pinning me to the bed as he plunges into me, hitting that perfect spot again and again as I clench around him. I tumble into a second orgasm, crying out into his mouth as he pounds me into the bed. His fingers dig into my skin, his mouth never leaves me, and his body tightens. I can feel his cock surge and swell inside of me. He groans against my lips as he sinks into me to the hilt and suddenly lets go. I moan, wrapping my arms and legs tight around his muscled body as his cum spills into me. We don't stop kissing, not through the next time or the time after that. It's like now that the rules have been broken into pieces, they're never going back the way they were. Just like us.
Chapter 27. Misha. I haven't lived my life like a monk. That's no secret. Contrary to popular belief, though, it's not something I'm proud of. I actually kind of hate myself for it. But add this one to the list of things my father did that would make most therapists jump out the fucking window. My first time involved a monetary transaction. Boris's money, specifically. It wasn't exactly a romantic affair. I was 14, and it wasn't just once. It was all the fucking time. Plenty of people, men and women both, would hear about that and probably smirk. They might give me a pat on the back or a thumbs up for starting early. But the truth is, it stole my childhood. Guys that age who aren't having sex want to be. Guys that age whose fathers are dragging them to a brothel several times a week so that they can make a man out of them. Like me, just want it to stop. It doesn't take a shrink to see how those early experiences fucked up my later years. I've gone through women the way I have because it's the only way forward I know. It's the only way I've ever known how to try and scream away the demons in my head, even though it's never fucking worked. I've woken up after every single wasted night with a woman I don't care about, who doesn't actually give a shit about me besides my money, power, or status, just hating myself even more. Except this one. For the first time, and I don't really remember how long, I wake up, and the usual noise and screaming in my head is silent, and Charlotte is still wrapped in my arms, with her head on my chest. That's also a first. For all of my shenanigans, I've never once spent the entire night with anyone. Ever. No matter how fucked up or blackout wasted I've been, I have always had the wherewithal to either kick them out or leave. Last night was different. Last night was something new. Last night was Charlotte's first time, but in a really fucked up, roundabout way, it sort of feels like mine, too. And that's real. That's more binding than any stupid fucking contract. I turn to look at her sleeping face, and I grin. I could wake her. Hell, I want to wake her. With my tongue, ideally. But instead, I let her sleep, and I watch her. And I let the feeling of her breath across my skin lull me right back to sleep, with her in my arms. It's hours later when we finally wake up together. There's no shy, awkward, avoided looks. No words laced with regret. She wakes up, looks into my eyes, and climbs on top of me. You know, sex before coffee might not be so bad at all. Boris is gone when we finally emerge from my old bedroom. Long gone, actually, as his household staff inform me. I roll my eyes. Of course he is. And I don't actually give a shit. The convoy of armored cars is about to take us back to the airfield when I tell them to wait. I go back inside the house I hate, to the room I now loathe a little less. I stare at the framed balloon on the wall. My eyes swivel to the myriad of things across the room perfect for smashing, but instead, I step right over to it and lift it off the hook on the wall behind it. Charlotte stares at me with a mix of pain and curiosity when I slip back into the SUV next to her. Then she nods and pulls close to me, laying her head on my shoulder. She gets it. I'm taking it because it's no longer a curse. It's no longer a symbol of the pain inflicted on a child who only wanted to do something nice for someone who'd shown him a kindness. It's a memory of the first time I laid eyes on her, and that's something worth keeping. She holds my hand the whole drive back from the airport in Manchester to campus via the secret tunnel. Once we're back up above ground, I walk with her slowly across the dark Oxford Hills campus to her cottage. At the door, she turns to me, and I groan as she pulls herself against me and kisses me deeply. She kisses me feverishly, like if she stops, I might disappear, or go back to being the dark-hearted little shit I was before. But I won't. Not with her, that is. I could just come in, you know. I growl quietly when she finally pulls back. She blushes as her lips twist.
Tenley is home.
She frowns.
Sorry, I don't mean...
It's fine. I grin as I lean in to kiss her again. Too many questions.
No, it's just...
She bites her lip.
Okay, yeah, it's too many questions. For tonight, that is.
Tomorrow, then? I murmur against her lips. She nods, grinning as she kisses me and sinks into my arms.
Tomorrow,
she whispers before she pulls back and turns to the door. Then she pauses and glances back at me curiously. What?
Nothing, it's just...
She smiles. When the hell did you become Prince Charming? I roll my eyes. I'm not, trust me. Keep telling yourself that. She kisses me softly, turns, winks, and slips inside her cottage. The door shuts, and it feels like my fucking heart wants to lunge out of my chest and follow her. And I'm smiling. Not smug smirking, not the lion stalking his prey, hungry grinning. I'm just fucking smiling. And that is something new, too. I'm turning to head home to Lordship Manor when I pause. The smile fades as the creeping shadows in my heart begin to sink their claws deep. I'm no Prince Charming. Not just for who I am, or who I was, or who my father is, but because this whole thing is still built on a lie. She doesn't know that this whole thing started with me needing her to secure my future as much as she needed me to do the same for her. I grit my teeth and turn back to the cottage. No more bullshit. No more lies. I'm telling her. But when I turn back, I see the lights inside turn off. I smile. Let her sleep. Tomorrow, I'm telling her everything. She's still wrong that I'm no Prince Charming. But maybe I could be. Maybe.
Chapter 28. Charlotte. I wake up grinning. Like actually grinning, like a dork. And when I check in the mirror as I brush my teeth, it's confirmed. Total dork. Totally smitten, cheeseball, dork. I suck my lip between my teeth as I blush at my own reflection. Not only am I married to Misha, I just slept with him. Several times, actually. But most importantly, for the first time. My first husband, my first time. My dirty, filthy little secret. A secret has never felt so good. Downstairs, I gasp as I bump into Tenley in the kitchen. "Morning," I blurt cheerily. Way, way too cheerily. She arches a brow and looks at me curiously. "So I take it home was good?" I frown and then remember that I told her I was flying home to Luxlordia again for the weekend. Shit, I'm going to have to start writing these lies down to keep track of them. Yeah, it was a great time. I'm not really a fan of lying in any case, but lying to my best friend just has a special way of making me wince. I turn away to hide my telltale heart and start to fiddle with the espresso machine. "Oh, good. I'm so glad." There's a certain tone to Tenley's voice, but I push that aside. "I guess it was fun having the whole palace to yourself?" I freeze, my brow furrowing. "Well, I mean, seeing as Heinrich and your mom were in Munich all weekend for that meeting with the German European Union delegate." I tense. Shit. Fuck. Arse. My espresso finishes pouring with a sputter. I take it and turn to smile innocently at Tenley. "The what now?" She smirks and turns her phone to me. Double fuck. It's a front-page London Times article about the glamorous King Heinrich and Queen Jessica of Luxlordia in Munich for the weekend, for the preliminary talks on bringing the country into the EU. I laugh nervously. "Did I say I was going to Luxlordia this weekend? I guess You did, yeah." Tenley arches a brow at me. Well, yeah, it was great to have the whole place to my— Charlotte. I bite my lip, swallowing. "Do you want to just tell me what's going on?" "Not really." "Look, it's nothing, just some family stuff." "It's so bizarre. You're the second person I've heard about going home this weekend to deal with family stuff." "Oh?" I smile warily over the rim of my espresso. "Who else?" "Misha." I swallow. She sighs. "Look, I'm perfectly willing to give you space and not pry, but I'm not blind or stupid, Char. Neither is Ilya, for that matter, so whatever you've got going on with Misha Zavakov, that's your business. I mean that, but I do want to know you're okay, and that you understand what you're getting into with him." I slowly drop my eyes and look at the floor. Tenley winces and steps toward me. Shit, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like... When I look up, grinning, she smiles curiously. Okay, I think I'd actually suck at being the coy, cool friend. You're not leaving this kitchen until you tell me what the hell is going on. 10 minutes and another espresso each later, her jaw is on the floor. Married. I nod, shrugging a little. Yeah. You're seriously, legally married to Misha. Why on earth would I lie about that? She laughs, throwing her head back before looking back at me again. Wow, and all of this to stop this political coup from happening in Luxlordia? She grins. You should get a Nobel Peace Prize for this. I roll my eyes. It's not all bad. He's not all bad either. He's what? Sweet? No. Charming? A little. More entwined with me and my life than I could ever explain to Tenley over a cup of coffee when we both have to run to class. Definitely. He's more complex than I think people give him credit for. I'll just say there's more to him than what the legends and rumors say. I smile at her wryly. I'm hoping you, of all people, can understand that. What, since I'm dating the heir to Bratva crime empire who's rumored to have buried people who wronged him under the pool at Lordship Manor? I snort. Yeah, because of that. She grins. Oh, I understand. Believe me. She chews on her lip as her brow furrows. What? I'm just... Look, okay, so Misha isn't necessarily the raging little ball of chaos and pure ego that everyone says. No, he's still that. She smiles. Okay, but beyond that, what's he getting out of this? I mean, what did you call it? This arrangement of yours? My blush gives the whole thing away before I even have a chance to come up with some bullshit. Hang on. Okay, hold on. It's not what you think. Well, what I think is that you're screwing Misha Zavakov in exchange for him being your nuclear bomb of a royal husband? So please correct me if I'm off there. My blush only deepens. It's not in exchange for... Shit. Wait, seriously? Tenley's jaw drops yet again as she stares at me across the table. Are you... Really? I groan as I bury my face in my hands and nod. Tenley shrieks. I cannot believe... Okay, it's not in exchange for. That makes me sound like a prostitute. She shrugs. It kind of makes him sound like the prostitute, actually. I snort. Well, it's not like that. It just started like that. So, out of the kindness of his heart, I roll my eyes. Can we just say it's complicated and that he's complicated and that all of this, yeah, complicated, got it. She winks at me before she glances at the clock on the wall. Shit, we're going to be late. I scramble up the stairs to throw on my uniform, race back down and grab some toast with peanut butter for the walk, and bolt out the door with Tenley. Suddenly I pause and grab her arm. Just so we're clear, I'm not telling anyone, okay? She smiles and squeezes my hand. If that's what you're worried about. I smile wryly. I am, kind of. It's not... I don't know. I think we both would like to just keep it quiet. Hey, Charlotte! A dark-haired girl named Lindsay, who lives in the next quad of cottages down, waves at me. So does a blonde girl next to her I don't know. Lindsay and I have barely ever spoken before, but I wave back. Morning. Congratulations. She and the other girl dissolve into fits of giggles before they rush off toward the main academic buildings. Tenley frowns. What was that? I shrug, frowning. No idea. We shoulder our bags and start down the gravel path that weaves through some of the rose gardens. We pass another cluster of underclassmen who all stare at me with big grins and shocked expressions. Giggles and whispers follow me as we move on down the path. What the hell is going on? I swallow. I'm not sure. Misha Zavakov. The name that I hear whispers seems to echo, more and more of the hushed voices uttering it behind me. My stomach drops. Come on, Tenley says sharply, grabbing my arm. She picks up the pace and yanks me toward the end of the rose garden that exits onto the main square by the academic building. Forget them, she grunts. Let's just get to... A crowd cheers when I step out of the garden onto the square. My face pales and I reach for Tenley's arm, clawing at it as the panic rises up to rip at me. Congratulations! A girl jeers at me, cackling as she points. The one next to her actually has a sign, a fucking sign, with Happy Nuptials written on it in Sharpie and a picture of a wedding cake pasted to it. The ground drops out from underneath me. I stagger, sucking in air but still feeling like I can't breathe. A blonde girl with a cruel smirk on her face saunters toward me. I grasp for how I know her before it clicks. Victoria Chesterman, otherwise known as the naked girl from Misha's bedroom the other day who sneered at me. Just like she is now. She might be clothed this time, but she's flanked by two other shrews, Ainsley Hendisher and Cora Laurent, both of whom are looking at me like they can't wait to cut me in two right here. My Princess Diaries, Victoria crows. Oh, sorry, is it Mrs. Zavakova now? Cora and Ainsley snicker on either side of her now. Secretly married to Misha fucking Zavakov. I mean, wow, Princess Diaries. I didn't know you had it in you. Ainsley sneers. And I didn't know he'd bother to fuck frosty little virgins who don't know what the hell they're even doing in bed. Cora tosses in like a grenade. You know, after he kicked me out the other day and then apparently bolted after you, Victoria's lips curl as my heart twists and drops. I knew something was up. And I know you went to all sorts of trouble to keep this quiet and locked up in that silly little box at the local offices. But, well, I know you don't know this being the poor trash that you are, but money does buy all sorts of things. She sneers at me. Even dirty secrets. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I whirl, but all I see are laughing, sneering faces and pointing fingers. Judgment and scorn. I see my first day here all over again. I stumble, trying to breathe and not sure if I'm going to faint or run until my legs give out. Wasn't enough for your mother to weasel her way into royalty? Victoria leers close, hissing the words right in my face. Now you're looking to fuck your way into the Russian muff. She gasps sharply, her head whipping back. It takes me a second to process that Tenley just slapped her. The crowd goes silent, aside from Cora and Ainsley who gasp in horror. Victoria whirls back to us, looking shocked but absolutely furious. Her lips curl as she goes to lunge at Tenley. Oh, you're going to fucking pay for that, you little bit. That's fucking enough. Instantly, there's a wall between Tenley and Victoria. A wall dressed in the OHA uniform, with sharp green eyes, a snarl on his face and a spliff dangling from his lips. Elia's mere presence seems to make the whole crowd suddenly very interested in literally anything else. Everyone buries their noses in their phones or whirls to scamper off. He just growls darkly as he advances on Victoria. You were saying... He hisses like a viper's rattle. Victoria pales and quickly steps back along with Ainsley and Cora. She stiffens, her mouth getting extra prissy. Your girlfriend just struck me. Because you're acting like a cunt. Yes. Her jaw drops. I'm sorry, what the fuck did you just... He called you a cunt. Tenley snaps, stepping next to Elia. Check your ears. Victoria looks like she wants to say something, but Elia suddenly growls loudly, like a rabid wolf, complete with throwing his hands up like claws and blowing a plume of smoke toward her. She and her gang of snobs instantly yelps, turns, and bolts. The anxiety and panic roaring through me make it impossible to savor the moment. I still feel like I'm falling, like I'm spinning out of control. Tenley turns to me and instantly goes to take my hands, but I shake her off. No, I just need...
You need to go to Lordship Manor.
Elia growls, his face grim.
Now.
I blush, looking down.
Look, I don't give a shit about the semantics or reasons of whatever is going on between you and Misha. But Lordship is the best place for you right now to get away from all this shit.
Tenley nods as she reaches out to put a hand on my shaking shoulder. He's right. You should go there. My face burns as my hands twist in front of me. You don't think that's going to feed the rumour mill?
I'd say the signs with fucking wedding cakes on them are probably a bit more of a red flag, don't you?
Elia mutters thinly. I groan, trying to slow my heart rate. Beyond Elia and Tenley, the hordes of gossip-hungry students are starting to gather again with renewed interest. Elia grins.
I'm going to go terrify the fuck out of some underclassmen. You should go now.
Tenley pulls me into a quick hug. We'll hold them off. Take the back paths around the rugby pitch to Lordship and lie low there with Misha, okay? I nod as I pull away. Then I'm whirling, running away from the jeers and the phone cameras.
Chapter 29. Misha. I step back and double-check the frame on the wall of my bedroom. I nod gruffly at it. Good, it's straight. My eyes trace over it, lingering on the stupid triple zeros in the year before I shake my head with a grin. I used to fucking hate this thing. I mean, I've literally taken this off a wall and smashed the glass out a dozen times. Boris used to beat this shit out of me when I did it, too. He told me it was teaching me a lesson in respect, that the fucking balloon was up there to remind me not to be weak. And now, here I am voluntarily hanging it on my damn wall. Because it's lost its power over me. Whatever spell this fucking thing had me under for all those years is gone now. When I look at it, I don't see anger and rage and the wrath of a father on a boy who just wanted to repay kindness with kindness. I see Charlotte. I see warmth. I see a feeling I've never actually felt before. And, like the framed balloon, the way I think of her and about that day has changed. It wasn't the visit to Boris's house, though. When I try and force myself to think of when my hatred and need for vengeance dissolved into what it is I feel for her now, I can't pinpoint any specific moment. I didn't wake up one day realizing how fucking absurd it was to pin all of that pain on a 6-year-old girl. It just sort of happened. Just like she happened. I step back and sink onto the couch, eyeing the frame on the wall.
When the hell did you become Prince Charming?
I'm not. Trust me.
Keep telling yourself that.
I don't even realize I'm grinning like a dipshit until my jaw starts to hurt. Slowly, a shadowy thought creeps over my mind. I haven't heard shit from my father about our visit out there. I mean, whatever this is between Charlotte and I now, it started with the need to show Boris I was capable of taking the reins. I'm not actually clear if our little spat at dinner has fucked that up, or if meeting Charlotte has soothed his mind. I sent Christoph a text from the plane home to see about getting a temperature on that situation. But he's been radio silent, too. My jaw sets as I pick up my phone and scroll to another contact. I'm done playing Boris's game and hoping it plays out for me. The flip of the switch return of his cruelty and wrath the other night at dinner only underscores that. The plain fact is that my dad will be dead in a few months, and I'm through trying to read the tea leaves to see if I'm taking over once that inevitability happens. Time to hedge my bets with a backup plan. Can I call you back later? Oleg, my father's least favorite attorney, blurts quietly into the phone. No, you cannot, I mutter. $100,000 might not be much money to me in the grand scheme of things, but it damn well buys me Oleg's ear and loyalty when I fucking need them. Okay, 1 second, he whispers. I hold, listening to the sound of what must be his phone slipping into his pocket. There's muffled voices, like he's leaving a room full of people, or maybe a meeting. Then I hear him pull the phone back out. Okay, I can talk. He huffs, like he's out of breath. Where are you? The office. Look, Misha, your father is here. He's got his whole legal team assembled in the conference room. That's where I just was. Damn. How's the wind blowing? I would need to go outside and... Not literally, Oleg, I grunt. I mean with my father and his will, with the whole future of the empire, you know? Ah, right. I roll my eyes. Oleg clears his throat. I'm honestly not quite sure, Misha. I wish I had something more definite, but the meeting has only just begun. So far, he's mostly going over his foreign mining contracts. I frown, pinching the bridge of my nose. I need you to do something. I'll do what I can. You'll do this, I growl, breathing slowly. I need you to dig, Oleg. I need you to dig where no one else would think to look. He clears his throat. You're looking for Boris's buried secrets? Yes, I am. Like I said, I'm done rolling the dice here. I've lived with that fucker long enough to know things can turn on a dime. And after everything he's put me through and everything I've done for him, I'm not risking my future on the toss of a coin. If it comes to it, I'll need ammunition. I'll need leverage to force his hand if he won't let go of those keys to the kingdom willingly. I'll see what I can do, Misha. Let me know what you find. And Oleg? Da, Misha. Be quiet about it. When I hang up, I glance back at the phone and scroll to Christoph's number. He answers after a few rings in a hushed tone. Everything okay? You're in there too, I assume? Misha? My brow furrows. The meeting, with my father and his lawyers. Christoph is quiet for a second. I see you have eyes and ears in more places than I give you credit for. Perhaps still talking about foreign mining rights, or has the pesky subject of my entire future cropped up yet? His silence speaks volumes. I swear heatedly. You're shitting me. Nothing is set in stone yet, Christoph grunts. But I don't know. I'm having trouble reading him. He's being even more erratic than usual these days. But your visit, he breathes heavily. It could have gone better, Misha. I swear. On the plus side, he did like Charlotte. Oh, fucking fantastic. Like I said, it's not in writing yet, but he's still voicing concerns. My eyes narrow. Well, I've got a backup plan in the works. Care to fill me in so I can duck when the bullets start flying? I've got someone doing some digging. Christoph sucks in a breath. Misha, I'm going to find it, Chris. I'm going to find the one thing he doesn't want found. Everyone has one, and I'm going to use it to... Don't dig, Misha. Christoph grunts quietly. I'm telling you, as a friend, don't dig. I'm fighting for my fucking future and my birthright here, Chris. I snap. Why the fuck wouldn't I dig? Because you might not like what you find. Well, I'm out of fucking options, I roar, lunging to my feet and whirling to the window. Every move I've made so far has been to secure the goddamn empire. Everything I ever did for that asshole. I know, Misha, I know. Just every lesson I took from him. Misha, just let me see what I can... I got fucking married for it, Chris. I mean, fuck. I married her because that's what that motherfucker wanted me to do to prove I could take over the empire. Wow. My heart lurches at the sound of her voice. I abruptly hang up on Christoph and whirl to see Charlotte standing in the doorway to my room. Her face is white, her eyes glassy with tears. Her mouth seems stuck in a horrified O shape. Oh, fuck. Charlotte. You motherfucker, she breathes. It's not what it sounds like. No, she whispers. Her voice is so soft and yet it still feels like a slap. Because what it sounds like is that you needed me just as much as I needed you. That's what it fucking sounds like, Misha. My jaw clenches. I told you, my dad wanted me to clean up my... Don't you fucking dare, she hisses. My chest feels tight. My teeth clench as I fight to breathe. Charlotte, you needed me to marry you so that you wouldn't lose your fucking trust fund. Her words feel like knives, and the naked pain in her voice eviscerates me. Just like you needed me to secure the crown of Luxloria. Stop it, she screams. Tears brim her eyes. I start to move to her, but she shakes her head and gives me this look of pure hatred that wrecks me and stops me cold. Please, I hiss. Just let me explain. Yes, explain, please, she barks. Explain how you let me believe I needed to do things. She spits venomously. That I needed to submit to you for my end of things? Her face is white as she slowly shakes her head at me. Who the fuck does that, Misha? Me. I do that. Someone as fucked up and broken and twisted inside as me. Someone who never learned to love the right way. Someone who never got hugged or told they were doing a good job or that they were even wanted. That's who. But this is about her, not me. Or it's only about me in the context of having used her and fucked with her head. And hurt her. That hurts the most. I thought I knew what I was doing, I growl. I thought that I hated you and needed to... To what, Misha? She snarls. To punish me for something that happened when we were fucking 6? To hurt me because your father was a sadistic shitbag? Yes, I hiss. All of that. Except it changed, Charlotte. She barks a laugh. Please don't. Will you just fucking listen to... No, Misha. Her voice is suddenly cold in a way that chills me. Charlotte. I said no, Misha, she snaps. Like I should have told you from the very start of this entire debacle. Her nostrils flare, her face slowly turning from white to red-tinged fury. You're a piece of shit, she chokes, the back of her hand wiping at her eyes. You're such a piece of shit. I know, I growl. I know. Just please don't go. Fuck you. The words slice through the air between us. Don't you dare fucking follow me, Misha, she hisses, her breath hitching as the tears trickle down her cheeks. Don't ever follow me. She turns, and then, as violently as she stepped back into my life, she leaves it again.
Chapter 30. Charlotte.
You're sure you're okay to go out there?
I nod, shrugging. I'm fine. Professor Macklin frowns, raking his fingers over his strong jawline.
Look, Charlotte, I sort of make it a point to not involve myself in my students' lives unless it concerns school.
You heard I got married to Misha Zavakov, and you're worried I'm going to choke out there. He smirks.
In somewhat nicer phrasing, but yes.
Past him, I can hear the murmuring din of the crowd out in the auditorium of St. Thomas Aquinas Prep Academy, the prep school just outside Leeds, where the semi-finals to advance to the All-School Cup are being held. It's Oxford Hills, St. Thomas, Manchester Prep, Durnhill Academy, and King's College Academy out of Sheffield.
Charlotte, I'd love if you did, but you really don't have to go out there.
Yes, I do. I swallow, breathing slowly as I force myself to smile. And I'm fine, thank you, Professor. The whole thing is just... I wave my hand. Overblown drama. He arches a brow, but he says nothing. Really? I smile more widely. I'm fine. I've got this. I do, too. 2 weeks without Misha has my head clear and focused. I mean, that's a total lie, but it's the one I've been telling myself over and over like a mantra for 2 weeks straight. And it might be total crap, but today, for this, it has to be real. I'm good at this, and I'm not going to let the fact that the rest of my life is imploding ruin this for me. and the rest of it does feel like it's imploding. First, there's school. The initial shocked looks, pointed fingers, and churning rumour mill have died down. But now it's just a constant background hum of whispers and then sudden silences when I walk into a room. I've had sit-down discussions with the Dean of Students, most of the Board of Directors, and the on-campus psychiatrist. I've been asked if I want to leave OHA about a dozen times, sometimes subtly, other times openly. I do, and I don't. Yes, I'd love to go run and hide. I'd love to escape the jeering looks from Victoria, Ainsley, and Cora. I'd love to go back to being invisible. But there's no going back. Leaving would just be quitting. I'd be letting Victoria and the rest of the snob mob win, and I'm not doing that. So instead, I just keep my head down, my earphones in, and get through the days as best I can. The girl on stage from King's College Academy finishes to roaring applause from the crowd. I haven't really been paying attention, but I think she just wowed the judges with FDR's Pearl Harbor address to the nation. My stomach knots, but I breathe. I breathe out the stress and the uncertainty. I breathe out doubt and fear. I breathe out Misha Zavakov, or at least as much of him as I can force from my lungs. For security reasons, based on the elite status of the students who attend places like Oxford Hills or St. Thomas Aquinas, only a handful of visitors from each school has been allowed to come for the semis. But I know that Tenley and Elia are out there. That's at least a comfort. And my mum and Heinrich are watching via FaceTime on Tenley's phone, which is also great to know. Professor Macklin smiles and rests a comforting, strong hand on my shoulder. You've got this, Charlotte. Thanks. Oh, and I decided last night to go with Nixon's resignation speech instead. His face tenses until I grin. Just a joke, Professor. He chuckles. Good, you're still making jokes. Out in the auditorium, the head judge announces my name. You ready? Breathe out the Misha. Breathe out the Misha. Yes. Holy shit. The whole crowd, even the people there to root for other schools, is on their feet cheering loudly when I finish Roosevelt's Citizenship in a Republic. Even the judges are standing and clapping wildly. I can feel my heart surge and the grin spread wide across my face as the scores light up across the judges' table. My jaw drops. It's just 1 point shy of a perfect score. I just killed that. I grin, taking a slow bow before I raise my head up high. I can see Tenley jumping up and down a few rows back. Even perpetually scowling, moody Elia is grinning and giving me a thumbs up. On the phone screen, in Tenley's hand turned toward me, I can see my mum and Heinrich hugging each other and cheering from Lux Laudia. And with our final speech concluded, the head judge announces over the cheering, that puts Oxford Hills Academy and King's College Academy in the lead on points, sending them to the national championships next month against the top finishers of the Southern and Midland semi-finals. Congratulations to our winners, and we will see you all in London next month. The crowd goes wild all over again. I grin as I gaze out over it all, until suddenly my face stiffens. My smile falters and falls as my eyes land on a figure leaning against the back wall of the auditorium. A figure with dark hair, piercing blue eyes and tattoos cover the exposed skin of his neck and forearms. Misha smiles a crooked, smug and infuriatingly charming smile at me. I force myself to glare back, to grit my teeth before I yank my gaze away. The elation of the win deflates. Everyone is still cheering, but I turn and stalk off the side of the stage into the darkness of the wings. I smile fake smiles at the people who stop to congratulate me, and I make an especially good performance when Professor Macklin stops me to tell me how proud of me he is. But then I'm pushing on, pushing blindly, until I find myself tumbling out of a side door into a small courtyard, of the castle like St. Thomas Aquinas. In the sudden, merciful silence, I exhale deeply, feeling like I've just pulled myself out of a spiral as I shove my fingers through my hair. Congratulations. My heart latches into my throat. I want to whirl and hurl obscenities at him, or a brick. But I won't give him the satisfaction of a vengeful outburst. I won't. Instead, I swallow, studying my hands before I slowly turn to eye him venomously. Why are you here, Misha? To watch you, he growls. And because I had to see you. I shiver under his gaze. You were fucking incredible out there. I don't remember you being on the approved list of visitors, I mutter. Well, it's a good thing I have my own way off campus. He grins, and it's like a battering ram to my defences. It weakens me and my resolve instantly. But I fight back, shoring up the walls I've spent the last 2 weeks erecting to keep him out. I'm really proud of Don't, I whisper. My eyes close as my head shakes. Please just don't. Charlotte, he growls roughly. What you overheard, can we not? Oh, come on, he hisses. You're going to tell me you didn't hate me when we first agreed to this thing of ours. You want to try and tell me that the entire reason you picked me was that I was the worst possible guy you could bring home to Luxlordia. But things change, Charlotte, he snaps. People change. My face flushes as my heart thuds in my chest. So much of me wants to just fling myself into his arms, to hold him, to kiss him, to fuck him right there, to be honest. But I won't. I won't let my guard down with him like that ever again. Maybe sometimes they do, I say quietly. But other times people stay exactly who you've always known they were. Things were different before we stepped into this whole thing, Charlotte. He growls. You know that. I look away. I don't feel the way I felt before, he says gently. No, well, join the club, Misha. I smile daggers at him, because there's a lot of things I don't feel anymore. And a lot of things I do. The part I say out loud has the intended effect. His jaw clenches, the ink on his neck rippling. Say the word and we'll end this then, he grunts. Intended or not, his words have an effect too. I wince, like he's just struck me. My heart clenches as I get a horrible, twisted feeling inside. His face darkens. The spiteful part of me wants to tell him to fuck off, to get Heinrich's lawyers right now and end this whole debacle this very second. But I can't. Not emotionally, if I want to still be able to breathe or walk. But also for very real-world, tangible reasons. Things are tenuous in Luxlordia right now. With news of my having married Misha having gone very, very public, things are splitting apart there. Those members of Parliament loyal to the Crown and to the country itself are propping it up as the legal support Heinrich needs in order to stay king. After all, I'm his next of kin by marriage, and no matter who he is or who he's related to, Misha is my legal husband. It might be built on false pretenses, but the two of us together do technically appease the laws. But those members of Parliament against Heinrich are using my nuclear marriage as a weapon to help ram through their coup attempt. They're holding it up as proof of incompetence or corruption, evidence that having a royal family is dangerous to the country. It's eye-rolling, given that they're the real danger to Luxlordia, wanting to sell it out to mining companies as they do. There's a lot of stuff going on back home, I murmur quietly. The Parliament. I frown and look down at my hands. I've been watching the news, he says. Heinrich's top advisors think that the positive outweighs the negative, so I frown. I need this to continue. I swallow as I raise my gaze to his eyes, which is, of course, a mistake, because the second I do, I tremble with heat, weak under that gaze of his. I slowly take a breath, steadying myself. I need us to stay married. just until the elections.
Okay.
He doesn't hesitate. He just nods with a hint of a smile at the corners of his obnoxiously perfect lips.
Then we'll stay.
And I guess you probably still need me, right? I snap.
No.
I stiffen, frowning. Then I tremble as he steps toward me.
I don't need you, Charlotte.
Misha growls.
I stopped needing you a long time ago when it turned into me just wanting you.
I quiver. He steps even closer to me until he's right in front of me, just the two of us alone in the quiet courtyard. He reaches up and I tremble when his warm, strong hand cups my jaw.
Charlotte.
Please go. The words tumble from my lips, breaking me in two inside. I force them out anyway, but that still doesn't mean I can keep looking into his eyes. I drop my head, closing my eyes. Please just go, Misha.
I can't do that.
He growls thickly. Then I will. I pull away, feeling like I'm stepping backward off a cliff, but I don't falter or stop. I can't. I slip from his hand, turn, and rush back into the school before he can see the tears streaming down my face.
Chapter 31. Misha. The vodka burns as I swallow it back. In the darkness of my room, I sit like a lord of death in the shadows, brooding, glaring, hateful, full of self-loathing and anger, full of pain that I'm doing my hardest to drink away. I lower my face to the mirror lying on the table in front of me. I inhale sharply, hissing as the coke sears its way through my sinuses into my bloodstream and my brain, numbing, closing me off, dipping me out of reality. I bring the bottle back to my lips, drinking deeply to chase the burn of chalk in my senses. In the gloomy darkness, lit only by the moon flooding in my windows, a Smashing Pumpkins record that Christoph first introduced me to rumbles in the background. You hell-bent on getting fucked up alone, or do you want some company? I turn my head. Lucas is leaning against the doorway to my room, rolling a joint in his fingers. I just shrug and nod my chin at the couch across from me. I'm gonna take that as a yes, he grunts in his low, gravelly voice. He moves through the darkness and sinks onto the couch. He finishes rolling, sticks the joint in his lips, and flicks the lighter in his hands. The end cherries and glows, smoke curling around his hardened face. For a second, a pang of foolishness curdles in me. Here I am, moping in the dark, drinking and getting fucked up because of something to do with a girl. I don't know the details of the darkness and nightmares that hound Lucas, but I'm guessing they're a whole lot worse than that. You're allowed to feel, you know, he growls quietly. He exhales smoke slowly as he passes the joint across the coffee table to me. I frown as I take a drag. Pain is pain, man. He shrugs. You can't quantify it, or compare it to anyone else's. It's your own. I frown. Fucking mind reader. He grins in the darkness. You're easy to read. Yeah. I scowl as I take another hit and pass it back to him. So what does the book of Misha say now to the great and powerful Lucas Komarov? That you know you fucked up. My eyes narrow. Thought you were here to comfort me. Nope. He shrugs, smirking as he sinks back on the couch. You want your hand held and your ego jerked off? Look elsewhere. I roll my eyes and drink from the bottle of vodka. Surely you have something better to do than waltz into my room to kick me in the nuts while I'm down. Oh, I did, but I finished. I arch a brow curiously. Lucas smirks. Victoria Chesterman pecking at you behind your back and at Charlotte to her face was getting old. I smirk. What did you do, Freddy Krueger? Jump out of a closet and scare the shit out of her? I got rid of her. My smile drops. Dude. He chuckles a gravelly, rusty laugh as he inhales deeply on the glowing joint. Christ, I didn't mean like that. I mean I got her off campus for a little bit. I exhale, thankful that my dark friend didn't go and murder someone for being a mean girl bitch. I made sure her parents received very, very convincing evidence that Victoria is pregnant. I snort. Is she? No fucking idea. But it would make things a lot more interesting if she is. He shrugs. Oh, and said evidence might have made it out that the father is the vice president of her father's bank. I grin, shaking my head. You're a devious bastard. I'd say this was going easy on her, considering. I suck on my teeth as I eye Lucas. Thank you. Don't mention it. He sighs and passes me the joint. But to go back to what I said before, you know you fucked up, right? I scowl, sucking on the smoke until my lungs burn. Yeah, I finally grunt, exhaling through my nose. Yeah, I'm full aware of that. And we can both admit that Charlotte is probably a net positive influence on you as a generally insufferable human being. You're a fucking shitty therapist, you know that? It's called tough love. I think it's called just you being an asshole. He smirks. Little of column A, little of column B. My phone dings on the table between us, casting a glow up in both of our faces. My eyes drop to it, and my jaw tightens. It's Oleg. Take it. Lucas stands. Nah, sit. It's about your dad, right? I scowl. Take it, really. But if I could offer one more piece of unsolicited advice, would me saying no stop you at all? No. I smirk. Then be my guest. You're my friend, Misha. He frowns. Actually, you're one of my best friends. I grin. Don't get weepy on me, Komarov. It'd ruin that whole image of you I have in my head that I'm a little afraid of. He smirks. I'm not above punching my best friends in the mouth. Then his smile fades. What I wanted to say is that you might not get to have both. And if it comes down to the keys to the Empire or her, which one are you going to pick? I snarl and start to open my mouth, but he shakes his head. That wasn't a challenge, and it's not always simple. Yes, it is. My heart thuds. My nostrils flare as I slowly nod. It really is. And? Her. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to weigh it at all. Between the throne of a poisoned empire and my one chance at salvation, that's an easy pick. Lucas grins as the smoke from his joint curls around his face. There's hope for you yet, Savakov. Isn't there a teen slumber party somewhere that you need to go haunt, Freddy? He chuckles darkly, his sand and rust voice rumbling in the darkness. Good luck, Misha. When he's gone, I pick up the phone and call Oleg back. Tell me you have something. You asked me to dig. And? I snap. Oleg clears his throat awkwardly. I found something. My jaw tenses. I sit up straighter on the couch, eyes blazing into the darkness. Tell me everything. As you know, there's a lot of, not-so-legal stuff out in the open concerning your father, but nothing will ever come of most of it, despite it being public knowledge, because he's powerful and he's paid off the right people. This isn't helpful, Oleg. I groan. No shit. My father is as dirty as they come. He all but literally advertises his Bratva connections and money laundering scams. He doesn't advertise the former girlfriend of his that he had killed. I freeze, the bottle of vodka halfway to my mouth. It was a long time ago, Oleg says furtively. But I found the thread and pulled. It's been heavily covered up, Misha, but it's there. direct links to paying off local police, a few would-be witnesses who turned up dead afterward. Your father moved heaven and earth to cover this up, which speaks volumes. I slowly smiled deviously. This could work. I'm sure Oleg's telling the truth. I know firsthand that my father is capable of murder. I literally watched him put a bullet through a man's head who was skimming from him, right in front of me, so that I could see what it took to lead. I was 12. But if Oleg is right about the amount of effort Boris put into covering this up, the same man who shot a man through the head in front of 20 witnesses and his own son, that says something. Good. This is good, Oleg. There's more. He clears his throat. There was a child, too. I wince. Also killed? I don't think so, Oleg murmurs. I can hear the sound of paper shifting, like he's poring over a file. No, not killed. There's mention of this child being secreted away, though. My world shakes. I blink as my mind swirls and bends in 100 directions as the implications of this hit me like so many bricks to the head. I have a sibling. Or I might, somewhere. My mouth curls into a snarl as my stomach curdles. This has Boris written all over it. A girlfriend who made the mistake of getting pregnant by him, so he had her fucking killed and sent the poor kid to God only knows where. This I can use. This is toxic leverage. This is how I force Boris's hand. Now, tonight even. This is how I sit him down, look him in the eye, and tell him he's signing the papers he needs to sign to make me the next king of the empire. Or I use this to blow up his life and legacy in ways he clearly doesn't want. Oleg, I grin savagely. Prepare to watch your bank account grow in ways you can't possibly. There is actually one more thing, Misha, he adds quickly. Nothing to do with the dead girl, but something I think that might give you the final bullet you need. Tell me. He lowers his voice. Boris has a contact within the Luxlordian parliament helping him make these political moves. I frown. This isn't news. I know, Oleg. He's got half the parliament in his pocket. Bigger than that. He's got someone in charge. Someone pulling all the strings from within. It clicks in my mind just as he finishes his thought. It's the king's uncle, Leon Mueller. I stand, my heart racing, and I swear I can taste victory on my lips. Boris is about to get fucked. He's got 100 bank deposits from your father, plane trips to odd locations where Boris also went at the same time. He's the one helping your father try and steal Luxlordia from the inside for the mineral deposits. I hope you like money, Oleg, I hiss as I start to bolt from the room. Because you're about to own a whole fucking lot of it. Luckily, one of my father's jets is still in Manchester. I text the pilot to have it fueled and ready as I race down the stairs into the entertainment center basement of Lordship Manor. A hidden keypad behind a copy of Tarzan on one of the bookshelves swings the whole wall out, revealing the staircase that leads to the secret bunker and garage beneath the manor house. I tap on Christoph's number as I bolt, a little drunk and a little high, down the stairs. Misha, this is me telling you to duck, I hiss, my chest heaving with adrenaline as I yank open the door to my Mustang and slip behind the wheel. Hang on, what? The bullets are about to start flying, Chris. So duck. Shit, Misha. What's happening? Boris is going down. That's what's happening. I dug, and I found the shit I know damn well he wants to keep buried. Hang on, Misha. He killed a girl, Chris. He fucking killed this girl because he got her pregnant. Christoph swears violently in Russian. God damn it, Misha, stop this. I'm telling you, this is not... He groans. Don't go down this road. I'm begging you, stop. Now! I won't sit by and be a spectator. I snarl. I'm not going to sit on my ass and wait for that motherfucker to dangle the keys in my face and make me bleed for them any longer. Misha, I know he's been tough on you. I know you've put up with so much more. Christoph's voice breaks a little. You never deserved the way he was so hard, so brutal on you, Misha. Believe me, I'm in your corner. But please, just stop, so that I can properly... This is my life, Christoph. I roar into the phone. This is an empire I have bled for, been hurt for. I know, Misha. Goddamn do I know. But stop, so that I can just tell you. I'm going to find this fucking kid, Christoph. I'm going to make Boris look him or her in the fucking eye and tell them exactly what he did to... The kid is you, Misha. Everything goes cold. I blink, my mouth trying to make words, though no sounds are coming out of it. It feels like my heart just sort of stops beating for a second. It just stops beating. It's you, Christoph says, his strong voice breaking. Christ, Misha, there are so many times I wanted to tell you this. So many fucking times. She was my mother, I whisper. Fuck, Misha, Christoph chokes. I was new to the organization. I followed blindly. My head twists, rage churning like hell itself in my veins. Did you kill her? I hiss. No, he breathes. No, but I kept it from you. I hid it from you. Misha, I'm so fucking... I have to go. My voice feels like it's coming through a block of ice. I feel frozen, numb, mechanical in my motions as I start the engine. Hang on. Go to hell, Chris. There's something else you need to know. My face is a twisted mask of rage as my hands grip the wheel like iron. She tried to run, your mother. She knew who and what Boris was, but she was his captive. She never loved your father, Misha. She was literally his prisoner. He kept her, chained her, and got her pregnant. After you were born, she tried to run with you, but he caught her. My eyes close. Why are you telling me? Because you deserve to know. Because I've had to look at you as almost a kid brother for 18 fucking years and not tell you. And I can't do that anymore. He takes a slow breath. This last part is going to hurt. He exhales. Did you ever hear how she died? I tense, like I've been hit. I shake my head, squeezing my eyes tightly closed. No. She was burned alive, chained to a radiator in a low-rent apartment building. I start to shake, trembling as the molten hatred in my core erupts into a roar that shakes the very windows and leaves my ears ringing and my throat raw. I'm going to kill him. It's not a threat, or a sneered, hot-blooded battle cry. It's just a statement of fact. I'm going to kill him. Now. Tonight. Hang on, Christoph says quietly. There is one more thing before you go. I close my eyes. The girl who burned. Your mother. He exhales slowly. She was a dancer. Ballet. And so talented. Something ticks in me. A small fist tugging at a string. Her name was Lena. Oh, fuck. She was Heinrich König's daughter. Chapter 32. Misha. The plane trip is a blur, a haze of rage fueled by alcohol and cocaine, interspersed with fits of screaming and slamming my fist into the side of the cabin until I'm bleeding. None of the two pilots or two stewards stops me. They're not that insane. Instead, they let me rage, bellowing like a wounded lion until the jet touches down on Ukraine. There's no convoy this time. No small army of my father's guards. There's just a single SUV with the keys in it. I smile grimly as I stagger toward it. I'm betting this is Christoph. It doesn't absolve him. It doesn't change that he kept the truth from me for my entire life. But it'll work as a down payment to that debt. I drive like a madman. Mercifully, the roads between the private airfield and the house are empty because I'm not a man in an SUV on these roads. I'm an angel of death. I'm all 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I'm a loaded fucking gun. The guard's post at my father's house is empty, the gate unlocked. This is also Christoph. I gun the engine, roaring across the grounds, through gardens and over pathways, until I screech to a skidding stop at the bottom of the front steps to the mansion. I lurch from the still-running car and stagger blindly up the stairs. The front door slams open under my wrath, and I step into the place I hate most in this world. There's not a guard in sight. Just like the front gate, this is Christoph's doing. "Where are you?" I roar like a demon. Cocaine, alcohol, and pure rage ignite like napalm in my veins as I storm into the house, prowling the hallways like a nightmare. I pause when I hear music and the giggling sound of a girl. My ears tune, and I snarl as I whirl to blunder down the hall toward my father's office. The door is locked, but it splinters under my heel as I smash my way in. The girl, who gives every indication of having been paid to be here, screams and jumps off Boris as she hurries to push her skirt back down and button up her shirt. "What the fuck?" Boris scrambles up from the couch, his shirt hanging open. He leers drunkenly when he sees me standing there. "You want some?" he slurs. He's wasted, but he's sloppy wasted, not fueled by the fury and wrath that I am. He grins as he spanks the girl's ass. "You can have her once I'm done. Now run off and let your papa have his fun." "Ew," I snarl at the terrified-looking girl. There's a $180,000 Mercedes SUV outside, running. It's yours if you get the fuck out now and never, ever speak of this night to anyone. Her eyes say she knows who Boris is, and who I am, and that she'll never breathe a word of this for the rest of her life. She nods quickly as she bolts past me and out the door. Then, it's just the two of us. "You stupid little fuck!" Boris snarls as he staggers for the bar cart. "You cock-blocking little shit!" Do you remember her name? He pauses, turning to frown at me. "Who? The whore? I don't fucking know. I don't pay to know their—" "Not her." I stalk toward him, my face a mask of rage. He stiffens, frowning in concern as I storm closer, until suddenly concern turns to something else I've dreamed of seeing on my father's face. Fear. When I was younger, it was never a fair match. When I got older, and bigger, and stronger, it was the dangling carrot of my future that kept me from ever snapping and turning on him. Except I don't give a shit anymore. So when he quails at my approach, I just smile maniacally. I snarl as I grab him and shove him away from the bar cart. I don't want him blackout drunk for this. I want him lucid. I want him to know what I'm doing. I want him to truly understand that he's going to die seconds before he does, and I want his last moments to be abject fear and terror, just like hers were. Oleg forwarded me the unredacted reports on the plane ride. I've read every gruesome detail. How Lena, my mother, was accepted into the Bolshoi Ballet Academy in Moscow. How Boris and others of his ilk prowled the school like butchers selecting a calf for slaughter. My mother was unfortunately cursed with beauty and talent, and both caught Boris's eye. He took her, abducted her. He kept her locked in one of his townhouses, and he assaulted her over and over until she got pregnant with me. I'm guessing the only thing that stopped Boris from terminating the pregnancy, or of getting rid of her too at that point, was that his ego wanted an heir. So he kept her, chained. She lived like a prisoner, all the way until I was born. When I was 3 months old, she finally got a chance to try and run, taking me with her. But Boris caught her, took me, and decided he was done with her. She was still alive when he burned down the rundown apartment he'd picked for her funeral pyre. Not her, I hiss as I grab him by the collar of his open shirt and yank him up. He gasps, quailing as I leer my snarling mask of fury right into his face. Not her, you piece of shit, I snarl venomously through bared teeth. My mother. The color drains from his face. Misha. With a roar, I shove him back until he slams against the bookshelves, hard. He winces, cowering as books and mementos tumble down on both of us. But I feel no pain. I feel nothing but hatred. Guards! He screams. Guards! I smile. It's just us, Boris. It's just you and me, and the fucking reckoning. He starts to shake. Misha, please! He suddenly starts to sob. It wasn't me. I laugh coldly. If you choose to die lying, that's on you. Okay, he shrieks. Okay, it was me, but it wasn't just me. She was a gift. My face twists, livid. What? He gave her to me. Leon. She was a gift. A bride for me, in order to marry my way into that fucking country. Leon and I, we've been trying for decades to get at the billions beneath that kingdom. He sobs. She was never supposed to. I meant for her to like me. With all the money and the fancy clothes. And the captivity? I roar. The assaulting her? I whirl and shove him over his own desk into the floor in a pile of papers and folders. I lunge for him, and he squeals. Panic and fear pulse across his pale, sweating face as I grab him by the collar and yank him up. Blood trickles from his nose and a cut across his forehead. Misha, please, you have to understand. No, I don't have to do anything, I snarl. Not anymore. Not for you, you piece of shit. My eyes dart to something gleaming next to him, and suddenly, I know. I know how Boris Savakov is dying tonight, and I know how I'll purge all of this from my life forever. All the pain, all the darkness, all the hatred he and this house inflicted on me and the world. I grab the little gold lighter, Boris's favorite for lighting cigars, with his initials engraved across it. I stand, leaving my father sobbing and shaking on the ground. I march across the office and kick open the double glass doors leading to one of Boris's great loves, his car collection. There are no pictures of me on the walls of his office or sitting on his desk, but there is a direct entrance to the glass-roofed garage holding tens of millions of dollars worth of expensive, never-driven supercars. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, McLarens, Bugattis, a full auto mechanics workstation, a car wash, and a gas pump. I unhook the nozzle and drop it into a plastic tool bucket. I punch the button, and the nozzle starts to gurgle fuel, filling the bucket. I can hear Boris belating in the office, but I ignore him. I close my eyes, and I inhale the scent of gasoline. I leave the pump on when I take the bucket with me back into the office. I start to splash it on the walls, on the shelves, on the furniture. What? What are you doing? Misha! I'm deaf to Boris now. I head into the hallway and splash more across the floor and the walls. Then I set the bucket down and step back into the office. I march over to him, and before he can even say a thing, I grab his big, heavy, wooden desk, and I tip it right over onto his chest. Boris screams. "Misha!" he roars. "Misha, please! It's yours! All of it! The money, the empire!" "Keep it," I snarl. "Take it with you to hell for all I fucking care." He snivels. "Misha, I know I was sometimes hard on you." I start to laugh. "But you must understand." "No, I don't." I hold up the lighter, and the pieces suddenly snap together in his eyes. "No," he gasps, his face turning pale. He smells the gas now. He knows he's trapped, and he also knows he's looking at the bullet that will kill him. "Misha!" he screams. "Misha, you are my son, Misha, and I am your—" "You are a piece of me I would cut out if I could," I hiss. My nostrils flare. My veins are filled with pure hate and fire. Slowly, I stand and walk to the door. "Misha! Misha, please! It's all yours! All of it!" You might not get to have both. And if it comes down to the keys to the empire, or her, which one are you going to pick? It's still an easy answer. Whether there's still anything there for me or not, I'm picking her. I pick Charlotte. I don't blink as I turn to look Boris right in the eye from the doorway, lying there broken and pitiful on the floor beneath the weight of the desk. "She was alive when you burned her. Allow me to repay the favor." I flick open the lighter. His eyes widen. "No!" I touch it to the doorway, and suddenly the whole wall ignites. I turn, pocket the lighter, and I walk away. In the hallway, I ignore Boris's screams for mercy or forgiveness. I have neither for him. What I do have is a bucket of gasoline and a whole lot of mansion to walk through. I do a last walk through the house I hate, dripping gasoline into every room, leaving it splashed on the walls and covering anything flammable. Outside, the SUV is gone. It doesn't matter. I turn and I watch. I watch the entire fucking place go up in a funnel of flame. I pull the lighter out of my pocket and toss it at the front door before I back away from the wall of heat. A funeral pyre to the past. This is not a mourning. This is not a farewell. This is a purge. This is cutting out the poison. A course correction of a life, more than 10 years in the making. When I inhale black, acrid smoke that burns and sears its way into my lungs, I exhale freedom. And when I stare into the roaring inferno, I see her. The instrument of my torture and the breaker of my chains. The finger that pulled the trigger and the soft touch that brought me back. My hell and my salvation. I lift my eyes to the sky, watching the embers of my past rise into the night. A hissed curse and a whispered goodbye. For my father, for my mother, for my devils and my demons. For the girl who started it all and who brought it all crashing down. This is for me, but it's also for her. Her, for whom I'll burn down mansions, kingdoms, empires, the world. Let it all burn. It'll never be enough. I stand here alone, consumed by the fire of my own making. A lord of ash, an emperor of destruction. A dark prince. A solitary lion, gazing into the night. May the dead and damned hear me fucking roar. Chapter 33. Misha. It's Christoph who finds me lying on the ground, half covered in ash. I'm bleary-eyed and haggard, my lungs burning from smoke inhalation. Part of me wants to fight him, to whirl on him and pound him into the ground for never telling me. But I let him pull me up. I let him drag me to a car. Get me to the jet, I groan. No shit. Let's get you back to Oxford. No, I growl, my voice thick with ash and smoke. I turn to look at him behind the wheel of the SUV. That's not where I'm going. His jaw sets, but he slowly nods. Okay. We drive in silence, and I leave him with a single brief handshake at the airfield. There'll be time later for talking about the past, and my mother, and everything that's happened. First, I need to do this. The captain just nods in terror when I tell him with a growl where we're going. Then I collapse onto a seat and into blackness. I wake when we land in Luxlordia. The royal guards at the airport know who I am, but even if they are reluctant to bring me before their king, it's likely they're more afraid of what I'll do if anyone says no. I'm barely awake. I'm barely standing. My adrenaline tank is empty, and all that's left is the sheer determination to get myself in front of Heinrich and tell him the truth. There's soot on my singed clothes and blood on my knuckles. I taste ash and death as I stagger next to my escort through the royal palace until, white-faced, they usher me into Heinrich's study. He doesn't look like he's been adequately warned of my appearance or state. Christ, Misha! This is for you. I push the file folder of evidence that Oleg sent over into his hands. My legs could give out at any moment. I'm barely conscious, but I stay standing. I will not sit while I deliver hell to this man. I watch, and I feel the rage and the horror all over again as Heinrich reads and slowly absorbs what it is he has in his hands. I watch his face turn ashen, then pale white, and then suffuse red. When he roars, I keep standing, swaying on my feet. He whirls, screaming, crying, sobbing in anguish as he clears his desk with a sweep of his arm. He grips the edge of it, looking toward the heavens and screaming until his voice gives out and the desk topples to smash into the wall. When he whirls on me, his face furious and streaked with tears, I nod. I'm ready for this. I'm ready to take whatever punishment he needs to mete out in this moment. I'm ready to absorb the pain. Hell, I've been doing it my whole fucking life. Heinrich staggers to me, but he doesn't take a swing. He doesn't hit me. He throws his arms around me, pulls me close, and hugs me like I might blow away with the next breeze. And suddenly, I'm crying. It all comes out. All of it. My father, my mother, the life that was stolen from her and from me. A misprinted yellow balloon and a plucked dahlia. A little girl's smile and kindness, and a father's wrath and ruin. I'm sorry. I sob into his shoulder as he sobs into mine. I'm so fucking sorry.
Chapter 34. Charlotte. Tenley holds me as the phone tumbles from my hand and the tears flow. I sob into her shoulder, clutching at her like a lifeline after what I've just been told. It was my mother who was on the phone, and she's just told me everything. All of it. Misha, his father, the information about Boris and Leon that now has the latter in prison. And Lena. I sob for the woman I never knew, who birthed the man I've come to love and hate. I cry for the horror that brought Misha into the world and the pain that's flowed in his veins since the day he was born. I weep for what he's just done, because my mum told me that too. I sob into Tenley's shoulder until I literally can't cry any more tears. After that, it's just dry-heaved shaking and holding her for dear life as my heart wrenches. I try calling Misha, because Mum told me he left while she and Heinrich were still processing the grief of learning the truth. But his phone is off, which just makes me shake harder, because all I want to do is hold him and caress his face, to tell him I'm here for him, no matter what the hell he's going through. But when there's no answer, I start to shake again, Tenley wraps her arms around me once more. We stay like that for hours, just sitting on the sofa in the living room of our cottage until it's dark outside. A soft knock at the door startles me before it swings open. I raise my eyes over to Tenley's shoulder to see Elia and Lucas step into our cottage. Clearly, they know everything too. I pull away from Tenley. She checks with me, raising her brow. I nod before she goes to sink into Elia's arms. I turn, my eyes searching Lucas's face. I shake my head. I don't know where he is, I whisper. His mouth twists.
He's here. He just got back.
My heart lurches.
He's in the bunker garage, under the manor.
Elia growls, his jaw tightening.
He's not good, Charlotte. He's broken. You should go to him,
Lucas says quietly in his dark, gravelly voice.
I've never seen him this way, and
His brow knits.
He needs you, Charlotte.
Lucas walks me across campus back to Lordship Manor. He stays outside and lights a cigarette.
You know the way down there, I assume?
I nod. In the basement entertainment system, I find the secret keypad behind the Tarzan book from before, when Amisha, who wasn't broken, took me down here for an adventure. That seems like an eon ago now. It's dark in the underground bunker when I reach the bottom of the staircase. Dark except for a single light glowing down on the boxing ring. My heart wrenches when I see the lone figure slumped on his back, arms wide. Misha. I run to him and choke out a sob when I realise the state he's in. Clothes ripped and singed, skin smudged with soot and blood. He looks like death, and as if he hasn't slept in a week. Oh my God, Misha! I fling myself toward the ring and climb up into it through the ropes. I rush to him as he groans and slowly sits up, but I crash right into him, almost knocking him over as I fling my arms around him. I cry again, clinging to him fiercely. I can feel his muscles ripple as his arms slowly lift to wrap around me. I'm so sorry, I choke into his neck. I'm so sorry. I can feel his breath coming raggedly, and his grip on me tightens almost painfully. His face presses to my neck, and I can feel the hot hiss of his breath, the clenched shut eyes, and the wetness of tears. He's in so much pain that it feels like it might explode out of him. I slip my cheek over his until my lips hover by his mouth. I close the distance, but he frowns, pulling back with a wary look on his face.
We can't do that.
He chokes. Why?
Because
He looks away.
Your stepfather is my grandfather.
Stepfather, I whisper. I won't pull away. I won't not be as near to him as possible right now. I kiss him deeply. He hesitates for a second before suddenly he's caving and groaning against my lips as he kisses me back. I crawl into his lap, sliding my hands up to cup his face as I kiss him. What do you need? I choke, my heart still wrenching and breaking for him. Tell me what you need.
You,
he hisses, sliding his mouth to my neck.
I need you.
How? I shiver as I slide my hands around his neck to slip my fingers into his hair. I twist my head to bring my mouth to his ear. How do you need me, Misha? I whisper. His hands tighten on my skin and I can feel the rumble of a growl in his chest. Tell me, I whisper softly. My lips brush over his ear. Or just show me. Show me how you need. I gasp as he suddenly surges under me and flips me over, making my pulse race as he pushes my face down across the boxing mat. I burn with heat as I feel him move over me. His hands shove up my skirt and then slip into my panties. I moan, gasping as he yanks them down hard, letting them tangle at my knees before he grabs my hips. He pulls my arse up in the air, keeping my chest and my cheek to the mat as he snarls behind me. I hear the jangle of a belt, the hurried tug of a zipper. His fingers dig into my skin, and I whimper when I feel the throbbing, hard, swollen head of his cock push between my lips. This is going to be rough. He's got my upper torso and face pressed to the mat, and I can smell sweat and grime. I can feel the urgent, almost painful grip of his fingers on my skin and the bite of my tangled panties digging into my thighs. And I've never been wetter. He centers himself and suddenly rams into me hard. I moan desperately as his thickness sinks to the hilt inside of me. He pulls back and then thrusts back in as his fingers bruise my skin. His hips rock, pulling out and then shoving back in, fucking me hard, deep, and without mercy. And I'm loving every single fucking second of it. I know he needs this. I know he needs the savage release, the purge of letting go and not caring about anything but his own pleasure. But it's possibly the best sex I've ever had. Dark pleasure from a dark prince. I claw at the dirty boxing mat under me, panting into the dust and moaning as my body jolts and shoves against the floor. He reaches around, yanking my shirt open so hard the buttons rip off. His hands push into my bra, fingers roughly pinching and twisting my nipples as I groan in pleasure and shove back into him. His fingers tangle in my hair, wrapping it in a fist and keeping me pinned exactly where he needs me and how he wants me. His muscles coil and slam into me, his abs slapping my arse as his big, perfect cock fucks the living daylights out of me. My knees give out, and I collapse onto the mat. He just keeps fucking me, plunging into me over and over as he pins me to floor. The orgasm explodes deep in my core, taking my breath away as I scream in pleasure. He plunges into me again, snarling, roaring, hissing above me as he slakes his fury with my body. I come again, shuddering and whimpering as I press my face to the floor and explode for him. Misha groans, snarling as he rams his swollen cock deep inside of me. I feel him pulse, and his fingers dig painfully into my skin and tighten my hair hard enough to make me howl as I fall into another orgasm. His cum spills deep inside, flooding me as I convulse flat against the floor, skirt up, drool on my lips and my panties tangled around my thighs. Oh, Christ. It's as if the climax has made him lucid. Suddenly, Misha's sliding gently out of me and turning me over. His face is a mask of pain and self-loathing as he scoops me into his arms and pulls me into his chest. I cling to him, panting and shaking. My body aches, my knees are raw from the floor, but I can't stop shaking or glowing. Fuck, Charlotte, he chokes. Fuck, baby. No, I croak in a whisper, my lips pulling into a grin. No, you didn't hurt. I wince as I shift. Okay, just a little, I murmur. Fucking hell, shut. I'm yours, I whisper as I reach for him. My eyes lock with his as my hand touches his cheek. To have, to hold, to keep, he growls as his mouth lowers to mine. He kisses me, and I kiss him back until his lips are all I know or want to know.
Chapter 35. Misha. I wake to a new reality. I vaguely remember Charlotte and I helping each other stagger up to my room last night. I remember holding her in the shower and kissing her while the water cleansed the soot and blood from my skin. And then it's just blackness. Running on adrenaline, sadness, alcohol, and drugs, and getting no sleep for almost 3 days straight will do that, I guess. Apparently, even I have my limits. When I wake, I know before I even open my eyes that the past is going to stay there. Just like I know the man I was is gone, as dead and burned as the man in the house I left smoldering in Ukraine. I've walked through fire, and I've come out the other side, with her at my side, or in my arms, as the case may be. "Morning," Charlotte whispers. She turns to grin at me as I open my eyes. Her teeth drag over her lip, and her cheeks redden. "Morning," I murmur as I lean in and press my lips softly to hers. Then I frown as I replay what I did to her. "Are you?" My jaw clenches. "Charlotte, I lost control."
"And that's okay,"
she whispers. She leans in, touching her forehead to mine before her lips follow suit.
"You can lose control with me, you know,"
she says softly. She blushes.
"I mean, maybe not all the time, but you can."
Her cheeks redden even more.
"I liked it, actually. A lot."
I grin as I slip a hand up to cup her cheek. I kiss her again, deeper this time. When I pull away, I can see her phone has opened to the news, and my jaw clenches.
"I've been up for about 20 minutes,
she says, following my gaze. She glances back at me.
"Nothing on your father?"
I nod quietly.
"There's a lot on Luxlordia, though."
"Oh?" She nods.
"Yeah, this Leon thing."
She shakes her head.
"It's a big deal. They're uncovering a bunch of other stuff, too. All these secret meetings with mining companies that most countries have on their watch lists. Accounts in the kinds of banks that pretty much just launder money for terrorist groups."
She makes a face.
"Some of the members of parliament who are implicated are resigning even before the election. A few of them fled the country last night."
I raise a brow, nodding. Good. Some good came from this. Not just all the pain and sorrow of digging up the past. When I turn to her again, I realize I'm smiling. Not just some good came from all of this, a lot of good did. I pull her close. Charlotte moans softly as she turns in my arms. Her thigh slides over my hip, her hands slip over my chest. She shoves me, and I grin as I roll onto my back with her slipping on top to straddle my hips. She bites her lip as she reaches between us to wrap her hand around my throbbing hard dick. She rises up, centers my head, and then looks me in the eye as she starts to push down.
"Oh, shit,"
she whimpers. Her breath catches, her chest hitching as she slowly takes my full size in her tight, eagerly slick pussy. Her hands fall to my chest, and her nails drag over my tattooed skin as she starts to rise up and then slide back down. My hands move up her thighs to grip her hips and her ass, but I let her do the moving. I let her set the pace. I let her do this, how she wants. Her nipples pucker to hard nubs, and her hair falls across her face. The dull glow of the late morning light washes over her, turning her into the angel I always see her as. She moves faster, and I start to push up to meet her. I groan, grinding my thickness into her as she starts to come apart. She moans, shuddering and clenching me as she starts to come.
"Misha, I love you."
"Love you too." I've never said that to anyone. Her mouth crushes to mine, her scream echoing through my head. I roll her, feeling her coming for me again as I start to thrust harder. I pump in and out, grinding into her as my balls swell.
"Take me,"
she moans.
"Take me, take me, take."
My mouth sears to hers. My cock pulses and surges as I slide as deep as I can. And when we both shudder into each other and explode, it's heaven. It's a love I've never known, and one that I won't ever let go. Chapter 36. Misha. For close to a week, we just tap out from life together. We lock the door to my room. I get food and water delivered. We forego clothes, and I take my time memorizing every inch of her skin. It's like a rebirth. It's like coming out of the fire as the guy I might have been if things had been different. If I'd had a chance at a normal life. If my mother had lived, or if I hadn't had Boris for a father. I have no idea what happens now concerning my father's empire, me, and whatever will he had when he died, or if there's any fallout from the fact that he died by my hands. I do know I don't care, though, about any of it. Maybe Lucas was right. Maybe I can't have her and the empire. But it's still the easiest choice in the world. I'd pick her every time. The past can stay there. The future is here, with her in my arms. 5 days into our escape from the world, I finally get a knock on my door. "Go away," I groan, grinning as Charlotte buries her giggle in my chest. "Put your fucking pants on," Ilya grunts through the door. "Someone's here to see you." "Well, tell them to fuck off." "Tell me yourself, you little shit," Kristoff's voice mutters through the door. I raise a brow and glance at my phone, which has been off for the entire time we've been in here. "I'll be downstairs by the pool, Misha. Be there in 5. You're going to want to hear what I have to tell you." I glance at Charlotte as I hear his footsteps falling away. Guess this means I have to put on clothes. Buzzkill. I grin as I tackle her to the bed and yank the covers over us. 40 minutes later, I step out of the house and into the chill of the fall air. I sip the mug of coffee in my hand, my other one entwined with Charlotte's, as we walk over to where Kristoff is sitting at a table by the pool. "You have an interesting concept of time," he mutters, glaring at me, but I can see the grin in his eyes. He runs a hand through his dark hair. His gaze shifts to Charlotte, and he smiles. "The famous Charlotte." "Charlotte, this is Fuckface. Fuckface, this is Kristoff," he grunts, rolling his eyes at me. He stands and bows to Charlotte before he shakes her hand. "Kristoff is my..." I shrug. "I don't know. My asshole older brother. Sort of. I'm Boris's..." He clears his throat. "I was Boris's second in command." He glances at me. I glare right back. I want to be angry. I should be angry for the lies he told me or the truth he withheld. But on the same token, a piece of me gets it. I understand that in an organization like Boris's, which is basically run like a Bratva family, loyalty is everything. Cruel king or not, Boris commanded Kristoff's loyalty, no matter how much the latter may have suffered in silence for it. "There are 1,000 times I wanted to tell you everything," he growls quietly. "Letters I wrote and burned, confessions I practiced and banished from my head. Did you know her?" My words are loaded, and he knows it. Kristoff shakes his head. "No. I was, as I think I said, new in the organization when all of that happened. But I remember him trotting out this baby boy, all smiles and proud papa shit, and me just feeling hollow about it. I knew what he'd done, Misha, and I remember looking at you and thinking, this kid is starting under a cloud." I look down. I feel Charlotte's fingers slip into mine and squeeze. I breathe slowly, exhaling the past and my demons and the anger. And when I look up, I make the decision. The past can stay there and rot for all I care. I'm looking to the future. My hand extends. "We're good. It's done." Kristoff grins, takes my hand, and then pulls me into a bear hug. "You really are like a kid brother to me, you know?" I grin as I hug him back. When we pull apart, we all sit at the table. "So, how bad is it?" He smiles wryly. "What, the fallout from Ukraine?" His mouth thins. "It's not good, I'll say that. This may surprise you, but your father had a lot of enemies." I roll my eyes. I'm shocked, utterly shocked. Yeah, well, after they all heard about what happened, there's been a lot of movement to try and nip at the edges of the empire. I scowl, but Christoph pushes on. Luckily, I'm on it. I've put the whole organization on lockdown, and it doesn't really seem that there's many tears shed about the... He clears his throat. Change in leadership. I frown, drawing in a breath as I get to the question I almost don't want to ask. Christoph sees the look on my face, though, and he knows. His mouth is grim as he shakes his head. Misha. He did it, didn't he? He looks away and nods. Yeah, he wrote you out of his will. I'm expecting it, and I've told myself I don't care, but it's still a slug to the gut. At that last meeting with all his lawyers, I'm sorry. I tried to talk him down. It's fine. There's a brief flare of anger, a spike of fury at my father's pettiness and cruelty. I think about the years and years of abuse and punishment, all in the name of making me ready or turning me into a leader. And, in the end, he cut me out anyway. All of it was for nothing. I close my eyes as my jaw clenches, but when Charlotte's hand slips into mine on my lap, I take a final breath and open my eyes. It's fine. This time I mean it. I made my choice. I picked her, and I'd do the same every time. I smile at Christoph. So, does this mean you're taking over? The updated will was in the house. Christoph smirks, letting his words hang in the air for a second or two. The only copy of the updated will, actually. My face stiffens. He sighs dramatically. And that's the trouble with those old homes, especially when there's old cars involved, too. There's always that risk of an accident happening, isn't there, Misha? He smiles, looking at me pointedly. My eyes narrow. What are you saying, Chris? The updated will, with you written out, burned with the house. Luckily, as your late father's trusted second-in-command, I have full autonomy over his affairs in the event of his incapacitation or death. His lips curl as my pulse thuds. So I've gone ahead and told the lawyers to use the copy of the will they have on file. The one from a year ago. I stare at him in disbelief. Hang on. You? I shake my head. Christoph. Loyalty means a lot, Misha. He growls. So does disloyalty, or blind loyalty. I hid something hard from you. I can't change that. But this is my mess to help clean up. And this is my way of starting to make things right. My pulse is thudding in my ears as he reaches into a bag at his side and pulls out a folder. He opens it to the front page and slides it across the table. Congrats, Misha. You're worth $40 billion. My eyes drop. It's my father's will, dated a year ago. And right there in the middle of the page, it's got my name. I get everything. Everything. Charlotte's hand tightens on mine as her breath sucks in sharply. I turn, letting my eyes hold hers as she stares back in utter disbelief. Oh, and congrats on the new title, too. I drag my eyes back to Christoph. What? He smirks. Crown Prince of Luxlordia. He smirks. You didn't just marry into the royal family. You're an heir to the throne by blood. His lips pull into a grin. Now, does that make you her stepbrother or stepnephew? You can feel free to stop talking now. Christoph chuckles as he stands. Charlotte frowns. Are you leaving already? I am. Lots of balls up in the air right now with everything. But I wanted to meet you, and to deliver the news in person, of course. He turns to me. Unless you have thoughts otherwise, I'd like to run the organization as a steward of sorts until you finish here at OHA, and maybe college too. After that, or really any time you want it, the throne is yours. I suck on my teeth, letting the wheels turn for a second before I look at him. And if I don't? His brow arches. And if you don't what? If I decide I don't want the throne. Kristoff smiles curiously. Well, that would certainly be a discussion. We don't have to have it now, though. I grin. No, we don't. I stand and hug my friend before he turns and embraces Charlotte. Congratulations, by the way. We say goodbye and watch Kristoff head back into Lordship Manor to leave via the hidden underground tunnel. When he's gone, I slip my arms around her waist and pull her into me. My mouth lowers, and I growl as I slowly taste her lips. She giggles as she pulls away. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you're supposed to say to someone who just became one of the richest people on Earth. You don't have to say a thing. I grin. Because you are too. She frowns. I'm what? One of the richest people on Earth. I smirk. In case you'd forgotten, we're married. Huh. Yeah, that had slipped my mind, she teases. Then she grins. Just the same. We have a prenup, remember? Nah, we don't. I shrug. I had Oleg shred that before we went into our week-long hibernation. She stares at me. Misha, I didn't ask you to do. I know. Look, we can sign another one, she blurts. Considering your new net worth. I'm good without one. She chews on her lip, blushing as she looks into my eyes. Misha. Her eyes drop. You're wondering what happens now that we've both gotten what we needed to get out of this in the first place. Her eyes dart back to mine. Mind reader. I grin, tapping the side of my head. She rolls her eyes. Well, it's a legit question, or at least one worth talking about, isn't it? You needed me for your father's empire. I needed you to save Loxlordia. But the parliamentary election is all but certain back home. They're not overthrowing Heinrich and selling off the kingdom. And you got everything. She frowns and looks down. I'm just saying, I know you needed me, but now, stay right here. She glances up. What? Stay right here, in this very spot, and don't move. Charlotte gives me a curious look as I slip away from her and bolt into the house. I run upstairs, into my room, and into the walk-in closet. In the drawer, next to my rows of watches, I grab what I'm looking for and run back downstairs. Charlotte is sitting in a chair by the pool, facing away from me. I grin as I slowly move behind her. My arms circle her, making her gasp in surprise as my lips brush her ear. I told you not to move. She giggles. Apparently I have trouble with authority. Or at least your authority. As proven by your constant defiance of my order telling you not to wear panties, for instance. She laughs. The school uniform for girls is skirts, Misha. No one wants a draft on their ass. I roll my eyes as she turns to kiss me softly. That said, she purrs quietly, I might not be wearing any right now. I growl as the lust surges in me. But first I need to do something. Stand up. She blushes. My, Mr. Bossy Pants. Will you just stand up already? She giggles as she does. Okay, yes. I draw a slow, measured breath. This is how I want to do this. This is how she deserves to have this. You keep saying that I need, or that I needed you. She blushes, her eyes looking at me curiously. I do need you, Charlotte, I say quietly. But I'm doing this because I want you. I drop to my knee and pull the ring box out of my back pocket. When it opens, The sunlight glints off the huge diamond ring. Her wedding ring. Her hands fly to her mouth as her eyes widen. Marry me, I growl. She chews on her lip, staring at me. Was that a question? Nope. She grins. Marry me, Charlotte. Again. Or I guess just stay married to me. Because I could do this whole life thing without you. I just don't want to. I stand as I slip the ring onto her finger and pull her into my arms. I want you, princess. I groan. Now, yesterday, tomorrow, always. Her eyes glisten with tears as she throws her arms around me and hugs me tightly. This is the part where you say yes, you know. I grunt. She giggles. I think I already did, when I married you the first time. Say it again. Say it always, because I'll never get tired of fucking hearing it. She grins as her hands cup my cheeks and she leans up on tiptoe toward me. Yes, she whispers right before her lips press to mine. I kiss her deeply, holding her close to me as I swallow her moans. When I pull back, my eyes sear hungrily into hers. Now, what the fuck were you saying about maybe not wearing any panties right now? She grins and blushes. Why don't you check? She squeals as I scoop her into my arms and storm into the house. To check, of course. Epilogue. Misha. 3 months later. When are you going to tell me where we are? She giggles as I lead her blindfolded through the double doors out onto the stunning veranda. Spoiler, we're in Antarctica. She laughs. Us? I can feel the sun. Come on, where are we? Behind us lies the sprawling 6,000-square-foot beach home. In front, I gaze past her at the palm fronds, vines, and tropical flowers hanging all around the pool carved in the natural rock. And past it, the pure white sands of the private beach and the crystal blue waters of the Indian Ocean. Where are we? Paradise. Or, specifically, the Maldives. And it's not actually a private beach. It's a private island. It's our private island. A secret gift I just bought Charlotte for this occasion. We never had a honeymoon, or a real wedding. So we're doing both, except we're doing it backwards. For the next week, I have Charlotte all to myself here. Just us, and sun, and lots of sunblock. She doesn't know this part yet, but I'm making clothes verboten for this little getaway. After that, we're having a wedding. The wedding. A real one this time. One where I can watch her walk down the aisle to me in white. Where I can properly say that I do. Forever. Before kissing my wife. It'll be a small affair, but this time our friends and family will be joining. Misha, seriously, when can I? Now. I slip the blindfold from her face, and her jaw drops. Misha. Like it? She turns, bright-eyed and grinning as she slips her arms around my waist. Like? I mean, what's not to love about it? This place is gorgeous. I grin. Good. Now figure out what to call it. Her brows knit. What do you mean, what to call it? The island. Her brows arch. I'm not sure I follow. Because it's yours. Her eyes go wide. Her mouth falls open as she stares at me. You? Misha, are you? You got me an island? I mean, I get to come too, but yeah. She squeals as she jumps into my arms. Her mouth hungrily sears to mine as she moans into my lips. Thank you, she purrs. Happy honeymoon, love, I whisper. She grins as she kisses me again, her hands sliding over my chest. How long do we have alone until we get company again? My cock surges. A week. Suddenly I frown. No, shit. 6 days. Ilya and Tenley are coming a day early, and I think they're bringing Lucas and... I think I can work with 6 days. She pushes me back, making me grin as I stumble, and then fall back onto a daybed covered in white linens on the veranda. She stalks after me, a lioness in her own right as her eyes glow with need. She peels off her top and bra and slips her skirt down her legs. No panties. Good girl. You're overdressed for the beach, she purrs as she prowls toward me. She reaches for my pants, already tented obscenely by my swollen cock. She tugs them and my boxers down, and my thick shaft springs free to slap against my abs. Charlotte moans hungrily as she moves between my legs. She wraps her small fingers around my bulging cock, licks her lips, and then drops her mouth to my crown. Oh, fuck, baby. I groan, hissing in pleasure as her hot mouth engulfs my swollen head. Her tongue teases at the slit and then swirls around my glands. I glance down, and like it always does, the sight of that ring on her hand while it's gripping my cock makes me throb even harder. I rip my shirt off and drop my head back as my hands slide into her hair. She whimpers. I know she loves it when I take a little control. My fingers tighten, wrapping her hair in a fist as I grunt and guide her mouth up and down. My hips raise, shallowly fucking her mouth as she moans deeply and drags her nails over my thighs and balls. I want her. I want to taste her until she's flooding my tongue with her cum. She squeals as I grab her and yank her up my body. My strong hands maneuver her until her thighs are astride my face. She whimpers as she lowers herself to my eager tongue, and when I drag it wetly through her slit, she moans in pleasure. Oh my God, Misha. I push my tongue into her, fucking her with it while my hands grip her ass. She gasps, moaning and rocking over my lips and tongue as I devour her sweet little pussy. She squeals again as I push her back, draping her on her back across the bed as I slip between her legs. My hands shove them wide apart as I drag my tongue from her clit, all the way down to her asshole, and then back to her throbbing nub. I bear down, swirling my tongue around it and sucking it between my lips. Her body starts to shake and tremble. Her nails dig into me as her back arches and tenses. Fuck, Misha. My tongue drags over her clit, and it's like pulling a trigger. She convulses, screaming her orgasm into the palm trees above as she starts to come for me. Her sweetness floods my tongue as I growl and lick up every fucking drop of it. My mouth kisses higher, up her stomach, over her ribs, to the swell of her tits. My lips close around one nipple, and she moans for me. Her hands slide into my hair and drag over my back. I nudge her thighs apart with my hips and push my throbbing, swollen cock against her pussy. Her whimpers grow more eager as I slip into her. I suck and bite my way up her neck and jaw to her mouth, and when I kiss her fiercely, I bury my length in one stroke at the same time. She almost comes again right then. I can feel her walls rippling around me, her body spasming as her legs wrap around my waist. I thrust into her, grinding deep before I pull all the way out. I fist my cock, rubbing the head over her clit and dragging my length up and down her slit. You fucking tease. Oh shit, Misha. I drive in with one thrust, pounding into her silky, wet heat. Our mouths crush together as her hips rise to meet me. She clings to me, panting into my mouth as I pound into her, nailing her to the fucking bed with my cock. We'll have almost all week to take our time and to drag it out, but I've been hard for her the entire trip here, and right now, all I want is to feel her fucking come apart for me. I want to feel her pussy flood my balls with her slick cum before I fill her with mine. My hand cups her jaw, and she whimpers when my thumb traces over her lips. She moans as she wraps her lips around it and sucks seductively. I hiss, pounding into her even harder and deeper as I feel her body clench around me. I want to feel you come for me, princess. I snarl into her ear. My shaft pumps into her, slick and glistening as it pistons in and out of her tight slit. Make that pussy come for me, baby. Come all over my dick. Be a good girl and fucking come for me.
Misha.
Her nails dig into me painfully, but all I really feel is heaven. She cries out, moaning as her orgasm ripples through her body. I can feel her pussy tighten around me, and with a groan, I follow her into that bliss.
Come with me,
she whimpers.
Come with me. Come with... Oh, fuck.
With a snarl, I suck her earlobe between my lips. I sink my throbbing cock deep in her quivering pussy as my balls draw up and let go. My hot cum pumps into her, spilling deep as she clings to me and I cling to her. We stay wrapped in each other's arms, just glowing against each other. I kiss her unhurriedly, stroking her skin as she murmurs into my lips. At some point, we roll over, and she starts to ride my still hard cock again. 2 hours later, we basically look like shipwreck survivors, naked and sprawled on a beach, panting for water. When I reach for her, she grins and snuggles into my arms. We turn and watch the sun begin to set over the ocean as I nuzzle her neck. I love you, I whisper into her ear. She turns and presses her mouth to mine.
I love you so much,
she murmurs back. We turn back and watch the sun dip into the sea, like fire being snuffed out. Like one chapter finishing and a new one starting. The end of an age and the beginning of one all our own. Together. This has been a Podium audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to Book 1 of Savage Airs, produced by Mitch Rains. Written by Jagger Cole. Performed by Ori Alden and Aaron Shedlock. Text copyright 2021 by Jagger Cole. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.